wrong.
Good morning, good morning. Sorry, we're still chatting.
Oh, no,
we're still
sorry.
chatting. Good morning. I thought I'd start the show with Suzie today because our early bird, well, I just said, I hope we've got enough for Suzie today. How are you?
I'm really good. Yeah. Good to
lovely
see
to
you.
be back with you.
Yeah, and you.
Liberty Christmas
I know.
launch.
Crazy.
This our Liberty Christmas,
Crazy.
the Liberty Christmas launch, which we're very excited about. And you actually need this today.
Yes.
Can you hear that music? No? Oh, we've got
Yeah,
a new
jingle
early
bells.
bird.
Was it Jingle Bells?
Well, it was like a nice jingly music. I think it's a
Excellent.
new little early bird.
That's cool.
Right. Best press. This sells perfectly well at normal price, but today it is on early bird special, so get ready because I believe we have less than 100 of these, which is not going to be enough. Why is it, Suzie, that you get through so much best press? Do you use it all the time?
I do use it all the time, yes. For me, it means that whenever I'm cutting fabric, I get a really accurate cut because the fabric itself will, when you've pressed it afterwards, is really nice and flat, and all the fibres lie straight for you. But thereon in, once you're constructing, especially if you're doing half square triangles or anything on a bias, you get the most beautiful pressing results, which means your overall result is immaculate and superb. So
you
I
would
can't
cut
live
it-
life without it.
So you'd spray it before cutting, but also if you're working with any sort of bias edges? Or...
So yeah, I spray all the fabrics as I take them out the pack, and then I'll use the iron them and use them for cut with them. But as I go through projects, if I'm opening seams or if I'm working on a bias or a circle or anything like that, then I will best press again,
Right.
because you can build up layers to get that finished result.
This isn't going to last. There are already way too many of you who've got it in your basket.
Yeah.
Get ready for this because we're going lower. If you want the early bird, best press. In the most popular scent as well, this is your lavender vanilla. It smells beautiful. Even though it's lilac, it dries completely clear, so you can use it on your whites, you can use it on all of your fabrics. Just £9.99 today. And you do get the sprayer as well, because I know some of the bigger tubs don't come with the sprayer. You do get the sprayer with this one. That's for free. That is for free.
And it is a really fine mist as well, this spray. It's amazing.
Yes, it doesn't douse your fabric.
No, it doesn't. No.
£9.99. Michael Wolf, can you come and refresh our screen, please? Half the stock has gone today. I'm not surprised. It's very, 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 very busy this morning. And trust me, stay tuned because it's Liberty Christmas. The collection is gorgeous. Hot off the press. Not many people have seen this, have they?
No, they haven't. No, I've been looking at it a while.
I know. Aren't you the luckiest lady ever?
Yeah, but I have to keep quiet. I have to hide things.
Yeah, you haven't even been able to put sneak peeks really until this week on Facebook.
No, I don't sneak peek until I'm allowed. And it's really hard because I want to show people, because it's just Christmas. It is literally Christmas wrapped up, this collection. It's got everything in it. It's beautiful.
You are going to love it. The Festive Fair Collection is all on pre-order. Grab it whilst you can. There are now less than 40 of these remaining at just £9.99.
See, I get through so much of this. It's crazy. And the scent lasts as well. So as you're sewing, you can still smell it. And lavender is such a calming.
Oh, I'd be spraying this on my my pillows, ironing my pillows.
I do.
So
The dog has been known to have a douse as well.
you know when you're looking at starch sprays in the
Yes.
supermarket, how is this different to a
So-
starch spray that you'd spray on your shirts?
So with these, with Best Press, it's an alternative to natural starch. It's not going to leave any residues. So the starch that we're familiar with in bygone years, where collars, stood up, that, whilst it was an effective starch, left a residue. This doesn't, so it means that we can continue to stitch with our sewing machines. We can do hand stitching as well. So I use it even when I'm doing EPP.
It's not going to leave any clogging residue on your
exactly,
needle.
and of course you use a really fine needle for that.
Yeah.
So it's not clogging the threads. It means that everything works as it should do, but just gives you that stability of the fibres, which means all those turns, twists, sewing mechanisms and pressing is so much better. I cannot sing its praises highly enough because I cannot live without it. It's chaos. If I get near half a bottle of this left, I have to, you know, I go into panic mode.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm so sorry that you're sitting this end of the telly because it's definitely going to sell out. It shouldn't be an early bird. It shouldn't be discounted. It is today, though, because it's a very exciting day. We've even put our Christmas tree up for this hour. The Liberty Christmas launch is approaching. We're going to be doing it this hour. We're going to be using it within a project later on as well. In fact, let's have a look at today's menu. So the festive fair this hour is launching. We've got a main mega bundle. We've got fabrics by the half metre. We've got complementing Wiltshire metallics as well coming up in this first hour. And then the return of the amazing Fiona Hesford. I am so excited. We haven't seen her for months. I've personally not seen her for ages, and I am getting these dungarees.
Yeah.
How lovely are these, you know, in your allotment, just day to day. These are so comfy, so wearable.
Exactly what I wear on the allotment. And I just said to Fiona, I just love those. I need those.
Well, there's a very famous brand, isn't there, that's based in Brighton that have made these slouch dungarees so popular. And how many people did you see on the telly in Glastonbury wearing a bucket hat?
Yeah.
They are, again, I always thought they were sort of like 90s Oasis vibes, but they are back in. They are so popular. 3 different sizes as well.
So sensible because they cover what you need to cover.
Yes, exactly.
You know, your nose and the back of your head.
And they're stylish.
Yes.
They can be stylish.
Yes.
So the patterns are on pre-order. Grab them whilst you can. We've got some lovely choices of fabrics as well. And then, keeping with our Liberty Christmas, we're going to be making Susie's brand new Christmas tree wall hanging, which is actually quite versatile because you can team this up as an advent calendar.
Yeah, you can make it into an advent calendar very easily just by sewing on your treats.
Brilliant.
So yeah, it's a quick make. It's not a difficult make.
Looks amazing, doesn't it? And Liberty. That's one of those projects that you will bring out year after year after year.
Yeah, it's heirloom stuff. Yeah, definitely.
So that's coming up at 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, Fiona's going to be back, and she's got a brand new slouchy bag. Brand new, the Margate slouchy bag. It's larger than it looks, actually. I thought it was more like a bum bag style, but actually it's a really, really good size, and it is lovely. Really simple to make as well. Nice slouchy bag. Also, the return of the SEWGIRL Beatrice dress, which completely sold out first time round. Beautiful. We love that. Coming up at 11 o'clock. 12 o'clock, we've got a roundup of Fiona's patterns. She's got a dress rail full of garments for us to have a look at examples, and the patterns are all coming up in the 12 o'clock show. Right, Best Press is on single figures now. If you do want to grab the discounted Best Press, we are going to be speaking about it later on in the show. Shall we get started?
Let's do Christmas.
This is the Festive Fair Collection.
It is Festive Fair.
So how many ranges of Liberty Christmas are there?
Just the one a year.
Really?
Yeah, so this is it, guys.
Is this the 2023 or 2024?
This is the 2024 Liberty Christmas Collection.
Oh my gosh, honestly, wait until you see all of these prints. They are beautiful. And once again, I always forget, it's only whenever I touch Liberty that I realise that Lazenby cotton is just
beautiful.
Yeah.
It's so soft. It cuts well, it presses beautifully. It's just lovely. And every square millimetre has detail. It's just phenomenal.
Now, before we dive into too much about the collection and the prints, because we're going to be talking all about every single one of these prints, the prices on screen, they are already going. We've got as many bundles as we possibly can today, and it's just £130 and 36 pence. On split pay, it's £65 and 18 pence. And if you are choosing to get that mega bundle, all of these prints, then you're getting 2 of them for free. You're getting a whole metre of your quilting weight for free. So yes, don't wait too long. I know we're going to be really indulging and having a good look at all of these prints and talking about them individually. You're getting half a metre of each, but please be aware that at £8, what is it? £8.40 a half metre for brand new Liberty. I know a lot of people who collect the Liberty Christmas collections.
Absolutely, yeah. And well, Liberty itself. And a lot of these prints will lend themselves not just for Christmas. There are, designs in here that are definitely a Christmas or festive celebration, but there's others that are just beautiful to coordinate with anything else, to be honest.
So true.
So you don't have to limit it to Christmas. You don't have to just think Christmas. But if you like to make a nice decoration each year, or a new set of placemats, or, you know, a nice gift for somebody, then this is an ideal opportunity to do it in a limited edition, because obviously it's 2024's, then it'll be perfect for that, yeah.
Is that a message for you, Ben? Oh, yeah. Go on. Right, those two are the same picture. What's the difference? I can't hear you, Ben. It's all right. XM8823. That's a fat quarter bundle that's coming out later.
Right, okay.
Right, so the one that's on screen at the moment is ½ meters. So our team have actually been amazing and cut them into ½ meters and also fat quarters.
Yeah.
So it's the same prints, I believe. Is
Yes.
it all you get one of each?
Yeah, you'll get one of each. So all they've done is halve the bundle, basically, for a fat quarter. So if you want to use it for just little makes, then you can buy the fat quarters, because fat quarters are so versatile. You can do so much with fat quarters. But if you want those bigger projects, or you want to do everybody's gift, or wrap everybody's gift, I mean, this just as your wrapping paper, amazing.
I imagine,
But yeah, that's why we've done the two different bundles. It gives that versatility. So that's what the difference in the codes is. So the EK one is your ½ meters.
Okay.
The XM, was it?
Yeah.
Is your fat quarters.
Thank you for clearing that up. So, I mean, this is a very sort of traditional print, but the colours are very vibrant, aren't they?
They are really vibrant, yeah, and that's what Liberty wanted to do. So a lot of these prints are from historic archive. Some of them are from the 50s, so they're quite old prints. But what they've done is revamp them with modern colours. So you've got, instead of that traditional darker red that we're used to with that sort of emerald green, we've gone for a sort of bright green and a really bright orangey red. And then that citrusy green that's come in through the collection, and a teal as well, a pale sort of duck egg teal, which is really, makes it all really crisp and fresh. Yeah. And just a bit more punchy, I think.
There are, I believe, a couple. By the way, we haven't even started in this now, and there's 33 left. There are only 33 bundles left, which is not going to be enough to go around, I don't think. There aren't very many repeats in this collection, actually.
No, there's two patterns that are repeated. So you've got your candy cane stripe.
Yes, I love the candy cane
and the gingerbread delight.
So should we start with the candy cane?
Yeah. Now,
I'm opening these out.
This just instantly you recognise this as the traditional candy cane. But having said that, this could be an all-round year. All year round. Gosh, it's
all-round year.
It's early. I've already made the wrong drink, so anything could happen today. Because it's just a stripe, in effect. So what's great with this, you can use it with short stripes crossways, or you could go across fabric and have your long stripes. So you could get your ribbons on your pillows. You know, you can cut them into strips. And if you notice, they're not dead straight stripes. No. They are wiggly stripes, which means that you haven't got to worry too much about everything lining up and being perfect. You don't have to get too hung up on that. But it also gives you a guide for quilting if you want to quilt between them. So this, I love this. I think it's really fun. Yeah. It could even be a blender.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Seeing the smaller, just seeing it within your piecing, it's going to look fab. Yeah. So not only have you got the green, this one also comes in that lovely red as well, which, as you say, it's not a red like I'm used to for Christmas, actually. It is more of like a orangey red.
Yeah, it's more like a chilly red.
Yeah.
I don't mean cold red, I mean chilly as in chilly.
Red hot chilli.
Yeah. But if you'll notice, this one was your traditional red, well, it's just off-white, because all of them have a base of a cream rather than or an ivory, I would say, rather than a white. So you've got your traditional green, red and what would be white, but here we've got it with the teal. So you've got that blue teal mix, which again makes it different. also definitely would be using these two for my borders and just to add that splash of, you know, hit of colour. But use up your strips to do your ribbons, whichever way you like, because it adds interest. There's so much detail in it.
We're going to be loading these underneath us on the website individually as well. I know a lot of people are going to be after that bundle, but if you do want to grab any of them by the half metre individually, then they're all on pre-order. So this is another one that you're getting both colours.
Yep, so this
Let's
is
go with the greens
Gingerbread
first.
Delight.
I love the gingerbread delight. Anybody that loves fussy cutting as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this lends itself to that. I mean, I love making gingerbread as well.
Yeah.
I did a whole Christmas tree covered in gingerbread one year.
Did you?
Yeah, yeah. Didn't eat any of it. Been out far too long by then. But it just, the detail in each gingerbread is phenomenal. And running through it, you've got these little dots, which you'll see appearing on a lot of the designs to signify the snowflakes.
Yes.
You know, the snowy aspect. Or even, you know, when you make biscuits and cakes, you're sprinkling icing sugar over. So for me, there's that element. But if you want to make yourself a pair of festive oven gloves, this would be fab to do that, or an apron.
Yes.
Or if you've got little people, you know, round at Christmas, make them a little, you know, bib or coverall, because they get mess everywhere, don't they?
Oh, doing
but
the
how
Christmas
fun
baking.
would this
And
be?
a
And for
Liberty
your
one.
stockings, yeah.
Oh, I love the fact that they've got the little shadow around as well. It's given it lovely dimension, isn't it?
3D, yes, exactly. But it gives you lots of scope to pick out blenders and other fabrics to coordinate, because you've got all those colours within it. You've got that beautiful grassy green. Yeah, the candy stripe
complement
goes
perfectly.
so well, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, really fun, and you're definitely going to be spending a lot of time fussy cutting this.
Oh, yeah, this is what I love is, I mean, half a metre, just so you know, each of them, you get half a metre, which is a lot of fabric. It's quite
42
deceiving,
inches,
isn't it, when you
yeah.
see it all folded up. It's a lot of fabric in your bundle. You're getting
is.
8 whole metres.
That's a lot of fabric.
8 metres. It also comes in that lovely
Yeah, it's
red as
beautiful.
well.
Beautiful red. And the green again is, in this one, the green is a darker green. It's not the same green, and it's got that burgundy shadow on it. So it makes the whole thing, although it's the same design, it makes it look completely different. So you could have one side of your oven glove in the green and one side in the red. How cool would that look? Really good. Not that I'd ever use it. Because you wouldn't want to spoil it.
Oh, absolutely.
But
These
it
for
would
me
look
are the heirloom
amazing.
pieces that you
Yeah.
then bring down every year, year after year, and have those really special decorations, baubles. I mean, don't just think of this as, you know, two-dimensional. You can make incredible bags. You can make all sorts.
But what about a basket,
Yeah.
a fabric basket that you put homemade cookies in and then gift that to somebody?
Fabulous.
That would be a beautiful present, and that doesn't use up a massive amount of fabric.
No.
And you can add a blender to it for the lining. I would do it for the outer, so the lining was this.
Yeah.
But that's a really lovely present to give to somebody, but with the detail there, and you know, they'll know instantly that this is an iconic fabric because of the detail there.
We haven't officially launched Christmas in July yet, have we? But I love the fact that this was like hot off the press. Liberty released it, therefore we're like, Suzie,
Yes.
we're on.
Yes.
We
it
want to
was-
see this before anyone else. There's a
Yeah.
lot of people up and down the country that will not have even seen this yet. The fact that we've got the whole mega bundle and also giving a metre for free and offering it on split pay. If you walk into the Liberty store, I don't think you can choose a two-way split pay and getting a metre for free. Like, it is amazing. This isn't last year's collection. This is literally hot off the press, the 2024 release. Literally just launched from Liberty. It is the only Liberty collection for Christmas. So if in, say, October, if you're thinking, oh, it's quite early, as crafters, it's nice to get ahead and do
Absolutely.
your Christmas projects
Yeah.
early, so then you can enjoy the festivities.
Yes, and if you're going to do any hand work, hand sewing, now is the time to start, because we all say, oh yes, we're going to do this for Christmas, that for Christmas,
Yeah.
I'm going to make this person that and this, and I'm going to have this, this and this, and it gets to November the 27th,
You're like,
and you
"Oh."
just think,
I haven't got the time, or
panic.
or you're panicked.
Yeah.
I love this one. This comes in again 2 colourways.
It does. And yeah, we
Am
are.
I the right way round?
We are the right. I'm just checking on the screen. Yes, we are. So
Is there a direction to it then?
There is, because, believe it or not, what can you see, Vix?
Houses.
Yeah, snowy rooftops. So all the cream are your snowy roofs. So it does flow across the fabric, not selvage to selvage. You've got them in a row, so you've got your street running that way, and your houses are upright this way.
Snowing street.
It's so cool, isn't it? Snowy rooftops, it's called. So,
I love that.
But again, the detail in it, because they're all on top of one another, as if you were looking at, not quite bird's eye view, but sort of from a telegraph pole.
Yeah.
You get that intermingle of houses, don't you, in a road. If you imagine, you know, these are separated out. So that's why they all seem to be on top of one another. But it gives almost a geometric feel to the fabric. But and then again, it's all in the, you know, the greens with the odd nod of this tealy colour, pale teal. So it gives dimension, and you can imagine the houses one set back from the other. They're all different. You know, the houses are all different shapes, sizes. They've all got different numbers of windows, different styles of windows. Some of the lights are on in the windows, some aren't. So it's just that sort of walk through the village or a town on a snowy night. You've got that snow dot appearing again in this design. Love this.
It comes in the reds. Now this as well, again, is gorgeous because it's got more of those sort of raspberry tones as well.
It's much warmer, isn't it?
You can see lots of traditional prints in here, but it still feels quite modern and fun. I mean, look at that. I'm thinking gift bags and, oh, I love this.
But from a distance, if you're looking on screen, that just looks like a geometric print. It's only when you home in and look closely, you can see the housing detail. Yeah, the little church. Yeah. It's brilliant, isn't it?
It is, and you can literally see it, not like you say from a bird's eye view, but from the rooftops, that they're all slotted in behind each other, road after
it's
road
like
after
through
road.
A town, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's so
it's so clever. I actually see it more with this colourway. I don't know why. I don't know if my eyes are just tuned in.
No, I think it's because with this colourway, this hot tomatoey red really pops, so you see an individual house every so often.
You do.
Whereas with the greens, because they're subtle greens, they don't stand out as much, as strongly.
I suppose it is which one you want to use for a focal one. Like I was thinking that was probably more of a mixer, but I mean I suppose now I can see these houses. Yeah, you see it more with the lights on.
But you see the churches here just disappear because they're that paler.
Yeah.
Whereas on here, because they're in this brown tone, this sort of fawny brown, they'll stand out a bit more. But both work so well. And I think because they've got that real close sort of print line, it works really well as a mixer, as a blender, and small scale. So if you're only doing 2-inch pieces, you'll see when we come to the project at 10 o'clock, you can still see roofs, you can still see houses. You don't lose any of that. It's really clever, really clever.
I'm just looking to see if there's any other repeats.
No, there aren't. Festive Fair, yes.
This
but
one's
they look
a big
so
scale
different.
Print. They do.
So different.
Well, let's go for the greens and then we'll go on to the teals after.
So this is Festive Flora. And this is one of the ones, the older prints that they've brought out from the archive. But you've got that iconic holly and berry design with the mistletoe berry or snowdrop, whatever you want to call it, behind, with the outline in the teal. So the berries and leaves really stand out. And if you notice, they're in a diagonal stripe. So if you want to do bias binding, you can get a stripe of the berries or of the mistletoe berry, whichever you prefer. But it gives you that scope, and you can go, what's that, 1.5 inches or 3 inch. So you could get some really good bias binding out of this as well. But equally, for big projects, backs of cushions would be amazing. And then you could pick out berries in beads if you wanted to. Add some embroidery detail on, you know, on the white berries as well.
I am thinking for table decorations.
Yeah. I mean, there's just
fabric crackers and all sorts. This would be beautiful.
for crackers, it would be amazing.
Go on, Ben. This should be 140. Did you say 143? £143 this should be. Today it's taken down to £130 and 36 pence. It is also on split pay. Why are you saying butt in my ear? He's been tapping away for the last 10 minutes on the computer like this. And he's just said, hang on, Vic. I think it should say get half a metre for free on the graphics. Now, on the graphics, it says get a metre for free. Oh, hang on. So...
No, it's right. It's a metre, isn't it? I don't know.
Okay, we're just going to carry on doing a bit more maths. There are 16 fabrics, Ben. Am I right? There's 16 fabrics. There's 8 metres.
Yeah.
Yes. Go on. Which is what, Ben? 143.84. 143.84. 43.84, yeah. Half a metre is £8.99 for free.
So we've got
134.85 is where it takes it. Minus another £8.99. That takes it to 125.86. You're going to have to do it, Ben. That is can I just say, that is an error, but you are absolutely benefiting because you are now getting this even lower. Everybody who's checked out, there's loads of you that checked out, you're getting money back in your pocket.
oops.
Ben saying, oh my gosh, I'm not happy about that, I'm not happy. But it does say a metre for free, and there you go. You definitely are now getting your whole metre for free, which is brilliant.
It is phenomenal. Yeah, it is phenomenal.
That now takes your split pays down to just £62.83. Make the most of that whilst you can. There's lots of you who've got this in your basket. Don't wait until we've gone through all of these fabrics to check out, because there is more of you who've got it in your basket than I believe we have available, so just keep checking out. So this also comes in a sort of duck egg, tealy, turquoisey colour.
Yeah, the leaves remain and the berries remain the same colour. It's the background that's changed on this one. And both of them are multi-directional, so you haven't got to worry about losing your pieces on the, you know, using up. You can use little bits. Great for fussy cutting. You can do an individual hollyberry if you wanted to. So it is, yeah, just a phenomenal piece to work with. And because it's big scale, you can think bigger pieces. You can cut, you know, your 4-inch squares and get 4 of these. That would look amazing as a coaster.
Yeah.
Just doing, you know, that size, just do one of those, or even 2 of them with offset with one of the reds as a coaster, mug rug, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
Would just look, and just bag it out. It'd be super
So
easy.
simple.
You could do a set of 4 or 6, wrap a bit of ribbon around it, give it as a gift, job done. Or use it yourself, your festive treat. And you've only then used this tiny little bit.
Oh, that's it. For anybody who's got a really big Christmas quilt, the heirloom Christmas quilt they've been wanting to do in Liberty, this is the collection. But also, if you want to, like you say, make loads of gifts for everybody, do all of your new home decor in Liberty Christmas, this bundle is fabulous. So many more of you have now checked out. You are now getting a whole metre for free. £125.86. Sorry about that mistake, but you are benefiting. We were supposed to do half a metre for free, which I did think, you know, was very generous to say that this is the 2024 launch.
Yeah.
This isn't, you know, last year's, so therefore we're throwing in a metre for free. This is literally hot off the press, and it's on split pay, so fabulous. Right, now all of the rest of the prints
Are one-offs.
Are one-offs.
Yeah.
Is there one that's your favourite?
Well,
Suzie?
I love them all, but the one for me that just says nostalgic Christmas is this one.
Oh, I love this one.
This one is just such an iconic, you instantly look at it and think old-fashioned Christmas. It's called Toy Tree, and for obvious reasons, it's just full of all those lovely toys that you see.
Oh.
It is directional, unless you don't mind your toys hanging upside down on the tree. But you've got this undercurrent of this beautiful, like almost evergreen, but not quite evergreen foliage which is on a dark green background,
Yeah.
but that's shadowed in a lighter green. But then every single branch has got either a bauble or toys in these beautiful pinks, reds, the creams, and that yellow to shine through as they house the lights in the house, or the flame, the aura around the flame on the candle. There's something in here for everybody, but it is a fussy cutter's dream.
Yes.
And small scale prints especially, but some of them are quite quirky icons, like the chicken, for example.
Yeah.
Or rooster, whatever you want to call him. A little bit, that's a little bit off-piste, isn't it? I mean, we don't see many of those on Christmas, but I love it. I just think it makes it so much fun. The traditional sailboat, of course you've got the Nutcracker Soldier, you've got your toy train, flags, the Jack in the Box, the soldier on the horse.
Is there a hot air balloon?
Hot air balloon?
Where?
You've seen something
Hang on.
we haven't.
Oh yeah, look there.
Oh yeah.
It is like a little hot air balloon
is.
toy.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, brilliant! I hadn't spotted that. So this is what's brilliant, isn't it? Is that you look at it and see the Jack in the Box as well. I hadn't spotted
the Jack in the Box is amazing. Yeah. And then the sweets and the presents, and then you've got the exactly the little beads running through. It's so clever. All these could be smiles, but you could. It's such a fun print. Great for small scale projects. Great for any project, to be honest, because there's so much interest there. But with the trail of the candles, if you look from above, there's candles featuring a lot, but it gives you that sort of almost like a dot effect when you pan out, and it really brings light to the whole thing and makes all the other little icons stand out even more.
Look, it's
very clever design from the archives.
This one is also obviously included in your bundle. They're all available individually underneath us on the web on the pre-order section. We'll run those through soon, but if you do want them individually, you can. I think this one's my favourite.
Yeah. I wonder why.
Like the candy.
Like the sweet surprise.
This is gorgeous.
So this
and the colours.
Yeah. So you know those tins of sweets we all buy?
Yes.
And we open them up. This is what you see inside, isn't it? The big pick a mix.
Yeah.
You've got your big candy canes. You've got those twisted peppermint swirls.
Yes.
Lemon drops. You've got all sorts in here. Every colour that's in the collection is featured in this fabric. So this will coordinate with all of them with absolutely no problem whatsoever.
Right. So if you go in for any of those candy canes, as a mixer, a blender, if you're going for the toys that we've just looked at, if you're going for the houses, they will all work with this one.
With these, and you could have the competition, which is your favourite sweet out of it. It's just such fun. Again, if you're making gifts to do with baking, or you want to do extra bits for your kitchen over Christmas, this is a really cool one to use.
It says here, a tumbling array of brightly coloured candy canes, bonbons and sherbets compose this playful, conventional design, hand-painted in the Liberty studio. These delightful treats will surely add a sweet touch to your make. And again, talking about that Lazenby cotton, it is beautiful quality.
It is. It's very soft. It's screen printed, so the colour goes straight, through to the back as well. So it is a really heavily printed collection, and the cotton is exclusive to Liberty. It is super soft to deal with, responds really well under your sewing machine. Best pressing it gives you even crisper results. And if you notice with this one, can you see that diagonal stripe again on here? Which I think is really clever, because when you view a fabric, you want it to work for lots of things, but having detail on a bias is something that's quite unusual and really useful. This would be amazing as a binding, because you'll get so many colours coming through on your binding. And you wouldn't have any problem picking a blender for this, because there's so many colours in here.
Yeah,
it would be really awesome.
We're going to fly through these designs because we've also got, don't forget the Fat Quarter bundle, which I know a lot of people have messaged about. So this is then
This is yew berries. So these are the yew tree foliage behind, And then you've got these bright yew berries sat on top with their darker centres. Just looks such fun, multi-directional, so you haven't got to worry about it. We'll coordinate with all the others because it's got all the colours in there.
Yeah.
It's just such a fun piece, but definitely not just for Christmas.
No.
This one can be an all year round. I think this would make a beautiful dress.
I do.
Personally.
I was thinking with dressmakers, this would be lovely.
Yes.
I'm thinking a big blouse. Yeah, that'd be lovely.
Yeah. This was definitely on my festive dressing list.
I do like it with the
teal.
Like you say, it doesn't scream Christmas, but it's still that little nod to a very classy Liberty Christmas, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes.
We also have the Christmas trees.
Yes, now I do, these I love. Now these are from the old, an old print, Frosty Forest, this is, and it's as if you're walking through, you know, that's evergreen arboretum forest on a winter's day. So you've got the snow coming down, but then you've got all this Scandi print detail on the trees, just to make it a little bit more upbeat, funky and modern, but really fab design. Very geometric.
Yeah.
So again, from a distance, you don't have to use it just for Christmas. It could be a piece that you could use throughout any winter project, to be honest. And you've got all those greens and that pale teal and this sort of warm ivory. It's not quite a vanilla, it's not quite a cream in the background, so that you can coordinate with lots of things. Yeah, I love it. I just love the fact that they're triangle shapes. They're not sticky outy trees.
No,
you know, they're very geometric trees, which makes it a very modern Scandi type design.
Yeah, love that one. Don't forget, all of these are available individually by the half metre, so if there's one that you love, head to the website. On the pre-order section, you'll see each of these individually. The stars with this gorgeous ribbon.
So when you think of Christmas and gift wrapping,
yes.
I love gift wrapping. So this one for me was like, yes, this is the iconic gift wrap, isn't it? That twirly ribbon that we all use in abundance, and then you throw in a load of glitter and sparkle. This is the quintessential gift wrapping Christmas. It's beautiful. Again, it's on the bias. So if you want to create bias binding, you've got that detail in here. Would make a fabulous border, equally a really good binding if you want to bind anything. Just good as a background, but just fun. And for birthdays, if you're making any gifts for birthdays, this would be a really good, fun one, because to celebrate something, a new arrival, because stars suggest a new beginning, a new celebration, anything like that.
Is it metallic or is it printed?
No, it's printed. It's that mustardy yellow that's running through the rest of the projects. But if you've got a winter wedding you're going to, how nice to make them a gift using this, because it's such a fun, vibrant piece, isn't it? I love it.
Now, this next one...
Love this one.
These little bells, these are so beautiful.
Chiming
but again,
bells.
it doesn't necessarily scream Christmas to me. You could use this for so many projects. Chiming bells.
And if somebody had given me this and not told me this was part of Festive Fair, I thought these were lemons.
Yeah.
And it was only when I realised that it was the Christmas collection, I thought, oh no, they're little bells.
Yeah.
But again, you know, for a new baby, little bells, things like that, would be really beautiful. Great for fussy cutting. This is just an all year round, fit with any of the collections that have these colours in. And because Liberty give us the colour screen print on the selvage, we can always colour coordinate everything really easily as well, which is great. But
this was actually inspired by a design that was created in the 1930s.
I know. So it's a very Art Deco, Art Nouveau type design. Multi-directional as well, so we haven't got to worry about our bells ringing upside down.
Fabulous. It's always a worry, isn't it?
It is.
It's always a
worry.
And always concerned.
Yes.
Now, this beautiful Robin song.
Yeah. He's so cute. But you do want your robins the right way up.
Yes.
So this sadly is directional. But your robins are doing all different things throughout the print. You've got him in 2 poses, 3 poses actually.
These would be lovely on little gift tags, wouldn't they?
They would, exactly. Just get a pair of pinking shears, cut round them and put them on a piece of card and you've got a beautiful little tag. Or hand make a tag just by bagging out whichever you prefer. But yeah, really good. Again, for your EPP fussy cutting, or if you're doing a centre square log cabin, you could have the little robin in a log cabin
in the window.
and make little ones. Just go out to sort of 5-inch squares, and then you can make your little coasters with them.
So cathedral windows.
Exactly, it's such a beautiful collection, and the foliage matches the foliage in the toy tree.
Yes, pop those
so
together.
You can put those together really nicely. Yeah.
We have one last print, and then that is the whole mega bundle. Don't forget, we're about to launch the fat quarters, which I've never ever done before. I don't think we've ever offered, personally, an additional option of having them as fat quarters as well. Now, this is ice dancing. For me, it is such a tradition to go ice skating, and it's the one that's on the background.
It is, yeah, it is beautiful. I love ice skating, and there's so many pop-up ice rinks now, aren't there?
Can you
over
ice
Christmas?
skate?
Yeah, I used to have lessons.
Did
years
you?
ago, yeah.
So can you go backwards?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
brilliant.
Yeah, I love it. Really love it. But it's not just ice skaters doing the various poses and dancing round. You've got the trail, you know, the trail that you leave and the ice. I love that because it gives interest and movement throughout. I mean, they actually look like they're moving around on here. They don't look like they're static figures. It is directional, obviously. But again, you can fussy cut because there's space between. If you want to fussy cut the pear in the middle, you can easily do that. Well, I would suggest you go further out. Don't go right in the middle of your fabric. But you can do individual skaters, which is so cool. Again, great for tags, great for if you're just framing a piece. But equally, this one works well as a blender because you'll get every so often you get that nod of colour coming through as well.
I like that lots of these aren't just Christmassy, they're more wintry actually.
Absolutely.
And you can see on the selvage all the colours, all those colours from the collection being used within here, so they'll be able to be mixed and matched with the other ones. Now, they are all 8 metres, all 16 prints available as your mega bundle. Remember, now discounted even further for you, that whole bundle, just £125.86, from your candy canes to your lovely holly and berries, your gingerbreads, the housey snowy rooftops, the sweets, the berries, the trees, the chiming bells, stars, toys, the lot.
It's like the generation game. I'll name
that. Okay, there are less than 20 of those, £62.93. There are over 20 of you that have got this in basket, so just be aware. Now you've seen the whole shebang, there's going to be a lot of people checking out. Okay, so all of these prints that we've gone through are now been cut into fat quarters. If you want it, you've got to check out now because this is about to sell out.
Do you want me to separate these
Yes,
ones?
please, the robins.
Yeah, so it's the exact same prints, but fat quarters.
So let me show you for anybody who wants to see. Fat quarter is half of a half metre. Still a lot of fabric. I know that we've got lots of fat quarter books and lots of books that, you know, people look at to make.
Most of my designs work on fat quarters.
Brilliant.
Because I have a room full of them. And I think they are one of the most versatile cuts, to be honest. You can do a lot with a fat quarter. I mean, for Christmas, 2 fat quarters makes you a fabulous gift bag. I don't gift wrap anymore. I just put things in bags. Because then somebody has got something to use afterwards as well. But you can do a lot with a fat quarter. And these, you don't even have to think about mix and matching these to coordinate because you could pick up any 2 and they'll go together, which is superb for this collection as well.
You are actually even saving £8.99 on this one. Gosh. Saving £8.99 on your fat quarter option, £67.42. You are getting all 16 prints from that brand new Liberty range, and they are gorgeous. The snowy rooftops, even with, you know, the larger scale prints. Obviously, fat quarters are brilliant because you don't lose any of the print. You're still getting a great array. You're still experiencing that whole Christmas range. Still getting lots and lots of fabric. 16 fat quarters for just £67.42, saving yourself £8.99, which is 2 fat quarters. Loads of you coming in. We're now nearing out on single figures on this one. So this one will sell out. Remember, there's loads of different projects that I know lots of your patterns, Susie, but lots of gift ideas that will call for fat quarters.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, if you're giving somebody a bottle of whatever it is, bubble bath, wine, whatever. Just make a simple drawstring bag out of a fat quarter.
Yeah.
You don't have to line it. They're never going to turn it inside out. They just want the contents.
Yeah.
And then they can use the bag afterwards
Yeah.
for hair straighteners or,
Yeah.
you know, peg bag, anything. But it's a useful gift and you're not adding to the landfill problem we have.
absolutely.
So
And it's Liberty.
exactly.
You'll keep it forever.
They will keep it forever because it's a useful way of wrapping something.
Can I do a cushion front with a fat quarter?
Absolutely you can, yes.
And how much would it cost for a Liberty Christmas cushion?
Oh, don't. It was crazy, isn't it? And well, 2 fat quarters would do you the whole cushion, and you'd have enough trimming. I mean, if your cushion a 16-inch cushion, you've got enough left over to do your binding, to bind them together.
Brilliant.
So you don't even have to, you know, do an envelope back. You could do just a simple bag it together and bind it. It could be so, you could do so many easy projects, quick and easy. The problem you'll have, which is the problem I have all the time, is you look at them and think, they're too nice to cut. Please don't. Please cut them. Please use them. Don't archive them in a drawer or a cupboard or a box. Use them because then you'll appreciate them even more when they get used and you'll see them. There's no point them sitting in a cupboard because no one will see them. They are works of art. They're drawn by very talented artists in the Archive Design Studio. So let's appreciate their artwork and use the fabric.
Yes. Oh, don't just sit and stroke it. I know this is why it's good to get it now because you can stroke it for a week or two, but then get making.
Yeah.
Get making.
Yeah. Or leave just a little bit.
Yeah,
I do
just a little one to
I have
stroke.
swatch cards that I will stroke, but these, I do want to, you have to use them. Don't just store them.
Right.
Not insulation.
There are 5 remaining and over 30 of you who've got this in your basket. This is it, the final call. If you want the fat quarters, I don't think we're going to be able to get these back in as well. This is everything that we have for the festive fair. I love that though, because it's quite exclusive, isn't it? It's something that's really limited that not many people are going to be making with this collection. It's absolutely amazing. The collectors out there that I know collect Liberty prints, especially at Christmas time. This is iconic, classic, gorgeous Liberty Christmas for just £67.92. You are saving £8.99 on your 16-piece fat quarter bundle. I will let you know when that is completely sold out, but there are literally a handful of those remaining. If you've got any questions, please, of course, get them in for Suzie.
I like the idea of having a one-off collection for Christmas each year and I like to make a new ornament or a new decoration each year, and I always do it in the Liberty collection for that year because it's nice as the years go by to look back and think, oh yeah, that was that year.
Absolutely.
And that was this year. But equally, it's nice to gift as well with it.
We've put together a few of our complimentary... That's a bundle, by the way. That is a Christmas bundle. I would just buy this if you want a Christmas bundle. Absolutely. That is brilliant. And the one that you're holding is a bundle.
This is the one that I would be buying for my Christmas bundle because it's got the metallics in it.
Now, they only bring them out at Christmas, don't they?
So we don't often see the metallics. Occasionally they feature in a collection, but very rarely. But they are so sparkly. The sparkle stays. It doesn't matter how much you spray it with Best Press.
Can I iron this?
You can iron it. It doesn't come off. It doesn't ruin anything. You can hand sew with it. It's exactly the same as the Lazenby cotton. It is a Lazenby cotton.
That's the
but
same.
the metallic detail in it is phenomenal.
You're getting half a metre of each.
So lovely.
Half a metre of that amazing Wiltshire shadow in gold.
I mean,
half a
that
metre
just
in
as
silver.
A blouse.
Oh,
a top.
Wow.
That is your Christmas top.
That is
isn't
Christmas,
it?
yes. And then you're also getting those gorgeous traditional greens.
Yeah, the olives, the reds and the green. Yeah.
Love them. £39.99. You say that is the bundle you'll be getting. Whether you're getting your new collection, they go perfectly well with that.
These are the ones that coordinate with the collection really well. So again, if you want to make projects, get this bundle. You know that whatever you pick up is going to go with it, and you can use it as your blender or your mixer or your lining if you're doing baskets and bags.
I
And
think
things.
Wiltshire Shadow is probably one of the most iconic prints that you recognise as
absolutely,
Liberty, isn't it?
And you've got the yewberry appearing in it and that foliage that appears throughout this collection as well, which is really, you know, brings it all together.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does. There's the Yewberry print. And I love this olive, this like chartreuse olive.
It is a beautiful colour. Yeah.
This is flying out. I know we haven't officially launched Christmas in July here at Sewing Street, and everyone's getting very, very excited as we had to bring you the Liberty as soon as it arrived. This is something that we've been very, very excited to launch with you. It is the official Liberty launch in your Christmas colourways now of the beautiful Wiltshire Shadow, and a great price. Please remember, that is a lot of fabric. 2.5 metres of fabric will go a really long way, especially if you're using it. Do you use it later on as part of the bundle with your background?
I have used it as the bundle within it, and you'll see that I've used the metallic element as a 3D prairie point, so it flaps, and that's the element that you can use for to turn it into the advent calendar.
Fabulous.
But it just adds that detail, and when you think by Christmas, it's going to be darker nights. We usually have low-level lighting on in the evening. You have lots of twinkly lights, or we do in our house anyway, and candles. And this metallic really shines.
Oh, imagine it on your Christmas tree, making yourself some lovely three-dimensional... there's literally 3 left of the fat quarters. There are 5 left of these. These are over-allocated, as are the fat quarter bundles. So fill your boots, get what you can, is my word of wisdom.
Yes.
Now, we have got a bundle of our solids. Once again, still lovely quality.
Yeah.
Great Christmas bundle standalone. Perfect to go along with your new Liberty bundle as well. But you're getting 0.5 metre of solids. I do think it's important to have solids in your stash to really make these amazing fabrics sing.
Absolutely, because sometimes, like for a drawstring bag, you really do not want to be putting
that's your
Liberty
lining.
in your lining. Use a coordinate that is of good quality but will actually coordinate really beautifully with the collection, because you'll see a little bit of it on the edge. But don't use your expensive fabrics and your iconic fabrics where they're not going to be seen. That's what I said. Don't shut them in a cupboard.
No.
Let them have the light of the day.
Absolutely.
And let them shine through. These are beautiful fabrics.
Yeah.
But they're plain fabrics. They're not going to win any art tournaments, are they?
But to be able to have them complementing the fabrics is lovely.
Absolutely.
And it's super affordable. It means it's going to make your fabric stash go even further. Now, there's 3 of those remaining, £17.99, and that is for 2.5 metres, 5 half-metre units, less than £20. Remember, if you've opened your order already, it's just 1 P&P all day long. Now, the mega bundle stock update. If you look on the website, can I show you? Everything is now loaded for you.
Oh, that's good.
If you click on the right-hand side, coming up on today's show, they are limited. But if you want the stars and ribbon, buy the 0.5 metre. If you want the chiming bells, buy the 0.5 metre. If you want multiple units to make a dress out of that gingerbread delight fabric, some of the 0.5 metres are nearing up to selling out. We're down to single figures on lots of those fabrics, so please be aware, it's brand new in today, and a lot of people are getting very excited for Christmas. You'll be seeing more of these fabrics later on in our show with Susie. We'll try and pick out some of our favourites and show you by the 0.5 metre in the 10 o'clock show. But yes, all of those are available, including the metallic Wiltshire Shadows. If you want to get 2 metres of the metallic Wiltshire Shadow.
Blouse,
that's it.
I was just thinking, you know Fiona's Dungarees?
No, oh my gosh, imagine.
Can I do? Because I'm just working out how they're made. I'm just thinking I could choose a couple of prints and do the trouser bit in one.
Oh my gosh, will you bring that over? Can you grab it?
Amazing.
Imagine doing Christmas dungarees. Why not? I mean, that would be amazing. This is the beauty of making your own
pockets in
things.
the metallic,
Yeah.
couldn't you? Because that would really pop. Or in the candy stripe.
I love these dungarees. Aren't they gorgeous? And yes.
And I'm
I mean,
sure
you
she's
could
made
even
them my
use this sort of
size.
linen because it looks lovely.
It does.
And just have a few of the
Just have the
few of the little
prints.
nods.
Yeah. But I just think for Christmas. Much better than Christmas pyjamas, I'm just saying.
Yes.
Far better than Christmas.
Oh, well, you
And
wear them all day.
You could do you could cover your buttons
Yeah.
to go on there, couldn't you, as well?
Great idea. Great idea. Okay. All of those prints underneath us now on the coming up slide. The mega, mega, mega bundle is now extremely limited. We had a really good close look at all of these fabrics. We've now got it under £125, in fact, wasn't it? £124. It's amazing. They're all there. Okay. Is there anything else I need to mention? Let's do an update. 2 left of the early bird. 2 left, Susie.
2 left, good.
Grab them. You can get them in the break.
1 left.
They'll be gone. They'll be gone.
Well, actually, I'm just going to buy what's left because I got
There
through
you go. Take that one, Susie.
I got through a whole bottle last week. Honestly, and I don't spray everything in the house. It is just purely through sewing.
You sew all the time.
Yeah, I do sew
all the time.
Yeah.
There is 1 left of the.
Not
solids
while I'm
complementing.
driving. I will just say that now. I do not sew while I'm driving.
Do you sew in your sleep?
Yes.
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 I sew in my sleep. I sew every other time.
Yeah.
Just not when I'm driving.
Not when I'm driving. There is a limit.
Solids bundle, there's 1 left. Fat quarter bundle. 2. There are 2. There is still 2. Grab those.
Yeah.
The Wiltshire Shadow. 1.
1.
1 of the Wiltshire Shadow.
See again. Yeah, I might have to get that.
It's going to be a sellout show. It's going to be a
Yeah.
sellout show. Get
Because
what
it
you
is
can.
beautiful. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to run upstairs in the interval.
In the interval, we're at the theatre today.
I like to bring a bit of
Yes, class.
je ne sais quoi.
So go on, Ben. Reva, nothing we can do. I've no idea what he's saying, but he just said, tell Reva there's nothing that he can do. Okay.
Right.
I don't know what it means, but it's just a reply from Ben. Isn't it amazing, though, all of these fabrics? You're going to love them.
Yeah.
They're your fat quarters. There's still a couple of chances on those, couple of chances on the big one.
Yeah.
I'm calling these ones sellouts. Go for it. Thank you ever so much, Susie.
Thank
We'll see you in
you.
an hour.
You
Can
will.
we show a picture of the advent calendar? It's behind the other set. But this is what's going to be coming up in the
is.
show with Susie at 10. Her instructions are already selling on their own. The bundles are beautiful. They're everything that you need for the front and the back in the bundle. So stay tuned. Thank you, Susie.
It's a whole kit.
It's going to be brilliant. Stay tuned. We've got Fiona Hesford and those amazing dungarees and the bucket hat. Loads of fabric bundles. It's going to be brilliant. Stay where you are. We're back after this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Hello, welcome back, welcome back. All the lights were flashing then. It's all going on. We've got the amazing Fiona Hesford back. We've already been looking at these dungarees this morning, and I must say, I love a pair of dungarees. Fiona, I can't believe it's been so long since I've seen you. I love to see you, and these dungarees are amazing. Welcome back.
Maisie's 3, and I don't think I've seen you since then, so it's got to be 3 years at least, so there you go.
That's crazy.
Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely crazy. So, the dungarees.
Yeah.
These are a lovely, I mean, there's a very, very famous brand down in Brighton, actually.
Yeah,
I've got a pair and I live
Lucy
in them.
and Yak.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, they're kind of inspired by their dungarees, but they're better, to be quite frank. They're better. And also, when you make them yourself, they're not that price, are they? Because they're not cheap dungarees,
no,
are they?
they're
those
not.
ones?
And I love the fact that you can make these in so many different fabrics again and again. Wear them. They're not going to be, because my first thought was, I'm not going to be able to make these. There's the whole, sort of jumpsuit.
Exactly, yeah.
Measurements are difficult, but the way that these are designed, it's that they're
Full
a
on.
nice slouchy design.
Yeah, there's no fastenings at the side or anything.
No flies.
There's no flies. They're quite loose fitting because obviously you've got to get, because there's no fastenings at the side, you've got to get them on and off. So you do need a bit of ease. So what I say is about 10 centimetres ease around the hips or the waist.
Okay.
So they're kind of like Huckleberry Finn. So they're not tight fit. They're comfortable.
Yes.
They're loose fitting. So they're not fitted and tight. They're sort of. they're one, you know, you sling them on, and they're all inspired by my beach hut days. Because Vicky, you were mentioning about my beach
makery.
my Margot the Beach Hut makery.
What is it now? Have you been?
Oh, I think it's like a little gallery. It's like a little gallery. I mean, in Worthing, we've got this whole sort of little row of beach huts, and they've all been sort of changed into galleries and little mini shops. And me and my friends
used to hang
had
there.
one, and we used to hang out there, and we'd all wear our dungarees.
Yeah.
So it was all inspired by that, and also my life by the sea, really. So
They're brilliant.
so yes, I mean, I have to say, you know, they are quite easy to make, and I did thank you very much to Carolyn Smith, who messaged me yesterday with lovely pictures of her dungarees. She said she's been sewing for 6 months and she made a pair, and I said, I don't believe you, they look like they're being made by a professional. So, you know, I mean, really, they aren't difficult to make. There's just lots of pockets.
And for all seasons as well. I know people who have done a bit of a hack and made them shorter as well, haven't they? So you could very easily, there's no line on the pattern, but you could make them shorter if you wanted.
That's right, yeah. Yes, you can make them into little shorty dungarees as well. And also, I mean, I think the lovely Suzie was talking about putting a sort of little patch pocket on the front. So I just sort of had a bit of scrap fabric, and I thought, oh, wouldn't that look lovely, you know?
Yeah.
You know, like sort of make them your own, you know, because if you've got sort of a hat or something made in this fabric, you can always kind of like have a bit of matchy match. Yeah.
Well, we have actually put together some bundles of fabric that you can make the dungarees with a matching bucket hat, because we love the Brighton hat. Now, the Doris Dungarees, you don't need to worry about choosing which pattern. Just grab this pattern whilst you can. It is absolutely flying out as predicted. Size is 8 to 22, but it has plenty of ease. If you have a look at the fabric requirements here, you're absolutely fine with your 3 metre bundles to be able to make the largest size up to a size 22. What sort of fabrics would you recommend then to make the dungarees in?
I mean, I think they look lovely in the linen that we've got here. It's a linen, it's a rammy and cotton, isn't it?
Yeah.
So anything with a sort of slightly linen handle, a medium weight.
My dungarees at home are in a needle cord. Would this work nice in a light
lovely,
needle cord?
yes. And a lot of those Lucienne Yak ones are done in gorgeous colour needle cords. So yes, you could definitely do it in that. But also I noticed that we've got some lightweight denim, because I've done these in an 8-ounce denim. We've got some 4-ounce denim, but actually, you know, they'd make really sort of nice for holidays.
Lovely lightweight dungarees with a little t-shirt. Just easy, isn't it?
Yeah.
I always think, especially when you're out and about and just trying to not have to figure out an outfit of tops and bottoms and outfits on holiday. It's so easy to wear, aren't they?
The other thing I think is really nice is I've got a friend, and she always wears like nice little flowery short sleeve top blouses underneath. So she brings in that sort of feminine element.
Yeah.
Which I
Or
think
jumpers underneath as well. Work really well. I've seen people who wear hoodies underneath dungarees. They're really versatile.
Yeah.
And lots of pockets for all your sewing bits. You've got patch pockets on the front, patch pockets on the back.
Exactly. And I think they'd be quite nice if you left off the pockets on the front. I mean, the bib pocket's nice, but you could sort of just have them on the back. And also you can have the bib braces if you want this. I've got just like a button.
You've got your microphone there, so be careful.
I'm always doing that, aren't I? Always doing that.
Yeah.
I'm so annoying to all the producers. Anyway, so we've got button and buttonhole. And you can also have a bib and brace kind of thing as well if you want to.
So
but just make sure that you get the right width of bib and brace for your strap.
If you really didn't want to do buttons, could you just do like ties? I mean, again, ties, you can come up to the length that you want.
That's right. So you could just literally feed it through the buttonhole and tie it up. It's absolutely fine. Yeah. And if you had put a knot in your strap, you could sort of it can hold with a knot, can't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, your pattern is flying out. As always, all of our SEWGIRL patterns are very, very popular, hence why, by popular demand, we're actually doing a 2-hour special with Fiona later on. She's going to be here for 2 hours between 11 and 1, where we're going to do a huge roundup and try and bring you as many Fiona Hesford SEWGIRL patterns as possible, which you're very excited about. This is a marathon for you, isn't it? 3 hours on it.
SEWGIRL show.
I love it.
The best of.
Absolutely. I know that we have launched these before. We've done extensive demos. We are going to be doing a little bit of a demo on these as well as the hat this hour. So I'll show you the bundles whilst you're checking out on these. In fact, just before you see the bundles, let's do the pattern for the hat. I think you need to see the hat on multiple people. So come on out, model. We've got models in the gallery ready to come and try some hats on. I was watching Glastonbury at the weekend. Bucket hats are...
Oh, they're must, aren't they?
They are a must. One, they protect all the right places. You're not going to burn your nose
Yeah.
and your head when you're out.
Yeah.
But also, as a fashion statement, bucket hats are back. I thought they were very Oasis in the 90s. Here's our model.
Here's the boy band.
Here he is. Oh my gosh, we've got everyone. Come on then.
They're called Butch and Butcher. I'm the butcher.
I'm Pat.
I did work in a butcher's once, you know.
Did you?
Yeah, I'm a vegetarian. What about
This looks amazing.
great,
Two very trendy.
No, definitely suits Ben a lot more.
But we love a bucket hat, don't we? And you do have 3 different sizes as well. So if you've got slightly
medium, and
larger
large,
head,
yes.
don't worry because you can. You
What
can
is
even
it me for?
you can even upscale this, Michael.
I've got a massive head, haven't I?
We need to swap mine. This is bigger than yours.
Oh gosh.
That's better.
Let's do a Charlie's Angels pose.
We need a photo.
Yes. There you go.
I'll take a snapshot of the.
That's our album cover. So, is this easy to make, Fiona?
You looked at me.
Are you going to make it
I
for
hope
me now,
so.
Ben? Thank you, models, glamorous assistants. Is this something that, as a beginner, I always think
I've put
hats are-
intermediate on
Yeah.
that because there's a lot of easing. It's a bit
Okay.
like when you put a sleeve into a
Yeah.
dress when you're dressmaking. There's a lot of clipping seams. Seam allowance is very important. You know, if you're asked to do a 1 centimetre seam, don't do a 1.5 because it's not, fitting is very sort of like, so I think you've got to really have a go on other things. If you've done a bit of bag making, a bit of quilting, you know all about seam allowance. So just, what are you doing?
Sorry, I'm just covering her face up by accident.
So the other thing is measure your head. So the best way to measure your head, I think I do have a little diagram in the pattern, is to take it around above the ear, across the temples, and then don't pull it tight and just measure that. And then that's, here we go, I'm 57, which is a medium.
Right. So there's
So
3
got
different
medium
sizes, and there's also 3 different size. Oh, sorry, 2
We've
different
got
size
2
brims.
different brim
So this is the
widths.
larger brim.
Yes,
which,
and that means you can fold it
Fold
back if you like.
yes.
And then you've got the classic bucket hat, which is with the narrow brim. So
And also, I noticed on the back of the pattern, bucket hats aren't just for the summer.
Yeah.
You could then do this in a tweed, or
Yeah.
it would look really, really,
Really
lovely then
nice,
for a
yeah.
winter hat, wouldn't it, as well?
Yeah.
So I think you're going to be using this pattern a lot.
and it's lovely to make presents for people,
Yeah.
I think, if you know what their head size is.
yeah, in cord, in
Just-
woven,
Yeah,
in denim.
corduroy is lovely. And in fact, I met a lady at the show, and she goes sea swimming with her bucket hat, with her Brighton hat on, and it protects her from the sun when she's sea swimming. So that's quite a nice idea.
So just measure your head, 55, 57, 59 centimetres. We have had people make the extra large before. You can sort of
Some people
scale
have
up.
questioned about whether they can go even bigger than that. So you can pop the pieces on the photocopier, and I think it's about 3% or something. You could just work out how many centimetres extra you need, work that out as a percentage. But I think it's about 3% more for each size. So that will give you an extra 2 centimetres.
Fabulous. Just £10.99 for your bucket hat pattern. Shall we do the fabrics? Because the fabric bundles that we've put together are 3-metre bundles. So the pattern calls for between 2.5 and just over 2.5, in fact, actually, depending on your fabric width. So you're looking about 2.5 metres. So with that extra half metre, you'll be able to make yourself a matching bucket hat as well.
Absolutely.
Which is fabulous.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they've looked lovely. The dungarees in pattern fabric, weren't they? I mean, just that one's gorgeous.
Laura, are you watching? They're watching upstairs in the office. Laura, everyone who's wanting a bucket hat. Right, these are brilliant. They all want bucket hats in the office. These are gorgeous. Hello, Laura. This one is your cotton canvas. Thank you so much, because this is down to you that you said to the team, let's do some printed
Let's do some
canvases with
patterns.
dungarees.
Yeah, I don't think we've done that before.
I'm thinking for Suzie, who's our guest designer in the first hour, she's got an allotment. Imagine having your dungarees in this lovely floral at the allotment with your matching bucket hat.
Oh, lovely.
That'd be brilliant.
I used to have one of those to give it up. It's too much work.
I'd love an allotment.
Yeah, I like the idea of them.
Yeah, I like the idea
Don't
of
like the
going
work.
there. There is 3 meters of this beautiful printed cotton canvas, your dungarees and matching bucket hat out of your 3 meter bundle. If you've got your patterns for just £46.99, I mean, that is fabulous. If you do want to make the largest size in the dungarees, you've got plenty of fabric there. Loads of viewing baskets for this one. That's on the olive colourway. We also have it available in the cream colourway. There's the cream. It's poppy cotton as well, so it's really, really lovely. Digital printed canvas. And does it have a direction to it? Yes, it does. No need to think about that, obviously, when I'm cutting out my pattern.
I think all the pattern pieces are the same, go the same way. Oh, no, I think there is, the trousers go upside down, actually. So is there a non-directional? I think you'll be fine, though. Yeah.
£46.99 for your ecru cotton canvas floor, and it is a lovely soft cotton canvas. I know lots of us who think of cotton canvas, you think of more sort of rigid fabrics, but this is really lovely and soft, going to be perfect for the dungarees. £46.99. There are less than 20 of those bundles remaining. The prints are incredible, aren't they? And they will look gorgeous in your Doris Dungarees. Have you seen anybody make them in like a printed canvas like this?
I think someone came to one of the shows wearing some prints, yeah. And I think they put like a plain pocket, which was nice. Yes, and different colour straps.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's really nice to make it unique to you, isn't it?
Absolutely. Size 822, suitable for adventurous beginners, which you would think as a beginner dressmaker, that this would be something that you would have to think about years down the line after dressmaking, but no. Really simple sort of construction, and we'll go through any of the difficult parts today. There is your bundle for just £46.99. Now, linen. You are going to be working with this sort of spearmint colour linen. Oh, no, hang on. Let me just do these really cool leaves, palm leaves. Look at this. Oh, this is very Lucy and Yak, or, you know, other designers that do it. These are really lovely. I've got a lot of ideas. I mean, bag makers even. Bag makers. We are going to be launching the Margate Slouchy bag. Would this be suitable for the bag as well?
Yeah, very nice.
Oh, get ahead. £46.99 for 3 metres of that lovely cotton canvas. Really lovely colour in the background as well. Perfect for your dungarees. Great for your bucket hat. How fab will this look on your bucket hat? Less than £50 for a whole 3 metre bundle. Your linens, we've got a few different options. This is the one that Fiona's going to be working with, and I love all of our linen bundles. They're always very, very popular. But a linen pair of dungarees on your holidays.
And if you make a hat with the pattern on the outer and the linen on the inside, you've got a reversible hat. You can make, you know, you can. And if you flip back I mean, I've made it with the same fabric on the inside, but actually the pattern is written as one fabric on the inside and one on the outside. So I've just adapted it for that.
Well, we'll talk about this later, but yeah, all of your sort of seams are enclosed anyway, so it does make it sort of fully reversible.
Exactly.
This one is the mint, which is that lovely sort of spearmint linen. Your mint washed linen bundle, 3 metres, is under £40. Right, hang on. So if you've got your pattern, I'm going to be able to make my dungarees and a matching bucket hat with my linen for £39.99. And this is lovely quality linen as well. The example that you made earlier, they're a linen pair, aren't they?
That's the same fabric, yeah. It's a linen handle, isn't it? It's a rami linen, which is a nettle. Did you know that?
No,
From the nettle family.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know that.
It's like more a sort of Asian version of linen.
Do you need to have an overlocker to finish your...
No, you could just do a zigzag stitch. I mean, obviously overlocker is, you know, a bit neater, but zigzag stitch is fine with linen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Doesn't fray that much.
And where do they finish? At your ankles? Are they?
Yeah, I mean, I think I might have lengthened them a little bit actually since I'd started this pattern. So, but you can turn them up at the bottom, or, you know, some people say, can I make them wider at the bottom? You could definitely straighten the inner leg line and make them a little bit more looser in the leg if you wanted to. But yeah, they're quite nice when you sort of turn up the bottom of the leg. So yeah, turn up cuffs.
We love them. £39.99 for that lovely mint. This is the one that you're going to be seeing in the demo. Go on, Ben. Oh, yeah. I know there's a lot of patterns that are going to be coming up, especially in that last hour that are on pre-order. A lot of the SEWGIRL patterns that are available, you're going to be able to use your linen for. There are a lot of patterns that you already have it in your stash. Hang on, look. I think that might be the lavender, Ben. What are the difference? Okay, so this is your lavender. Lavender 3-metre bundle. That is gorgeous. Oh, I'd love a pair of dungarees in this colour. But yeah, think about other projects. So many other projects that you're going to be able to use your linen bundles for. Fabulous price on a 3-metre bundle. This is for your lavender enzyme washed, beautiful colour as well. Just $39.99 for a 3-metre bundle. Sorry that I'm rushing you. I just want to whiz through all these. Then they're all underneath us, and we want to show as much as we can. This is then the light pink. It's rose. I've never seen these colours. These must be new ones to us. Really? They're lovely, aren't they? Always very, very popular. £39.99. Then we have the charcoal or pewter. There's the pewter. Our team have put together loads of bundles, so you can make these time and time again. I think these are going to be perfect, aren't they? I would be thinking as well about getting you, it doesn't have to be linen, it could be coordinating canvas or quilting weight fabric, or even, you know, like your Tana lawn that you want to line your pockets or have patch pockets that are contrasting fabrics. This one as well for your fancy top stitching.
Fancy top stitching.
I say fancy top stitching, I mean neat top stitching like you can do. Or your top stitching is amazing.
Oh, really? Do you think so?
Yeah.
Got your glasses on.
And I love that, love it all stands out. This is, you don't have to, do you?
No. No, it's nice on denim though, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it would be lovely on the grey. And you've just got to get a nice button as well. I mean, you can imagine some really nice hand-painted buttons, you know, little flowery buttons would be lovely on the linen. That would be nice. She's taking a glass.
Then we also have 2 options in denim, and this is a nice lightweight denim. What denim have you got on? Is that?
So the one I've got here is the 8-ounce denim. So it's a little bit slightly more structured, a medium weight, whereas the one we've got is a lightweight, which is nice for hot summer days, isn't it? And holidays.
Oh, yes.
Be easy to pack in your suitcase because they won't take up much room.
These are lovely and lightweight. I'd actually probably do these as a shorts version.
Yes.
They are really nice
yes,
and lightweight.
and allow a bit extra for sort of turn-ups as well, so you can have that nice reverse hem on the bottom edge.
Medium blue, by the way, is coming up. Okay. Oops, sorry, camera. For some reason, this has been discounted. I don't know why. This is $22.99 for your medium blue. If you want to get 10 of those, there's literally 10 bundles left. I would absolutely make the most of those because that one is $22.99. That price is wrong. Yeah, this is where it should be, $29.99. That's normal. But are you going to match it? Go on, do it. We've already gone rogue today with our Liberty collection and taken it way too low. So we've matched the price now. The medium was $22.99. I have no idea why, but this one is also $22.99 now. No. He says, I'm an honest man, an honest producer. I want to make sure I can't sit there with 2 different price points. There's your chance to be able to get either colour, the dark or the medium. They're both 4-ounce denim. They're both 3-metre bundles. They are now flying out at $22.99. Perfect for your Doris Dungarees and for your Brighton bucket hat as well. You can make both the dungarees and the hat with your bundle at £22.99. Fabulous. Right, so let's go back to the dungarees then. So what elements do you find that are slightly more, I don't want to say difficult, involved maybe?
I think it's pretty much all straightforward. I think
Brilliant.
it's maybe this side bit here where you have to and put the bib facing on is maybe, you know, but it's basically just a bib piece that you just stitch on and then turn inside out. So I think it's all pretty straightforward actually.
Did you say that we did the bodice? Oh no, I'm thinking ahead for the next hour.
Yeah.
You've made these before on air, haven't you? So there'll be a YouTube.
There will be.
tutorial
Yes, I
somewhere in
can't
our
remember
archives.
what I did, but I'm not going to focus on the trousers so much because they're quite easy, aren't
Okay.
they? Sort of stitch them down and sew them on. So I thought I would focus again on the straps and the bodice
Yes,
section.
please. Right, what's your
So, right, well, in the here's the pattern, by the way. Just sort of flick it. It's all lovely illustrations, and so it's very sort of
brilliant.
clear. In the pattern, you start off with the strap. So it's quite a good idea to have a needle with a very large eye, with a very sort of soft tip. If you haven't got one of those, don't worry. But it just makes it, I'm just going to show you a little tip about turning it inside out. But, you know, if you've got like a loop turner, that's also really useful. So I'm just going to put my other glasses on and then we can stitch it. So I've pressed it over the strap. And there are two of these, obviously, and then pressed it over in half. Now, I'm not sure if there's a right side or a wrong side to this linen. So, but if you've got a fabric with a pattern on one side, then obviously you'd have the right sides facing together. And then we sew down the side edges, and I think with this, it's a. I'm just wondering what with the seam allowance on this is 1 centimetre, I think.
Yeah.
There you go. Should know, shouldn't I? So if you want your strap to be a bit bigger, you can always sew a slightly, you know, if you want it to be wider, you could sew a smaller seam allowance. And then I'm going all the way down the raw edges and across the bottom.
So, you know, we started with hundreds of these patterns and we're about, once everyone's checked out, there's about 50 left and that is it. So if you do want the dungarees, I just know so many people that are going to want a pair of these. That's the only problem. When you get this pattern, be prepared to make this for multiple people. Lots of friends and family that are going to love these, all ages.
Might be a good idea to trace it off then, mightn't it?
Or do you ever fold it? Do you ever sort of like trim into the side and fold it over so you've got all of the sizes still intact?
Oh, no, I've never done that actually, but that's a good idea.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few people do that.
Yeah, I've not heard of that. That's a new one on me. So now I've stitched across the bottom short edge as well, and then I'm going to trim down my seam. Oh, and you know what I've done? I forgot to do my little trick, so I'll go back on the machine and do that. So the trick to turning it inside out, if you haven't got a loop turner, is to, let's just shove that. So when you finish, I'm just going to stitch it again here. Do a little sort of back stitch. And then lift up your needle and then draw quite a lot of threads up, like so. And then break your thread and tie a knot in the end. And then you can, actually, no, what you do is you tie it onto your needle. But if you're using a loop turner, tie a knot in the end, and then that gives you something to grab hold of. So you're tying it onto your needle, like so. And then you literally thread it in, so you push it in through one of the stitches. If I can get it in there. And then, that's it. And because it's got a rounded edge, it's not going to catch the fabric. And then you push it through. And then you can, once it's out the other end, you can pull the threads gently and you should be able to turn your strap inside out really easily.
Oh, okay.
And that's just if you want to, I mean, I use this for sort of rouleaus as well. and you know, any sort of ties that you're doing. It's a nice, easy, quick way.
Yeah.
You've got the threads there on the machine. So see, once it's through like that, you can feel it, and then it's really easy. Just be careful not to
Snap it.
snap it. Yeah, so just gently ease it through.
Do you ever use the turning tool things?
I do, yes. I just sort of thought I would.
Show for anyone who doesn't,
Yeah.
And it is possible. Oh, it's easier. That's a much easier way than sitting.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes with the loop turner, with the one with the little latch tool on the end, it can sort of like pull the threads of the fabric. You know, that's the only thing I find about it. And then if you give it a press, so you chop your thread off at the end.
Oh, that's really good.
And then let's just move that out of the way. Now, when you're giving your strap a press it so that the seam is facing up. And then you get that, because you want that seam to be nice and flat there. It sort of takes a while to wake up this iron, doesn't it? Does it go to sleep?
I don't know whether you've got it on the hottest setting, maybe. I don't know whether it's been turned down for a delicate.
There we go. And then, so once you've got your seam nice and flat, then you can go back and line the seam up to the edge.
That sounds like it's given some steam now for you.
The other thing I like to do is, if you've got a ruler, a metal ruler, you could sort of push that inside, and it makes it nice and flat. So this is a little strap tutorial we're getting here. You heard it here first, folks. So there we go. And then if you've got sort of bit of a nub on the end like that, what I like to do is save my old spent machine needles. I haven't got any here, but you can, because they're nice and thick, you can just use them for teasing out any corners. So old machine needles are really good for that, but I'm sure people do that anyway, don't they? It's not just me. And then we're going, I'm not going to do it now, but we go back on the machine and top stitch it 1/4 inch away from the edge all the way round. And so you've got one open edge there, the raw edge on one side, but you've got one that's closed on the other, and that's the one that's going to be near the button.
Are your straps all, one length? I know, I did notice actually where your button is, there is quite a generous amount. So if you have a larger bust and you want it to sit a little bit higher.
Yes, I have to say, it's a good idea to just sort of like try, because actually I could go a little bit higher on this, it's just where you feel comfortable. But I've adjusted these buttons a couple of times just to make, to feel.
Well, I suppose that's the good thing, isn't it? It's like with my little girls' dungarees, they have like a few different holes. So I suppose if you do then, at a later date, want to pop another buttonhole in, you can tighten them, loosen them whenever you want.
And if you've got a big brace, you can adjust it really easily, can't you? Right, now on the pattern here, it sort of shows you about the next stage would be to make the pockets. So you can have as many pockets as you like. So here's the bib pocket, which is slightly bigger than the trouser pockets. And what you do is you make a hem at the top, and then you're not interfacing there. So it's the only things that are the only pieces that are interfaced are the bib pieces.
Okay.
I haven't interfaced the strap either. But if your fabric's a little bit thin, maybe with that 4 ounce denim, maybe that might be a good idea to add interfacing onto that.
Would you use just a lightweight
I think the lightweight. Well, if you've got the lightweight fabric, use the lightweight interfacing, because you don't want anything too stiff. Do
No,
you?
I think that one, the hemline's a bit stiff, if I'm honest.
Yes, I mean it'd probably be fine for the bib, but I mean you can always add a couple of layers if you feel it needs it of the lightweight. So just a little warning with the lightweight is that it can melt, so just adjust your settings on your iron, because I've been there a few times where I was like,
oh no, all over your iron.
What the hell is that? So yes, so just a bit of a warning with the lightweight. And then, so I've made my hem at the top of the pocket, and then I've just pressed fold them over. I mean, it's quite a nice idea to because if you fold it over there with your pockets, when you sew, you could easily, I don't know if you can see here, but you could easily see your bottom edge of the little folded section. So I like to just tuck it under like that and give it another press.
Yeah.
Some people even sort of stitch it in, tuck it in first, but I don't think you need to do that. And then with your, with your front bib, this is the front bib piece, and you can see that I've put some little tailor's tacks, which you're transferring the pocket position from the template, and you're doing a few little stitches through the pattern piece just to transfer those stitches to the, or you could just get a tape measure out and mark them with a marker pen, so that's just as good. And then you just sort of place your pocket piece. So you're going to do this before you assemble your bib, and match up with your marker points, pin it in. Now, with pockets, this is the way I like to, I'm very sort of like particular about how I do things.
Okay.
And pocket pinning, I think, is sort of something that is a bit of an art. So I like to pin it so that the pins go into the corners like that.
Why is that?
Because the corners are really sort of move quite a bit.
Right, okay.
So and then I just have one in the middle like so. Some people like to go like this, but I think if you pin like that, it means that you can stitch over your pins as you go round, because if you take them out, suddenly your pocket moves. But if you really sort of want to feel more secure, you can hand tack your pocket on and then stitch and then remove your tacking stitches, infinitely sort of more secure.
You have put the pattern on the pattern, the guide of where to put your...
There's a pocket position. on the bib front template, and then you can just transfer the position over. Yeah. And then we're going to top stitch the pocket on. So
how do you get your top stitching so neat, Fiona? Is it practice? Do you have a guide?
Well, I lengthen my stitch length for a start. So I usually go up to 2.8, but you could go up to 3 if you want.
Do you change your thread? Would you use a different thread to what you're constructing?
You can use a top stitch thread, but I always think that looks a bit heavy, frankly. Yeah. And also,
especially on a lightweight pair.
You can get through a couple of reels of top stitch thread, and it's not cheap.
No.
So I like to just use my ordinary thread and just extend my stitch length, and it just gives them a more subtle stitch length, but I have to say that if your machine needs a bit of a service and the stitching is a bit uneven, it's definitely going to show up. So just make sure that it's sewing properly, because sometimes machines can skip a stitch.
It's probably often you need to change your needle, isn't it?
Change your needle. If you are using a thicker thread, you might need to use a thicker needle as well, like 100 or 90. So, and then you just want to back stitch at the top edge of the pockets, and it's really about lining up the edge of the pocket to a point on your foot. Mm-hmm. So if you set that up beforehand and literally keep your eye on it, you'll be fine. And also, if you've got a good match of thread colour, then obviously it covers a multitude of sins. Yes. So if you're not very confident about top stitching,
don't panic.
Then
use a coordinating thread to
the fabric. You don't particularly need a walking foot or anything for this, but if you've got one, it might be a good idea to put it on, because at the corners of the pockets and on the bibs, you might get, a little bit thicker. So if your machine isn't very happy with several layers, and you've got a walking foot, you might, be a good idea to pop it on.
The pattern, by the way, again, is very, 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 very popular. You don't need to choose which pattern you want for the size. They're all in one size. All sizes 8 to 22. So this makes it even more exciting if you are making for different people as well. Quite often you have to choose if you're going 8 to 14 and 14 to 22.
That's right, yeah.
So it makes it so accessible and so affordable to be able to make for everybody. $17.99 for what I think is an absolute capsule and staple in your wardrobe. You don't need loads of patterns of dungarees. We have lots of dresses, you can choose of different tops, but you only need one pair of dungarees, don't you? You need one good pattern that you then come back to time after time. Even in the winter, when you get the beautiful needle cords or heavier denims, this is going to be suitable for that. I love
Do you know what? You could hack this pattern. You could put a skirt on the so you could use the bib bit, and then you could, if you've got a skirt pattern, you could sort of just line up the bottom edge and just have a simple skirt. It'd be quite cute, wouldn't it?
Yeah, good idea.
I just thought
Love
of
the
that.
Brilliant.
Right, so now, so you can see that I've stitched on my pocket, and before I go on, I've just folded over and pressed this side curved edge here. Now, I'm not stitching it down at this stage, I've just pressed it, and this just makes it easier later on, and they've done the same on the back. Now, I'm going to sew the back piece together now. So you've got two back, so you've got a centre back seam on the back pieces.
Is there a way that you mark your fabrics to know which is the right and wrong? Once you've decided, right, I'm cutting all my fabric out, this is the right side, this is the wrong side, do you ever put like a sticker or anything, a label to know that that is the back and that is the front?
Oh God, I'm sticker queen. I love a sticker.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a
Post-it
and
notes,
a Sharpie pen, and everything gets marked because sometimes you cut things out, you put them away, you go do the sewing another day, you get all these pieces out, and you think, what on earth is that? And it just immediately tells you what's front, what's back, what's
Oh, yeah.
So it's like very easy to say, very good, very sort of useful tool to do that. Right, so what I'm going to do now is to sew my back seam. So I'm just going to adjust my stitch length back again. And then I'm doing a seam down the centre back seam here. So here we go. You can see there's one down there. Now I haven't top stitched that back seam, but you could definitely top stitch it if you wanted to.
This might be cool to do as sort of like a bit patchworky if you've got loads of cave fabrics that you then want to patchwork together.
You could do a different piece in a different fabric, couldn't you?
Yeah.
If you really wanted to.
Yeah, all your cave fabrics, or be lovely in sort of.
Yeah.
We've had some wide, like canvas William Morris, the Panama fabrics. This would be lovely in like some of your Panama William Morris fabrics, wouldn't it?
Oh, lovely, yeah. Really nice. Right, so now I've overlocked mine before I've stitched them together.
Okay.
But if you haven't got an overlocker, I suggest that you sew it together and then zigzag stitch afterwards with the two raw edges together, because it's much easier to do that.
There's lots of the machines nowadays that have got like the overcast.
They've got the overcast stitch, yeah. I mean, the only thing I'd say about that is that, it does take a little bit longer.
Yeah.
And sometimes you just want to get it done, don't you? You're too excited. So, but it's a nice effect, though, that those stitches, they look great, and sometimes, they almost look the same as an overlocker, don't they? So, yes, I mean, if I wanted to, I could top stitch down there, but I'm just going to move on today. So we're going to go back to the, so we're going to take the back now, and we're going to get our straps. Obviously I haven't top stitched one of them, and we're going to pin them into the sides. Now, I think I should have marked my pattern to say where they go. Da, da, da. Yes, you have a notch on the pattern.
Okay.
And so you
Transfer that over.
You do. You sort of put that onto the back. Oh, let's move over to the bib pieces first, because we need to get those ready. I'm jumping ahead of myself.
So is that like a facing? That's
the facing to the bib. So it's just a small band.
Yeah.
I'll show you, but sorry, I've got the thing there, haven't I? It's a small band that goes on the front bib and the back bib.
Okay.
Now there's two pieces to cut out, one each for each side, but both of them are the same. It's just that the back piece have got the markings for where you put the straps. So if you want to just use one piece and cut it on 2 layers of fabric, that's just as good, and then just transfer the markings onto the back piece, if you get my drift. So I've interfaced this with the lightweight interfacing, and I'm just trimming it down. And you can see that it's much better, it's particularly with the lightweight interfacing, to don't try and cut out a piece and then bond it on. It'll be a nightmare. So just lay your pieces onto the fusible side, iron them, well, you can just sort of like touch them with the iron, spray them, pat them down, and then cut them out and then iron them properly. So it's like almost a sort of like a block cutting. And then just to sort of prepare it a bit better, and you can see here I've done it, is I've turned under that bottom edge.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not stitching it down, I'm just pressing it in preparation.
Okay. It's lovely in this light spearmint linen, isn't it? Which is the most popular colour at the minute, Ben. All the rose, the lavenders are lovely. I love all these summer fresh colours. They're going to look really nice. The lavender. And pewter. Pewter, very popular as well.
I tell you what, when you're ironing the linen, it's a good idea to spray water, or even the easy press press is really good. It just irons really beautifully.
Yeah.
Now I've lost my other strap. Here we go. So let's just show you with the front piece first. So there's the front piece. You're putting the bib piece on top, and you position it centrally. So you've got a 1 centimetre in from each far edge, like that. And then you pin that on. I seem to have all my bent pins here today.
I like your Liberty little mouse, though.
He's good, isn't he?
Yeah.
I've had a clear out, and I found him. It's something I made years ago. Ought to do a little
He's
pattern
super
of
cute.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, you should.
So anyway, what we're going to do, let me just sort of like show you first. It's to sew up, across and down. And here we go. You better tell me when I'm supposed to move on.
Swap over to the hat. Ben, don't forget to tell us when we swap over to the hat, please. We'll show this bit, the bib, and then we'll, if that's okay, move on to just a couple of bits of the hat.
Okay.
We've got 15 minutes left. We'll get time to
So drop your needle down when you swivel round, and then go across.
What is brilliant is, I mean, all of this is really well, sort of, it's visual, your descriptions and your images.
Very clear.
Very clear.
Right, so, and then drop your needle down. Just make sure you go sort of just to the edge, like that. So you're banking up almost, if you're doing a 1 centimetre seam allowance, then you're banking up the side of the foot to the edge of the fabric. And then we just sort of cut the corners off. So when we turn it inside out, it's sort of nice, and again, you want a poking tool for this, or something like a chopstick, knitting needle.
Not your scissors.
Not
Not your scissors. Don't be poking through your fabric.
No.
Oh, you got a pokey tool as well?
I've got a pokey tool, yeah. But I have to say, you know, that little trick I was mentioning before about the spent machine needle.
Yeah.
Very good for sort of getting
Okay,
that out.
yeah.
Now, again, pressing is all important here. So when you're pressing that centre, the top seam there, is press it flat and then fold it over and press it again. And then you'll get it so that the seam, the fold is in line with the seam. There we go. So pressing is so important, isn't it?
Oh, it's as important as your sewing machine, isn't it?
It really is. So you can see that having that edge that's already turned under on the other side
Makes it so neat.
It's just makes it really easy to. So give it another press, and then also, I mean, I've done it already on this side, but you can see like I've already folded this one under. You've got a little bit there which you could just tuck under like so.
Oh, we can't see that. It's behind the iron. Sorry.
So you've got a little bit here.
Okay.
So just
shimmy it forward slightly.
I wouldn't cut it off, but I would just sort of like just tuck it under and then pin it, and then you're going to stitch that down. So, and then you're stitching, so you're stitching down here, across here, and down here. So I'm not going to stitch that because I'm going to move on to the back because that's the one that's got the straps. So you're going to do exactly the same as the front, but this time you're sandwiching the straps inside the seam.
Right.
So we pop the straps, and you have got some notches to tell you where to put them, which I have forgotten to transfer. Now you can machine tack those in just to hold them.
Within your seam allowance?
Within your seam allowance, so literally about 1/4 of an inch away from, a few millimetres away from the edge. That didn't cut, there we go. And then you can remove your pins and pop your bib facing on top.
Fabulous.
So pins out. And then bib facing, exactly the same as before. You've got a 1 centimetre in from the edge on each side. Line up the top edge of the bib and then pin them in like so. And then we're going to sew again up, across and down. And I like to stop just before the fold, but if you go right the way down, that's fine. Just make sure that you're stitching on top of the, with it folded up,
yeah.
You see what I mean?
This is your final call on the pattern, by the way. If you do want your Doris Dungarees, and moving on to the Brighton hat in just a moment and having a quick pit stop through the pattern. But this is amazing. Well done, everybody. Hundreds of you have secured this today. You are already joining a huge amount of people that have loved this pattern. If you haven't already got it in your stash, it is a must. It's the only dungaree pattern that you're going to need, isn't it? And it's a lovely loose-fitting pair for somebody that is an adventurous beginner. If you've done a little bit of dressmaking, I love the fact that this is going to be a pattern you'll use summer through to winter, super easy, and really nice to be able to have those skills under your belt. You kind of nailing doing a pair of trousers and that top all in one, and it's so comfy. I love a pair of dungarees. As soon as I get home, that's what I wear. It's my jumpsuit, my dungarees. I love it. They look great in the linen, but I've got a feeling everyone's going to love them in the denim, the canvas. There's so many different fabrics that you're going to have fun playing about with. Some of those patterns as well that you've got in your stash. Just $17.99 for your pattern. Is there anything else you wanted to mention with the dungarees, and we'll move on to the hat, please, Fiona?
Well, just going to do the ta-da moment. So here's this sort of ta-da.
Yeah.
And there they are, the straps are all there, and you're stitching down the facing on the other side in exactly the same way as the front. Tuck under the raw edge, push out your corners, and then a nice bit of top stitching around the edges.
Brilliant, thank you. I know that we didn't get a chance to show everything, but it's all in your instructions. Don't panic, you have got full tutorials within there. Now, we probably aren't going to get a chance to do much sewing with this. Sorry, Fiona. We've literally got 5 minutes.
Right.
So can we just sort of talk through any of the sort of construction elements? This is the Brighton bucket hat. We mentioned earlier, 3 sizes, 2 different sizes of brim as well, so you can fold it up. You can change your style of fabrics as well, and you can make it reversible. There are 20 patterns left, by the way. This is, again, very popular.
So no sewing then. I've done all this prep. Anyway, so there's one thing that I just sort of emphasise is that clip your seam allowances.
Okay.
Don't clip them too far so that you're eating into your seam allowance and you're infecting your stitching. It's really about fitting a circle onto a straight, or it's slightly curved, the side band, but you're fitting it onto a round.
Right.
Now, Rebecca did a fantastic programme when I was on here last, just before I was on when I did the Beatrice dress.
Yeah.
She did a programme about doing on the round, and I thought, oh, that would be useful. But you can see here that I've literally chopped into my seam allowances. The seam allowance on this is 1.5, so it gives you, if you cut your seam 1 centimetre for your clips, and then you're easing it on. Divide it into 4, so fold it in half, fold it in again, so you've got your 4 points, quarters, and then match each one up. So if you put a pin at or a marker, then you can sort of just work each quarter at a time. That's really, you know, and then of course when you put your brim onto your hat, you've got the same thing. You've got a sort of like that's got to go onto this. So again, sort of go from your back seam and then get your front point, centre front point, put a little notch in it or a pin or a marker pen or whatever, and then match match your notched bit to your seam, and then you'll get your side. And then you can do the same with the brim.
Yeah.
Get the 4 points, and then nick your seam of your brim and then ease it in.
What sort of interfacings do you use in the hat?
Now,
Medium weight.
that's a medium weight interfacing. If you've got the lightweight, you can use a couple of layers. You might want to have, you know, slightly less for thicker fabrics. Maybe just have a lightweight for thicker fabrics. It depends how sort of squashy you want your hat, really.
Yeah.
I mean, you do need it, though. You do need it to give it the sort of structure. The other thing I do suggest, like that.
Love this
blue
fabric, by the way.
one,
This is
which
your fabric,
in
isn't
my
it?
fabric. I thought I'd get that in. I ironed it to the outer fabric, which is what the pattern suggests to do. But you can see it's sort of slightly mottled, isn't it? Some fabrics, when they're like because that's a poplin, it might be better to iron the interfacing onto the lining, so that the fabric on the outer hasn't got the interfacing on the back. It makes it a lot smoother. So it's just a little tip there.
That is brilliant. Fiona, we need to have this fabric on the show. Please speak to our buying team and get us some of these. These are
They
lovely.
don't know about it. I've sneaked it in today.
Oh.
I know, I've been naughty.
That's gorgeous. Yeah, it looks great. Any fabrics, reversible if you want as well.
Yeah.
Extra stitching.
Well, the pattern is written where you've got one fabric on the inside, one fabric on the outside, but I think did say if you would like to have the inside brim, the under brim in the same fabric as the outer one, cut 2 pieces of the brim instead of 1.
Fabulous. Your pattern is about to sell out. We're in single figures on your Brighton bucket hat. I'm so sorry that we have been short on time.
No, I kind of expected it, really. It's pushing a lot.
Well, you've got a 2-hour marathon with us still in a bit, haven't we? So we'll get lots done. Don't worry, we can talk about more sewing techniques. But the Beatrice dress, just so you're aware, is now on pre-order. If you missed out the first time round, it completely sold out. We've got it back as popular demand. And we're also going to be launching a brand new Margate Slouchy bag. The hat, yeah, we're in single figures. If you do want the Brighton hat, it is about to sell out. Sellouts galore today. The Dungarees, the Doris Dungarees, we had hundreds of these and we are now in limited stock. This is size 8 to 22. There are less than 50 and there are over 60 of you who are yet to check out. So I know a lot of people who sit and watch the demos. If you want to check out, remember those bundles, 3-metre bundles are enough to be able to do the hat and the Dungarees, which is fab, isn't it, to be able to have them matching. I love, love, love that. Yeah, the Beatrice pattern. There you can see the dress. Oh, I love this one. This is really beautiful.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
Coming up
It's so
later on, join me and Fiona from 11 o'clock. We've got a 2-hour special. We're going to be doing huge fun. You've actually bought a clothes rail, haven't you?
I will my clothes rail on because I just thought we need someone to put all
We're going to have a
these
fashion
samples.
show, aren't we? Fashion show. Can I give you a warning about 11 o'clock? We've got some great webbings as well that are for the strap of the new bag. Already, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4 sellouts. The others are approaching single figures. So shop ahead for your Margate bag because it's brand new and very, very on trend to have these trendy different webbing straps, isn't it? So, yeah, love that.
And clash it, you know, get pattern and sort of stripes or zigzags and patterns together. It looks great.
There you go, that's the pattern.
Yeah.
It's coming up. The brand new Margate slouch bag is coming up, slouchy bag coming up at 11 o'clock. We are back to Christmas in a moment with Suzie Duncan. It's Liberty Christmas, and it is the most beautiful brand new pattern, which is a Christmas tree wall hanging / advent calendar. Don't go anywhere. Thank you, Fiona.
Thank you. See you later.
Yeah, see you in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We're back with Suzie after this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
It's Christmas time. I love you're actually matching in, aren't you, with your Liberty Christmas
I tried.
Welcome back to Liberty Christmas. Well done everybody who managed to get the mega bundle earlier. If this is the first look at the gorgeous Liberty Christmas fabric, there's a few of the mega bundles left, which we will talk about in a moment, but we've got a brand new project. Because if we've got all this lovely fabric and this launch, we want to make something that's going to be a bit of an heirloom.
We do.
Liberty
Absolutely.
project.
Yeah.
But
achievable this side of Christmas.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, and this is achievable, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. Yeah, you can do this in a couple of days easily.
Now, whether you want to use this as a beautiful wall hanging or have it as an advent calendar, then there are options with this, but it is displaying some of that stunning festive fair fabric from Liberty. Now we have 2 bundles which make the whole shebang, front and back.
It does, the whole thing.
Which is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So, instructions on their own. Go, 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 go. If you want to make this in some of your fabric that you already have, this is your chance to get instructions on their own. We have 2 bundles. We've got the gold and we've got the silver. The main sample is made out of the silver. We have very, very similar, but just the gold prairie points. Instructions on their own. Oh my gosh, there's so many already got on pre-order. Well done, everybody who's already got these. As always with your patterns, very, very thorough. You spend a lot of time, don't you, making sure that everything is absolutely...
I try. I know there's the odd hiccup sometimes, but no, I do try and make them so that anyone can pick them up. And this is a beginner-friendly project.
So what's the finished size of this? Because this is really manageable for anybody who struggles quilting on a smaller domestic machine.
So it's about 28 by 34 inches.
Okay.
Which isn't huge, so it's not really lap quilt size, it's smaller than that, which is why I've called it a mini quilt or wall hanging, because
love it.
You want something, I mean, this could display in a hallway,
yeah,
or on a door even, for Christmas.
Yeah.
Just to add a bit of extra decoration. I mean, you could use it as the centre of your table, if you wanted to. And because it's wadded, it will protect your table as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, you could put things on it if you wanted to do that as well. So it's a versatile thing. The ties are optional. So if you do want to hang it, you can put the ties in. So you haven't got to blue tack it or nail it to the wall. But it's one of those projects that's an easy project to do. It's a great one if you've got grandchildren or, you know, young people in your house that you want to make an advent calendar to keep forever and a day.
Yeah.
Or for yourselves, because, you know, grown-ups are allowed advent calendars as well.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, the little prairie points are loose, and that's where you can stitch on sweets and things to hang off. Or put, if you tack in, you know, the little jewellery rings, the closed ones. If you just sew those onto the, not the jump rings, no, the closed rings, so there's no opening. Yeah. You stitch those onto the points of your prairie points, and then you can hang little things. You can use your leftover pieces to make tiny little bags, drawstring bags to put treats in. Anything like that. You could use your Cricut machine to do numbers on there as well, or embroider your numbers. If your machine has fonts on them, put the numbers on using your embroidery machine.
Brilliant idea.
So it's lots of scope in there.
So many of you have got these in your basket. If you do want the instructions on their own, £9.99. Full instructions, everything you're going to need. All your cutting instructions are there. Your half square triangles. There's actually 2 methods of half square triangles
There are, which we're going to show you,
how to construct your mini quilt and how to do your prairie points, all included with photographs using this fabric as well, so it makes it super, super simple. If you do want to do the exact colourway that Susie's done here with that lovely silver trim, we have a silver bundle. Now, the background isn't just a solid. I don't know whether you've noticed, but this is also Liberty. The back is Liberty. It is all included in your bundle. You get 1.5 meters of Wiltshire shadow, and that is going to be enough to be able to do the background and the back of your quilt. You also have this stunning metallic Wiltshire shadow, which is going to be the silver parts of your prairie points and also parts of your scrappy binding. You've then got or fat quarters in your amazing brand new Liberties. Suzie,
Yes.
you must be one of the first people to have ever made something using this fabric.
There are a couple of us that were given some ahead of schedule. Suzanne Campion, who made the beautiful, absolutely stunning
I love those
cushions
cushions.
behind. They're all English paper piece. They're absolutely stunning.
And the quilt.
And the quilt was made for the collection as well, so it features all of them in the diamond on point. So that. Well, there's a few of us that are allowed sneak peeks and get to touch it ahead of schedule. But yeah, it's an immense privilege and fun as well, because you're so overwhelmed, you just think, oh, what can I do, what can I do? And we've all done something completely different, which is lovely, really lovely. It shows the versatility of the collection as well.
I mean, look at all of the prints. You're getting some of our favourites in this one, the toys, the stars and ribbon, the classic candy canes, the sweeties, and you're getting the gingerbread, all included, £54.99 for something, like you say, that is going to become a bit of an heirloom that you pass down year after year after year, that you use and bring out as your family. I mean, you could, like you said, embroider a family name or, like you say, numbers onto it, which would be lovely. So that's the silver colourway. There is also a second colourway, which is slightly different, as it's got the gold metallic and a few different fat quarters, but that one is amazing. So, now this one, again, slightly different. That's the one with the Wiltshire shadow background. This one comes with your solid background, which means that the price point is under £50 because you haven't got the Liberty background. It is up to you. If you just want to say, right, I've got a solid background, if you have got a certain budget to stick to, this is the one to go for. You are still getting metallic Wiltshire shadow in gold for your prairie points, also for part of your binding. You're then getting the gorgeous holly in this one, the green gingerbread fat quarter, what's this one called?
That's the yew berries.
Yew berries.
Candy cane stripe and snowtop roofs.
I love it. All of those ones.
Snowy rooftops. Sorry.
That one is £46.99. £46.99. Oh, I must add, you do get instructions with all of these as well. You'll get your instructions with either with whichever one you're going for, whether you're going for the silver or the gold bundle. £46.99. Thank you for the discount on that one, Ben. Just so you know, there are less than 30 of these kits remaining. They've been selling on pre-order, and it's the first project using the amazing Liberty Festive Fair. And I remind you, Liberty release one Christmas fabric bundle a year.
They do.
This is it.
Yeah,
your quilting weight fabric.
2024 Liberty Christmas Quilting Cotton Collection.
So if you are thinking even of, something else in mind that you want to do, this is your way of getting your fat quarters along with your coordinating solid. And then you do also get your instructions obviously included as well, which is brilliant. But don't miss out on this collection, because I know that going forward, obviously we've got a Christmas in July event coming up. We've got, then when it comes to October, November, lots of people get very excited and we're purchasing kits. But then do you have the time to make a larger project? Not always necessarily. So now is definitely the time to be getting projects like this.
Absolutely. And it gives you a chance to think a bit, if you are going to use it as an advent calendar, what are you going to hang on the prairie points?
Yeah.
How are you going to do it? I mean, you could even add extra points along the border to hang things on, or to put little bags on, or whatever you want to do. You can this is the beginning of your creativity. Mine is a suggestion. You can expand on it from here. You could add a applique star to the top using some of your metallics if you wanted to.
Lovely.
So there's lots of scope on here. But equally, you could add a bit of sparkle using your fairy lights.
Yeah. Oh, right. So hang on. Yes.
Just
I was going to say with like metallic threads or something, but we actually have fairy lights.
Yes. Which, just so that everyone is safe, do not sew over these.
No.
But what you can do is tack over the top of the cable.
Yeah.
Not through the cable, over the top, to hold it in place, to go round the border, for example, or do sort of garland swirling across the tree. But just don't take your needle or sewing machine across the cable, because it won't work.
Yeah.
You'll go fizz bang and they won't work.
Yeah.
So it's not worth it.
You
But
do lots
could
of window decorations, don't you, as well? This would be amazing, wouldn't they?
It would,
All lit up in the
yes.
window.
Yes.
£3.99, and that's for your little LED lovely
Yep.
fairy lights. I mean, they're useful to have anyway at Christmas, aren't they? If you've opened your order already, just £3.99. I say at Christmas, they're useful all year round.
I have them all year round. Though, especially
nice
battery
warm
operated
light.
ones, because they're really good if you put them in just a decorative glass bowl.
Yeah, they are.
Or vase, just at the bottom, just to make it look a bit more, fun and pretty.
They're lovely, aren't they?
I have them everywhere.
I do like that they're the warm light, they're not
Yes,
the cold
I like the
light. I
warm.
like the warm
Yeah.
ones.
But yeah, metallic threads, that was something that I'm going to add to this. I didn't get a time to do it, but I want to do round all the joins. I'm going to do little circles to look like the baubles.
Great. Well, I know you were up till silly o'clock last night doing
I
this, so
was.
there's still
Well,
extra additions
yeah.
you're going to add to this.
Absolutely.
But
I used
thank you so
variegated
much.
thread for my quilting.
Oh, yes.
Round the border, because it picked out the thread I had was literally the green, the red, and the white within the fabric colours, and I thought it went so well. Don't forget to use your variegated threads, and I used my bobbin was a white thread, so that on the back everything blended in.
Good idea. Brilliant. Right. So what are you going to show us today?
So I thought I'd show you the two methods of the half square triangles and just talk through the prairie points and how you join those in as you go.
Brilliant.
So half square triangles, there's several ways people do them. In this pattern, I've given you two of them. One of the rulers that if you haven't got in your stash, I know that we've added it into the show. If you haven't got this, now is the time to give yourself an early Christmas present and buy it.
So this is the
June Taylor Perfect Half Square and Quarter Square Triangles ruler.
I have never seen this ruler.
This ruler is phenomenal. It makes half square triangles a doddle.
Right.
It really is the most amazing.
And if I say there are a lot of patterns that
most
call for
of
half
mine
square triangles,
have half square triangles somewhere. In fact, for quilting, most of us use them because they're so versatile. I know Janet Clare absolutely adores half square triangles. So the ruler is your one-stop method of making the half square triangles for the process we're about to do. So I've got my squares, and I tend to cut my squares an inch bigger than my finished size. You can get away with 7/8 of an inch if you are a very accurate 1/4 inch sewer. If you're a beginner, I would work on an inch bigger. My pattern allows an inch.
Right.
So, you know, I've given you that allowance. So you're going to start on the left-hand side of the ruler, and you've got a black line, and that's going to go along one of the diagonals. Then with your fabric marker pen, friction pen, I'm going to go in the channel that is to the left and to the right
Oh, how quick and handy
of
is that?
my diagonal.
Yeah.
That's all I have to do. I usually put a clip on just to hold it, and then you're going to go to your sewing machine and stitch along the lines.
Right, so not through the centre, you're on the...
You're
1/4 inch
stitching
line.
down the line.
Okay.
So this means for this project, because you're making a lot of these, you can chain piece. You can just keep it going. And by chain piecing, that means that we don't cut the thread in between, we just keep going one after another.
Do you stitch up one way and then come back the other way?
I tend to, purely because I chain piece.
Right.
So I tend to turn the whole thing round and start again.
Yeah.
So once you've done that, take your clip off, and then you're going to come to the right-hand side of the ruler. This time, your black lines are dotted lines because they're stitches, and your straight line is actually a cutting groove.
I've never seen this ruler before. This is brilliant.
Have you really?
That's so much easier than
How not? Can you see how worn mine is? That's how much I use mine.
Just $29.99 for the June Taylor
So
ruler.
again, you've got a teardrop shape at the bottom and the top where you can introduce your blade, and that goes in that slot and cuts between the two. So it gives you two triangles, or it does if you cut all the way up. There you go. And now all we're going to do is press those out. Now for this project, I've pressed all my seams open purely because then I didn't have to think about it. I think it's still on, is it? Did we turn it off?
But I didn't turn it off, but it's
No,
not doing that.
that's it.
It's not talking to me. Is that on?
Yeah, it is. It's on. Then I haven't got to think ahead of which way round they're going to be, but it's up to you. I just made it life easier for myself. So set the seam first and then press the seam open. And I usually finger press it open first, or you can use your magic seam wand if you've got one of those, just to help the seam find its way. And I have, of course, best pressed all my fabrics first.
We won't mention best press because it's completely sold out, I believe. I don't know if you managed to get the early bird today. Did you get one?
I did. Which is good. But yeah, it's nice to have that. So we've got squares. They're not the right size. That's where you go back to your ruler. Now this has square markings up to from 1.5 to 6.5 inches, which is pretty much the sizes we use. You've got your 45-degree angles marked, so it looks like an hourglass in the middle. So what we're going to do is line up our diagonal 45 on that sewn line and try and get the other 45 through the other diagonal. Then I'm going to come to the 2.5 inch mark, which is the size I need, and I'm going to cut through those cutting channels. I'm going to take away that excess, turn my piece round, realign that seam on the 45, and this time the horizontal black lines will lie on those 2 cut lines we've just made. I can now go back and cut the other 2 sides at 2.5 inches. So I'll get a perfect 2.5 inch half square triangle. So I'm just going to quickly do that one again. And believe me, when you've got, I think it's something like 70 for this project, it's amazing how quickly you can square off half square triangles.
Line them up.
Line them up, and you haven't got to keep thinking because it's all marked for you. It's really quick and easy. You haven't got to count lines because it's all marked. It just makes life a one-stop easy shop.
Thank you for that. I've never seen that before, the June Taylor half square triangles. That's brilliant.
That's one method. So that makes you 2 half square triangles from 1 pair of squares. Now, if you take larger pairs, and there's slightly different maths equation to get to the finished size.
Okay.
And this time I need a pin.
Have you put these in the instructions both ways?
I have, yes. I've given you diagrams as well. What colour pins are we on today?
Oh, I've got the fine ones, which are the I think these are the patchwork ones, the short.
These ones.
You've got all of the magic pins.
I have.
What's the fine patchwork pins used for? Magic pins.
These particular ones are shorter than, so the ones we normally have on the shows are the longer bodied patchwork pins. So I'll show you the difference. We've got these finer ones, and they're just a shorter piece. So when you're only putting together 2 bits of fabric like we are here, these are ideal because they're only going to go through 2 layers, whereas the longer ones are great if you're going through your quilt layers.
Okay.
So I'm just going to use, but they get these heat-resistant tops to them that are ridged, so they're really easy to grip. The point is super, super sharp, so it doesn't damage fabric as it goes through, which is really critical because you don't want any snags, do you?
No.
But they're really nice to handle.
They are, especially for a fine pin.
Yeah.
I'd find those really, really fiddly.
Oh.
Especially to see them in your fabric as well. The amount of pins you'd probably end up leaving in bags, and then you turn them through and realise you've left them in. But they are lovely that they've got that little heat-resistant handle.
Yep, so you can press over them. I wouldn't sew over them. I'd never sew over a pin. I don't understand why you'd ever want to, but you don't need to with these because you can easily pull them out as you go. But it's just that very fine shaft and the very fine point that makes them super, super useful and just a good tool.
Brilliant. You get 100 of them in the case for £19.99.
So again, I've best pressed my fabrics before I've cut them. I've aligned 2 squares right sides together, and I'm going to stitch 1/4 inch all the way round. Now, if you're a beginner, don't get hung up about stopping and starting at 1/4 of an inch. Just sew 1/4 of an inch across the 4 sides and come off each side. It doesn't matter because we're going to cut these up anyway. So it's not essential that you do a swizzle at the corner. You can if you want to. The critical thing is the 1/4 of an inch. And that's, you know, when we say something is a beginner intermediate, it's usually because it's dependent upon accuracy rather than, you know, getting everything,
Right.
the detail of the design. But most feet have a 1/4 inch marked at the end of them, so you can stop and start when that hits the edge of your fabric. And if you adjust, if your machine has the ability to have the finish with the needle down, do that as well.
Rose machines do, don't they?
Yep, the Elners do, so we can do that. So we've sewn all the way around the perimeter, totally enclosed, left no turning gap. So now what we're going to do, whoops, one's just gone under there. Let's retrieve it. Because I can't lose
You don't
one.
want them
Can't
to die.
lose them. No, because I sit and count them regularly. Not. Whoops, I don't think we need a ruler that big. Hang on, let's find a smaller ruler. So now we're going to cut this in half both ways, which means you're lining up your diagonals, cutting across, don't move anything, turn your ruler the other way round.
Oh, rotating cutting mat would be good at this point, wouldn't it?
Which I probably have got, but I can't rotate because we haven't got space. And you're going to cut through the other way. Now you can move things.
Which is your favourite way of doing half square triangles? I suppose you've got 4 there.
It depends on the project and how many I need.
Okay.
So the pattern mixes it up just for economics and good use of fabric.
Right, so you do use both techniques?
I do, yeah, all the time. And I do an 8-in-1 as well.
Any particular way that you
Again,
press these open?
Press these open because we don't know which way they're going to go eventually. So they come up.
You have your little doggies. Does that matter? Do you leave those in for a while?
No, because we're going to trim.
Okay. Oh, yes.
We're going to trim. So these come up slightly larger than you want. So there is a little bit of leeway if your 1/4 of an inch isn't as accurate as you would like. What I suggest is always try it out on some random fabrics you've got lying in your scrap box.
Okay.
First, so you're familiar with what you're doing.
I mean, the wastage is very minimal, these methods.
It is very minimal, but the allowance of your fabric in the kit, I've got to an absolute fine tune.
Yeah.
Purely because we wanted to make it a really good price point for everybody.
Yeah.
I didn't want people to have loads of fabric left over that they didn't know what to do with. And again, I go back to the same ruler and you can see how tight it is. If I line up along that seam line, I have very little waste on this, so your leeway is minimal. It's literally 1/8 of an inch either way. And those dog ears will then come off. So I haven't got to mess around with those when I come to piece everything together. And then once you've constructed all your pieces, and some of them are with white, some of them are greens, they're a mix.
Okay.
There is a layout diagram which you can choose to ignore or follow. It's up to you. What I suggest you do is make up what it tells you and lay it out on a old sheet or clean, where you've just vacuumed. Don't do it on the floor, certainly not in our house where you've got a dog that's run through because they'll just get dirty. It's just not worth it. And then you'll lay it all out how you want it. And the other thing that I would suggest you do is number the rows as you lay it out.
Okay.
So I've got some stuck together already because I didn't want to waste everybody's time watching paint dry, as it were. And these are my first 3 rows. So you'll see that I've got a tag on the end, so I know exactly which way round they go.
Yeah.
And then we're going to come to put them together. But before you put it together...
Oh, that's very clever, your little post-its.
Yeah. So these are just labelled of these. And I've got some alphabetical and some numbered. The prairie points, these are really
I love a
easy.
prairie point.
So easy to do. And there is a maths for the how big to do it. I'm just looking for my best press. Here we are. I decanted it into a smaller bottle. I'm going to give these another press because with prairie points, the crisper the fold, the better the effect.
Yes.
And I just love a prairie point.
I do. I remember Stuart did a whole quilt with the borders going round with prairie points, and they were brilliant.
It does make a difference.
At what point do you do your prairie points? Is it?
We're going to add them now.
Okay.
So before you sew your rows together, and that's why I've brought them in. So we're going to press it. You're going to accurately press.
Oh, it smells so nice.
It does. Yeah.
Relaxing.
It's so relaxing. I know, I've got a horrendous headache, so it's really quite nice. It's soothing. So you're going to press them as accurately as you can in half, and then while it's warm, take that over, and again, press again. And it's a press, not an iron. And then what I do at home is I've got a, oops, just melted my label.
Oh no.
That's all right, it's fine. I usually put I've got a quilter's clapper, they call them.
Oh, a quilter's clapper.
Quilter's clapper. So it's a piece of beech wood. It's a large piece. It's shaped specifically to lie over the top of a seam.
Yeah.
Or over the top of a piece that's pressed to hold it while it cools down.
Yeah.
And it'll hold it flat. So I do a load of those and put them underneath, but I'm just going to do a couple of these. So I finger press first, so I've got the corners aligned. I just love this metallic.
Yeah. Oh,
and you can see the iron makes no difference to the luster either. It still shimmers as much as it did when it came off the screen print.
And I have a question. Are there any of the Wiltshire Shadow metallics by the half metres left? Ben, no.
They're all gone.
Silver and gold? All gone? In the bundle? Gone.
So you can't. So when you come to sew the rows together, obviously we want to put these prairie points in. Now, one trick I use, and I've forgotten to get out.
He's lying to us. He's found the gold.
Oh, he's
there you
found
go.
gold.
Not much left, but if you want that gold gorgeous Wiltshire Shadow with the metallic, it's amazing. And this is going to be so useful for Christmas
absolutely
projects.
everything. Well, not just Christmas, anything
Yeah.
to add a bit of sparkle. Everyone needs sparkle in their life. I mean, it makes the most amazing, you know when you do a zip cosmetic bag?
Yeah.
Just to add a little bit of that at the either side of the zip before you go into a feature fabric, just makes the whole thing look just that little bit nicer.
Only release it at Christmas or for their Christmas collections, don't they? The Wiltshire Shadow
It's
metallic.
rarely featured in any of the other collections.
Brilliant.
So your prairie points, when you decide where you want them to go, and I suggest that you make them up, and when you lay out your tree, you position them where you would like them to go. So I'm going to put one there, for example.
Okay.
So to get them in place, best friend is a sew line glue pen. And I just put a bit of sew line glue pen along the area where I want the prairie point to go. And I line the prairie point up with that raw edge.
Okay.
Okay. I then place the second row, or whatever row it is, over the top, lift the whole thing together, and I still want my seams to align, but my prairie point's not going to move because that glue pen has held its position, and I can still see to line up my seams. And then you can clip to hold, and I would then continue along. For this particular one, I need to add on my squares either side, which I haven't got with me, so I can do it on the same. Let's do the next one down, that'll be easier. Now I still need it there, but you see what I mean. You then sew along and it will capture everything. And then when you press, if you press the seam towards the next row down, the prairie point will hang down.
Right, okay.
And you can, the seam bulk will allow that pressing, and it doesn't interfere when you then quilt.
No.
But if you want to add quilting afterwards, which I have done,
Yeah.
because I've quilted diagonal lines straight across.
I'll bring it
If we bring it in, I'll move this down. So remember, this is hot.
Yes. You've got 24. I've just counted, and you did
There are
actually put 24 over
I
there.
did put 24.
Because I was thinking, we're going to need more to be able
No,
to make it into an
I've done it so you've got 24. So I've pressed them all down. But you can still quilt over the top, but as you quilt, just lift them out the way.
Right, okay.
So you can get into them. What you don't want to do is run over them.
No, you don't want to stitch them down.
And because they are folded points, it means that if you are going to stitch little rings on the end to hang something,
it's really easy to do.
you can, that's it, you can just put your needle through the gap and you're not sewing through 4 layers of fabric. It's a really easy one to add into. And as I say, I just diagonally quilted the background, and I'm going to hand quilt the middle bit with the metallic thread.
Yeah.
But remember the trick, if you're using variegated or metallic and you've got a neutral background, if you don't want to see it on the back, use a white bobbin or a neutral bobbin.
It's going to coordinate with the back.
It will coordinate. The border, this square border, you're not piecing squares, so don't panic. What I get you to do is piece together strips of the fabric.
Oh, so these aren't lots and lots of little squares? Brilliant.
So you'll piece them in strips.
Yeah.
And as you sew them together, sew one way, the next one the other way, and that way, then you don't get, it doesn't warp as much. Yeah, you end up with straight. And you're going to give this a really good press and then subcut it down into the dimensions that you need to create the squares, stitch them together in one long length and do the whole thing.
Okay.
Because then you can just keep going round. And you will get places where it's not a complete square. But because the designs are so busy, it doesn't matter. And then
no, you don't notice.
You don't notice at all. So you'll do all of that, and then you're quilting. And then when you come to put your binding on, if you want ties, I actually put my ties underneath my binding because then it's all held in place. But you could equally just put a panel on the back to put a rod through if you wanted to. And the binding is literally scraps of my leftovers. Whatever I had left over, I just pieced together from the kit and created this, random fussy bit of everything binding. I've still got some left over I can do stuff with as well.
Lovely.
I know.
You could do some little applique stars or something
Exactly.
around, or some baubles on the end randomly, couldn't you? The main graphics, by the way, is for the silver, which is the one that the wall hanging is made out of. So you've got those gorgeous silver prairie points. And don't forget, in your kit, you're also getting the Wiltshire shadow background. You are getting your Liberty background and your Liberty backing as well. So you get it all. If you do want a plain background, go with the gold. Slightly more affordable, obviously, because you don't have as much Liberty. You still get all of your new fat quarters, don't worry. You just get 1.5 meters of your sort of ivory. And then you're getting your gold Wiltshire shadow and all of your gorgeous brand new fat quarters. Do you know, this is probably going to be the only way of getting fat quarters in this range, because the bundle of fat quarters, I think there's 2 left. Literally 2 left. So if you want the main big bundle of fat quarters, grab those now, as they are going to sell out. And I don't know whether our team will cut them into fat quarters again. You do have to ask our warehouse very, very nicely if we want any fat quarters cut. But in Liberties, that is amazing value. Plus, don't forget, you do get your all-important instructions. Instructions are also flying out on their own. So if you've got different fabric in mind, if you've bought any Christmas fabric and you're thinking, perfect, I wanted to make an advent calendar, they are just £9.99. Very, very useful indeed to have those different methods of half square triangles anyway.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a good one to have in your knowledge library, isn't it? I'm just changing
Why are you
thread
changing
colours.
your thread for? Just
so we
just
can
for
carry
fun?
on sewing.
Just for fun? Just to change
well,
colours?
As you know, I'm a little bit OCD, and when you're piecing neutral colours, you do have to watch what thread colours you use to piece. I mean, the greens, I opted to use a green, but because I'm now going to construct and use some of the neutral colours, I want to swap out and use my cream thread. But it's so easy to change thread colours on these machines.
This machine is a beast. I haven't seen the 782 for ages. It's amazing.
You should be in my workroom.
Is this the one that you've got?
I know. It's just insane. But it's just such an easy machine to thread up and use, which means, you know, when you do stuff and you think, oh, I really should be using X colour thread.
Yeah.
But I can't be bothered. It's hassle to change. This is so quick and easy.
Whilst you're just changing it, can I also
Done.
show you some of the other examples that the team have made with this amazing collection? Oh, that is a cushion and a half, isn't it?
It is. But you don't want to lie on it though, do you?
Oh, I want this cushion.
Beautiful.
This is amazing.
It's a great example of the use of metallic threads as well. Round the windows, we've used metallic thread to hand embroider or machine embroider over the top, which is superb. Yeah. What about that for a backing? I mean, that as a cushion alone is stunning, isn't it?
And the piping.
Yeah.
The cathedral window. We talked about doing a cathedral window with the robin, didn't we? Look, there you go. The fussy cutting of the little robins with the cathedral window. Oh, it's a good
It is a good hugging cushion.
That is a lovely cushion. Anyway, that whole bundle, if you want all of the fabrics, if you love this collection, if you want to make a quilt, if you want to make cushions, if you want to do wall hangings, bags, get yourself the mega bundle. It's available underneath us on the web, and we did discount it with a metre for free, which we're already in trouble about because it's supposed to say half a metre for free. Had a little bit of a jiggly thingy going on in the first hour, I'm not going to lie. It was very, very early this morning, and over half the stock is gone. We have had a message about it, and we're rolling with it now. You won't see it again, I don't think. If you want that mega bundle, grab it now at that price of £125.86. It is still on split pay, and yes, you are getting a metre for free at that price.
Crazy.
Which is silly for the brand new Liberty.
It is. Just a tad. Right, I've found the extra squares, so I was going to sew these in so we can put our rows together. So I'm going to switch the iron back on, Vix, and bring it up, if that's all right.
Thank you.
So this is why I've switched, because if I use green thread to join these, it would show through. I'm always doing that, pressing the cut the thread button before I've finished sewing. I'm like, my machine is constantly, I'm sure if it could actually talk, it would be, will you just wait?
You're a step ahead of yourself.
I am. I also, because you can set it to alarm when your bobbin's running out as well, bobbin thread's running out.
Really?
Yeah, you can, it's brilliant.
So
Except that I'm like, no, sorry, I know I can do at least another 3, so I'm just going to ignore you. And it just gets louder. And it's almost saying, seriously, you do need to now change your bobbin. Yeah, I think yesterday I managed to get it down. I had 3 inches left.
Oh, you like playing bobbin chicken?
Just a bit.
I'm a bit like that with my fuel, and everyone goes mad. Everyone goes mad at me like, why do you run it so far? I'm like, because I've still got 20 miles left. It's fine. Absolutely. It's actually really bad for your engine, isn't it?
Yeah. Once your warning light comes on, fill it up.
I just have such a thing about, like, I'll just like putting £10 in, and I know that the next day I'm going to have to put another £10 in.
Yeah. No, it's mad.
It doesn't get me anywhere.
So I've joined on those ones, so now these are the same length, so we can join it together properly now. So I can align my centre seams.
Sorry, Susie, your head's in the way a little bit.
Is it? It's always in the way. There you go. Centre seams. See my sunburnt hair. Side seams as well, and I clip as I go. Or you could pin, whichever you prefer. If you're pinning, push the pin through the seam and then you can easily align. And those prairie points, because I've put that sew line glue on it, holds in place. And then I stitch these 2 together.
You're the only person that I know that has labelled wonder clips. Are they permanently labelled, or have you labelled them for this project?
No, I have 2 sets on my desk to use.
That's so good.
For all my projects. And I know there's more than me now, because I've had a few messages come through asking me what labelling machine I use and how I did it. So I know there are people out there who've copied the idea.
I love my label maker. It's my new favourite thing.
Oh, it's just they're a game changer.
Game changer.
Changer.
Yes.
So for this, I'm going to press my seam to set it, and then I'm going to press that first row up away so that my seam allowance is going up towards it, and then my prairie point will hang
pointing the
nicely.
right way. Oh, yes.
Press it from both sides.
The seams all look nice and flat, because there's a lot of seams going on there.
There's a lot of seams. That's why I press open until this point.
Yeah.
Because then I know exactly where everything's going, and when I come to quilt, it's all nice to quilt.
Crisp.
But look, I mean, already that looks like
amazing.
a tree. Yes, it looks like a tree. The pot, the other end of the spectrum. Let's go to the other end of the tree. So we did our half square triangles using the 2-in-1 method. So again, I'm going to open these seams. I just find pressing a seam open makes everything lie flatter to start with, but it's personal preference. There are no rules in quilting. So it's not like school where you have to do everything correctly. But I would suggest that everything is flat before you start. So if you've got it creased, you're not going to ever get anything perfect. But the measurements should line up. If they don't, something's gone wrong. Either you've cut wrong or you've misstitched.
Do you see it so with your seams up?
I do. And so busy side up.
Yeah, okay.
Because then I can see what's going on with my seams. I can keep them flat. They don't get caught in the feed dogs. You've got a presser foot that's going to hold everything down for you, so your fingers don't get in the way. It just makes it easier. And then that's my pot made. And then I just press that open as well. So finger press it out first and then go in with my iron. I'm just going to switch the steam off.
Oh yeah, it's going between Fiona dressmaker with the steam fully on.
Do you know, my one at home has never had water in it.
Really? It's
Never.
just completely
Because
dry.
if we've ever ironed clothing that needed water, we have a sprayer. It's actually an old Best Press bottle that I've relabelled.
Oh, that's a
using
good
my
idea.
label maker.
Oh, that's hilarious.
This
is
yeah.
Clothes, ironing, spraying water. Yeah, I look around like, what can I label?
Yeah.
I am that person that's
Yeah.
got my tea that says tea on
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I've labelled everything. Literally everything. Yeah, rolled oats, pressed oats, you name it. So we could bring in the next row and next prairie point here. So, but what we need to add on is our second square here, which is one of these. So it's great labelling things.
Yeah.
I mean, you could use your Post-its and put your pins in, but I used to use that method and then thought, hang on a minute, I've got 101 pins here. Why am I not
labelling
my pins?
Speaking of labelling, did you hear that Ben's got engaged?
Has he?
Yeah.
That's exciting.
I know.
Kept that one quiet.
It was like, I know, it's important to label things, isn't it?
It is.
I know, very exciting.
Very exciting. Very exciting.
Very exciting for another Sewing Street wedding.
Yeah.
Are you going to have a big wedding, Ben? Good. Good.
Crikey. And you've just had your wedding anniversary, haven't
Mine's on Saturday.
you? So is mine.
6th of July.
Yeah.
6th of July. It's 5 years.
Yes. It is for us.
Oh, of course.
The wood.
Yeah, it is wood, isn't it? Kieran was like,
Wood anniversary.
if I'm honest, I said to Kieran, I don't know why, but I've always been rubbish with dates of like, where do you celebrate your wedding anniversary? Should I be celebrating my wedding anniversary?
Well, we are. We're going away.
Are you?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Yeah, we're going away, but it's also because we're visiting some friends as well.
Oh,
So,
lovely.
Yeah. Yeah, so I've added on those, but yeah. Yeah, where did 5 years go? It doesn't seem... I think COVID has knocked a couple of years off my life.
I know.
In more ways than one. Because it doesn't seem...
Yeah.
You know,
You
it's
have
a
memories
bit
of
a
different
blank,
years,
isn't it?
don't you? And it's
Yeah.
all very bizarre, yeah.
So when you construct this, I do tell you this in the pattern, you have to construct to get your, where's the other one? Yeah. To get your outer background in to fit and still be able to construct the rows. You can't just go row, 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 row. You have to block the rows together. So rows 3, 4, 5 would then join together to then join to some of your outers before you can add it in.
I'm with you.
To get them all lined up.
Yeah.
So do follow the instructions.
Instructions. Did you say destructions?
I call my instructions destructions. Yeah. So what I mean is we've done this bit and I've added this, but I can't add this big piece here until I've joined these next 3 rows together. And remember, you add in your prairie points as you go as well. So that's why I say lay everything out before you start, because then you know where things are going, and it's much easier to do that before you start. The other thing I'll say is, because you've got half square triangles and you're mixing the greens to get the tree shapes, you can really play around with secondary patterns where they line up. So for example here, I've formed 2 diagonal to give myself some squares. Here I've formed a stripe so I could zigzag them down the tree.
Wow.
So you can get secondary patterns by playing around, which is why I get you to lay it all out before you start constructing.
And spin it and check it that you're happy with where
exactly.
they all are.
And although mine is an idea in the pattern of how to lay out, you'll find that even my finished sample differs from this layout because at the time when you start getting the fabrics in place, you think, actually, if I turn that way, this will happen and I'll get this happening over here and I can see that design coming through there. So use this as a basis, just on a count number if nothing else, and then play around with
this
your
isn't
ideas.
scrappy completely, is it? Because this is Suzie Scrappy. Must be some sort of method to it.
Yeah,
You're not the sort of person that can decorate a tree and just put bubbles anywhere.
Oh,
no.
No one else.
So when you're doing this, I looked at the reds and I thought, they're positioned so... Because that's what you want, isn't it?
Yes.
To have those reds
Yeah, you want the pop of red evenly.
So I'd go by Susie's if you want it to look scrappy but also planned scrappy.
Yeah, I don't do random. No. But yeah, that's just how I laid it out. I did lay it all out on the floor and then just turned stuff around a bit and take a photograph. Every time you move it, take a photograph because we can delete photographs off our phones really quickly. And then you'll start to see secondary patterns come through. And because of the detail in all of these fabrics, although we're only using 2.5-inch squares, you still see so much going on. They're real fun fabrics.
Yeah,
I think this should have been called Festive Fun, I think, this collection, because it is a fun collection. It's a real child-friendly, as well as grown-ups. There's just so much in it. It's nostalgic. It's super.
Have all the fat quarters sold out, by the way, Ben? I mentioned it earlier. We had the massive mega bundle of fat quarters, all of the fabrics from the whole of the collection. One. Who's going to get the last one? There it is. If you want it, it's £67.42. There's 36 people who've got it in their baskets.
That's a lot.
I knew the fat quarters would be part. We never do that, do we? Where you get the whole collection.
I think we did it.
Have you done it before?
We did it for the
Great
last Liberty launch. I think it tends to happen when they're a big collection. So yeah, I mean, it's a great way of getting everything without having to think of projects that are going to use all of it. Because I think when you've got a fat quarter, you're more likely to use it than if you've got a ½ metre. I know that sounds weird, but
Yeah, because you could literally cut it in half and have 2 fat quarters.
yeah.
But
you
less
look at a
cumbersome,
½
isn't it? Yeah.
metre and you think, oh, I can't cut into that unless I've got a really big project to do.
so press all these open.
Yeah, I'm pressing open because when you come to subcut these, if they're pressed open, if you use your stripology to cut them, because they're 2.5 inch cuts, that's a perfect ruler to use.
Yeah.
Because that's marked, isn't it, on a stripology? For anyone who doesn't know, stripology make life so much easy, or creative grids do, with a stripology, because they mark the 2.5 inch as well as the 1.5 inch
Are there
cuts.
quilters that make them and design them?
Absolutely, they are tools
I
that
can
are
still
useful.
smell that best press, by the way. Is it because you just pressed? You haven't sprayed it
I
again,
haven't
have you?
sprayed it again. No, it lasts. That's what I said to you. And you should smell my ironing board at home.
Lovely.
So cool.
The
Right,
best
I'm
press
gonna
has
do this.
completely sold out. There's the stripology, which is the XL ruler,
Yeah.
and as Susie said, there is a mark. I don't know if it's a square or a star that marks the 2.5
I think
inch.
it's a square for the 2.5 and a star for the 1.5. Not that I use mine a lot, but I cut all of the pieces for this project using my stripology, which meant that everything was cut within, well, less than an hour, pressed and cut within less than an hour, and then constructed really quickly. I know people harp on about rulers and things, but having the tools to do the job,
yeah.
any job you do in life, makes it easier, bearable and more successful.
I was on Hobby Maker yesterday and I was talking to one of the designers. He actually does paper
Yeah.
embroidery. It was brilliant.
Yeah.
But he was saying that you don't actually, it's not 100% necessary, but it makes what's good into great, and what
Yes.
makes something, that's okay, into really easy and
Yeah.
achievable. Having the right tools for the job is important,
Absolutely.
isn't it? Look, even this in a strip. This
Yeah.
is amazing.
The snowy rooftops.
rooftops.
So
Yeah.
good, isn't it? And then what I would do, if you're using a stripology, you don't need to neaten an edge because you can use the stripology to give you your zero.
Yeah.
But if you're using the stripology, then you can, if you're using a quilting ruler, you'd neaten an edge first. And when you're lining up, I'll use a ruler to do it because we haven't got the room for a stripology here. Don't try and line up every single seam line.
Okay.
Because you'll never do it. Unless you are the world's most perfect sewer, first of all, I'd love to know your secret, you're not going to achieve it. So find a seam line that you can see clearly and use that as your basis for your straight line. And if the others are out fractionally, it's not going to make a massive difference at the end of the day. No one's going to, if anyone gets a ruler out and measures these, first of all, knock them off your Christmas card list because they're just not going there. But it's not the end of the world, is it, if it's slightly out? So I would then trim off that bit, and that does go in my scraps to be used at a later date box. And then turn it round to then do your 2.5 inch cut. And again, line up on that same seam line that you used to start with to get that cut line. And once you've got the next one done, always check that it's straight at each cut, because sometimes you might wobble, you never know. And we don't want any wobbly lines. Wobbly lines aren't in.
We've literally got about a minute or so.
That's all right. All I was going to show you is to join them together.
Yeah.
You'd then just put those two right sides together, sew them together, and then you'd get your continuous
Border.
border.
Brilliant. That's a
Yeah.
great way. That's another transferable technique. If you've got the instructions,
Absolutely.
you're getting loads of these different techniques to be able to do lovely borders. Binding, straps, everything is included in your instruction set. In your bundles, you also have enough to back it as well.
You do.
You don't need the full extra wide. It's a nice little
don't.
mini quilt.
Yep.
Really manageable under your machine to be able to quilt it. Love that project, and everybody's going to have these in time, ready for Christmas.
Exactly. Yeah, you just got to find a treat now to hang on it.
Oh yes. That's the exciting part, isn't it? Choosing your treats and embroidering and embellishing and whatever you want to do.
Exactly, personalising.
What a fabulous show we've had with you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Suzie.
Thank you very
You've been
much.
amazing today, as always. Thank you,
you.
Suzie. When are you back with us?
I'm actually back on Tuesday
Oh, lovely.
with Debbie Shaw's new things.
Oh,
I know, very exciting. And then I'm back on Thursday as well
Okay, amazing.
with a brand new project of mine.
Oh, brilliant. Well, enjoy
So,
your
yeah.
weekend off as well for your wedding
will.
anniversary.
Thank you.
Happy anniversary.
And to you as well. Yeah, it's
We'll
weird.
never forget
It's
each
so
other.
weird,
So
isn't
brilliant.
it? Well, if we do, we're in trouble.
But I've just seen a whole rail of clothes. I might
know.
even go and do a little change, a bit of fashion show. I'm very excited. We've got Fiona Hesford for 2 whole hours. We've got a brand new project coming up next, the Beatrice dress back, and then we've got a whole array of patterns to bring you. There's the Beatrice dress coming up between 12 and 1 as well, so stay with us. Fiona's going to be joining me right after this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back to our 2-hour extravaganza. Have you done a 2-hour special before, Fiona?
No. No, it's a marathon. I went in training for it.
You have got a full rail and trolley full of samples to show us, because we've got a brand new pattern in. It's already flying on pre-order. These are really actually good sized bags, aren't they?
I mean, afterwards I thought, well, maybe I needed to do it smaller. But then I thought, you know, it's a squashy bag. It's not structured, but you could structure it if you wanted to. But you know, if you've got less stuff in it, it sort of kind of folds in on itself. But that's quite nice in the way it's that. That's why I called it the Slouchy bag.
Margate slouchy bag. So, as you say, this isn't, you don't line this bag actually, do you? You bind.
The pattern's written so it's unlined, but you can add a line. If you're au fait with bag making, it's very simple to add a lining. But I thought, well, because it's got the inside pocket and the front pocket, it's already quite a substantial, you know, thickness bag. Yeah. So I didn't feel like it needed it.
It's got pockets on the inside. It's got 2 zip pocket compartments on the front as well here, which I love. I think this is going to be a really, really useful bag if you're going for a city break, or if you're going on holiday, or just going shopping. I am that person that needs to roll one of these up within my bag that I keep in my bag as an additional shopping bag. This is brilliant.
You're a bag lady, aren't you?
Suitable for beginners?
Yes, definitely, yes. There is there's a zip to put on, so, I mean, it's not really that difficult.
Yeah.
You know, you just put a zip foot on your machine, but no, it's, just a little quick note that there is a little bit of we forgot to put on how many sliders you need.
Oh yeah.
We do use, I've sort of recommended the number 5 zipping with this, simply because the zips are the feature about this bag. Yeah. You know, you need something that's got a little bit kind of weighty, a bit more guts to it. Having said that, you can use the standard zip if you want to. I haven't sort of written that into the pattern, but if you would prefer to just use standard zips, then use 2 8-inch and 1 20-inch zip.
Okay.
So, and you need, if you get 1 metre of number 5 zipping, you'll need 3 pulls or sliders.
Brilliant.
3.
Yes, that's on your requirements. So just remember to obviously add your sliders, which you can see on the pictures.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Got to put it in.
Pattern on its own is flying out. It's just £11.95. Now, is this done from measurements, or is there a template?
No, it's a template.
Brilliant.
Yes.
So I'm not having to sort of work out measurements.
Oh, no.
Because some bag templates are.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at that.
Oh, fabulous. Oh,
so you've got all the shapes in there, and you've got the notches to show you where to put things, little dotted lines to sort of show you where to put the bands. It's very sort of like self-explanatory, really.
Brilliant.
I have to say, it's such a fun bag to make. Yeah. Really good fun. just a lot of little bits and bobs to kind of like the little bands. It's really nice.
I love the idea. I mean, they're very, very in. There's lots of different sort of smaller bags as well that have these lovely straps that cost a fortune, by the way. I mean, I went into Oliver Bonus and they sell lots of different straps that you can interchange as well, which I do love. That's why I think lots of the webbing that we have available on the website on today are selling rapidly. So if you do want to add a really funky, contrasting, have fun with it as well, contrasting strap, then have a look underneath us on the website. So not only do you have that fabulous pattern paper that you can use again and again and again to make your bag, you also have lots of photographs as well as your step-by-step written instructions. So super, super clear as always with all of Fiona's patterns. And maybe you've done some of your dressmaking projects, you want to try and make a bag, you've never made a bag before, this is going to be a really lovely, simple, quick, easy make. We've got so many different fabric options to choose from today. Obviously, because it is a slouchy one, you want to have something with a little bit of structure, I'm presuming.
Well, I've recommended canvas or a sort of thicker denim, like an 8-ounce or even 10-ounce denim. So if you do want to use a patterned fabric like a cotton fabric, then you can just put some interfacing on the back, but obviously you're going to see that on the inside if you don't have a lining. So, but I very much wanted this to be quite a simple, unstructured, unlined bag, but it can be added into if you want to.
We have got actually some really cool fabrics, which Ben's going to come and just do a little demonstration in a moment. We're really excited. Ollie's just said he'd wear this bag. He says, you know, given the right fabric choices, these, Ollie, would be brilliant for if you want to make these for any of the gents as well in your life. Now, I've got 3 colours. And I have never seen these fabrics before. What's the composition of them? What are they called? This is called Riviera. You get a whole metre bundle, which is going to be plenty. Now, it is slightly lighter weight, so you'd probably want to interface this, I think. Feels really soft like cotton.
It's a polyester as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
So just be careful when you're ironing on anything to polyester, because it can, you know, your iron's too hot, it might melt. So just lower the temperature a bit.
Do you want to show you something really, really cool about this? It says here, look, it is your ochre. Yeah, I've got some water here on the desk.
This is trick. He loves this trick.
This is Ben's new party trick, I think. I'm going to just...
He's done this before on the show.
Step out of... Has he?
Yeah.
Long time ago.
It's a one-trick pony.
Come on round. Come on round.
Hello, everybody. So...
It's our
it's
fabulous...
because it's got a lovely drape to it. It doesn't feel like
No, it's not
rubbery, waterproof fabric that you'd imagine. But... this is the best thing. Got a bottle of unbranded water here.
What's your head? Your head's in vision.
Oh, do you know what? I sit and look at heads for 5 hours and then I come out.
Ooh.
Right, I've spilt a drop.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no!
Whoa! Look at it go!
That is amazing.
How fun is it?
One, this is so fun. But then how useful is that if you're... oh my gosh, you do this very fast. You've done this before. Wow, it's like flubber.
It looks like a bead, doesn't it?
It
We
does.
need some blue roll. We haven't got any blue roll, so let's...
Thank you, Ben.
Look, if that was cotton...
If that was cotton, then you'd have a right spillage going on.
Soggy shirt. But...
that's brilliant.
I regret that.
I can imagine that'd be stain-proof as well, and white clean, you know, so if it got a bit grubby, you could just wipe it down, couldn't you?
I mean, thank you to our producer
thank
for
you
wetting
for that.
himself on telly.
And the Oscar goes to...
That is dedication to the demo. A whole metre bundle, your Riviera in the lovely ochre colourway. It's just £7.49 for that lovely colour, and it is waterproof. It will be brilliant for this bag. And if you do want to make it slightly more structured, obviously you can interface it. You've designed it as a slouchy bag, but if you wanted it slightly more structured, nothing's stopping you. Or if you wanted to line it.
I mean, I suppose you could... I wouldn't put bag foam in it.
No,
but
I
mean,
wouldn't use those, but maybe like a H640 fleece.
Exactly, yeah, an H640 would be perfect.
Fabulous. Right, these are all going to sell out. We're going to fly through as much because we really, really want to show as much as we can in demo this time around. So you've got a whole metre bundle, which is enough to be able to do...
a metre is what you need for the bag.
Brilliant.
You might even have a little bit left over, but I just rounded it up to a metre just for, you know, for the hell of it.
This is your terracotta version, whole metre. I'd be thinking of outside cushions, all sorts. Oh my gosh, honestly, how many times have you taken your outside cushions in and out, in and out, in and out?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That's great for outdoor cushions, isn't it?
Yeah, brilliant. It is waterproof. I would normally say, you know, water resistant. And because it's really lovely and malleable as well, you could do your bucket hat with this.
You could do the hat with it, absolutely, yeah.
Your bucket hat would be brilliant, wouldn't it? Because again, if you make a bucket hat, sometimes with cottons and they get wet, they'd be all soggy. Whereas this would be really, really lovely to do with the bucket hat.
Or you could do it one side only, couldn't you?
Yeah.
So if it rains, suddenly
Flip it.
turn it inside out.
Great idea. $7.49 for your Riviera. And that is like a khaki, by the way. It's a really deep khaki. It looks like a charcoal on screen, but it is more of a dark green. Yeah. £7.49 for a whole metre. Then we also have some more options for the bag. Should we do the denims? Denim. Right, metre bundles of denim. And by the way, this is wide. That is a lot of denim, isn't it? This is the medium colour.
Is that the 8-ounce denim, is it?
Yes. Yes, look, it's the same as my dress. Okay, so if you want to do the one that's most similar to this one, I'm just going to show you. Please, please, please don't ask about these because I believe there's lots that have sold out. But if you do want to do any of these really cool, lovely geometric straps, sorry, this one, there's loads that are about to sell out, but they're lovely, aren't they? Or contrast, go with that one, look.
Yeah. Just to say
Yes.
that if we do sell out of those strapping, it's quite easy to get like a replacement strap that's in those jazzy patterns. And if you do a couple of D-rings on each side of your bag, you can just clip it on and interchange them.
Yes.
Then you only need one for like several bags then.
Fantastic, yeah. And that's a really good idea.
Yeah.
Clip them onto, if you're making multiples of these. So you would just use
You
a
put just a D-ring
D-ring.
or on
Make
the
yourself a
other
little
side,
loop.
yes.
make it interchangeable. Okay, so that is your medium blue denim. I thought I'd best do the middle one first. Then this is the dark. Makes sense, doesn't it? Then this is the deeper blue. 8 ounce, medium to heavyweight, whole metre of your dark blue, £9.49. £9.49. Right, grab these bundles because they are very, 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 very affordable. £9.49 for a whole metre. Fabulous price. That is really good. And then the light colour as well. Let me show you the. They always fold these the reverse way. I don't know why.
Yeah,
but I know you can use that side, can't you? But that's supposed to be the side.
Also, because it's got the front pocket, the base, you can interchange. You can mix the denim with and also the bands. You could do those in patterned fabric onto a denim base. So you could bring in the patterns with that and then match it to the strap.
Yeah,
So-
that's a really good idea. It would be really nice, actually. Do remember when you're buying this metre bundle that you've got those two colours that you could do different colours on the patches.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
absolutely.
Shall we jump into a bit of a demo, please,
Oh,
Fiona? We don't want to
okay.
miss out on seeing these
Yeah.
techniques. So, the pattern is your main graphic on screen. If you do want to grab the brand new Margate Slouchy bag pattern, it's just £11.95. And I believe the only strap that's available now in stock is the red chevron, which I love. I love the red chevron. Fabulous.
I'm demonstrating with that one as well.
Right, so what are you able to show us?
So-
in fact, actually, we're just going to adjust your microphone very, very quickly. Remember, with your pattern, you're getting full instructions here, and you're also getting your amazing templates. This is on lovely thick paper that you're going to be able to literally to cut your fabrics out and make time and time again with those templates. Do they include your seam allowance, Fiona?
They include the seam allowance, and
Okay.
the seam allowance is 1 centimetre, which is, 3/8 of an inch, is it? Yeah. So, I mean, I like to just line the side of my foot up with the needle position in the middle and line the side of the foot up to the raw edge, and you pretty much 1 centimetre. So, By the way, my son is actually in Margate today. Would you believe that?
really?
What a sort of like coincidence.
Where does
that
your son
is.
live?
He lives in Hackney, but he's gone for a sort of 2-day break with his girlfriend to Margate.
Oh, I've never been to Margate, and I've heard brilliant things.
It's like trendy, isn't it?
It's very
It's very
trendy.
trendy now. Yeah. So we've got various pieces here. We've got 3. So you cut 3 pieces of the main bag piece. One of which is going to be for the inside pocket, and you can see that I've already done that in advance. Now this is just a little optional extra. I've written that into the end, but actually it's quite a good idea if you want to put some Velcro on the inside pocket to stitch it on before you assemble it. Much easier. You can do it at the end, but you know, it's just a bit more easy. It's a bit easier. And then you've got the front and the back there, and then you've also got the front pocket piece, which has got the same curve at the bottom, and but it's slightly narrower at the top. And then you've got the 2 bands. So you've got a horizontal band and you've got a vertical band. And I've done these beforehand, where you just fold over the 2 side edges. And I've written a little bit about how to maybe fix them, the bands, temporarily for when you're stitching. So there's various things that you can use. Spray glue, obviously, if you've got some of that, that's perfect. Spray the back of it, plonk it on. Or you could use Bonder web or even hemming tape, this stuff, you know, hemming tape that you use. It's like a sort of fusible web. And you can just literally put a piece of that on and then fuse it on, and then that holds it temporarily.
Brilliant.
So anyway, so moving back to the base, here's the 2 base pieces. So you've got 1 base and 1 base lining, and they come sort of separate like that. And then we're going to sew those together. So pin it at the short edge here. If I had my pins, that would be good. Get my little mousey out. And then we're going to sew down here, and then we're going to press the seam allowance open. And for the outer one, you can top stitch. For the inside lining one, you don't have to, but it's quite nice if you do. Sorry, just going downstairs. Going to the cellar. And right, so I'll switch my machine on, that might help. And little back stitch. And all the way down. Now you've got to match the 2 together, so you know, be careful to get the same, to match the seam allowance, the same seam allowance on both. Ooh. And then we're pressing the seam open.
You're on?
I'm on.
Oh yeah, sorry, we've put this on to dry now. That's it. Between you and Suzie, who's a quilter, you were both going back and forth with the steam and no steam.
And there you've got your nice seam, and you can top stitch either side. Little trick about top stitching: line the seam to the centre of the foot, put your needle position to the far left or the far right, and then stitch down, flip it round, stitch the other side. So if you keep your eye on the centre seam, that keeps it nice and stable. I mean, nice and neat, right position. And then we're literally now we're going to put the wrong sides together. Now the bag has raw inner seams. Obviously it's not lined, so the raw edges inside are bound with some seam bias binding.
Okay, do you buy ready-made bias binding, or do you make
I buy
your own?
ready-made, but some people might quite enjoy to make bias binding themselves. You know, if you've got like a bit of Liberty fabric, to make some Liberty bias binding for the inside, that's your pleasure, isn't it? When you open it up and have a look at it. And get that Liberty fix.
Yeah. No, I mean, but you could choose whatever you want. You can make your own. If you've got any of those little bias binding tools, you can match your fabric up. If you don't, you can make pre-made. You can buy pre-made.
Bias binding is very cheap, isn't it? I think you need, is it a metre, 2 metres?
It looks all lovely and neat though inside though, doesn't it still?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you need 2 metres of bias binding. So sometimes you can buy it in pre-cut lengths of 2.5 metres. So you've got plenty there. And it's at the 1 inch wide, 25 mil wide binding. if you get the narrow one, or if you've got the narrow one, you probably could do it, but it's a little bit more fiddly. So I'm pinning around the outer edge, and then I'm going to machine tack it together. Now this is, you don't want to, you're going to sew within the seam allowance, which is 1 centimetre, so you really do want to just keep to the inside edge, literally about 1/4 of an inch away. And I'm going to just lengthen my stitch up just to 3, just to, you could zigzag tack it as well, which, but if you're going to bind those edges anyway, you don't really need to finish them at this stage. You're just literally machine tacking it together. And then we move on to the front and the pocket.
Yeah, this is lovely pocket. I'm excited to see how this is sort of constructed, because I've not seen this technique of how to insert zip.
Yeah. Do you know what? I might just sort of like stop there, because I just realised I've got the dress to demonstrate as well, haven't I? So should I just quickly move on? So you can go get the gist. You're sort of machine tacking around the edge. So we move on to, now the front and the back are the same. So we just have one piece for the front. And the front pocket here. Now you can see that I've folded it in half and I've pressed it, and there's a crease at the centre, and that's quite good for seeing where the centre line is.
Okay.
So here's my pre-cut zips, and I've got 2 of them. And if you were going to just use a standard zip, those would be the 8-inch ones.
Right.
So I'm going to just pin that in at the side.
I think underneath us on the web, there's some of the zips on the roll, and then you just need to get your sliders. You need obviously 3 sliders for the project, but the zips on a roll are quite useful, aren't they? As you can just cut them to the right size that you need.
That's right.
I've seen all sorts of jazzy zip pulls and things that we've had in the past. There's probably some on the website that you can have with little sewing charms and things like that on the end.
Absolutely, yeah. They're lovely, aren't they, those? You just make it, something that you can't buy in the shops.
Exactly. That's the whole joy, isn't it, of making things for yourself?
Yeah. Now, sorry, I sort of kind of fasted forward here. Now, what you need to do is to get your zip pull, and it goes towards the centre on each side. And it's a good idea to maybe start off with it at the centre, but then move it to the outer edge, so that you've basically got a free bit of zip to kind of work with, if you see what I mean.
Okay.
So if you start there and you're matching the raw edges of the zip to the centre fold that you've made. So I've pinned it on, but actually that's after you put the zip on, so I'm going to sort of unpin it now. There we go. And if you've got some, what's it called? Quilter's tape is quite good for sticking
or
zips
so
on.
long glue pen.
Yeah, glue pen, just very easy to sort of stitch it on. So this one, I've got a slight overhang here, which is really useful.
Yeah.
So it means that I can just push that pull towards the end like that, and that leaves that bit free. This one is slightly narrow. I wanted to do one of each just to show you the difference.
Okay.
Let's take that off there, because we're just dealing with that first. There's a lot of things to think about today, isn't there? It's like kind of so many different projects. And then now we want to put our zip foot on. So you just literally click it off like so. I don't know how your machine does it, but it's usually very, very straightforward to clip it back on again like so. And then you want to have the zip foot on the side so that your stitching is nearest to the zip teeth.
Okay.
See what I mean? And then you put the zip foot front bar right in the centre of the zip tab at the side, and then just lengthen your stitch to, I would say, 2.8, And then just do a little back stitch there. And then just keep that bar so that the side of it is lined to the edge of the fabric, and then it would be in the right position. The stitching will come in the right position.
Last of stock now on the pattern, by the way. Could you put the graphics back in, please? Thank you.
When you get to, if your zip pulls in the way, just lift up your foot and push it beyond.
Okay.
And then drop it down and then carry on. And then you can carry on to the other side as well. You don't have to stop and start. Just try and keep straight here.
I think a lot of people get scared of zips, and actually, once you've got your zip foot on and you've held it in place, whether it be with your pins or if you have got quilter tape, it's actually quite
straightforward. Yeah, it really isn't sort of like, it isn't difficult at all, is it? It's just stitching something on. So there we are, there's our zip on, and then we're going to press it upwards.
Now, do you have to be careful with your iron that you don't melt your teeth, or are you all right?
I think you're all right, but I mean, I wouldn't sort of push it, you know, I mean, just sort of pull and press. It'd be nice if I had a bit of steam.
Sorry, I don't know if you've got any water in there, have you?
Probably not, no. Yeah, so you can press it on the back and pull it at the same time, and then flip it over, and just so that you know, is nice and straight there. There's not, the seam it's not folded over, if you see what I mean.
And do you top stitch that down?
You top stitch that down. You can leave your zip foot on if you want to, or you can replace your foot. You know, it still stitches just like an ordinary foot,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah. We're going to move on to the Beatrice dress soon, by the way.
Now, just make sure that you've got your zip foot on the right side. So again, and you want to just sew a few millimetres away from, you know, 3 millimetres, 1/8 of an inch away from the seam. And again, you know, top stitching, you lengthen your stitch. So then you get your front piece and you lay it on, like so. And then you pin it on.
Right. Oh no, this makes more sense now. And you've got then like a sort of, what do you call this, like a facing or a panel at the top there that then...
That's right, yes.
Yeah.
So then you're going to put your front band on.
Right.
And because you can stick it on, let me just pin around the outside edge. And then, how long have I got?
Well, we're halfway through the hour now. So.
Oh, right, okay. So I've got my bonding web here, but you could, like I said, you can spray glue it on, and then you can just iron that on, and then you get your horizontal band. Mm-hmm. So iron that on, top stitch it, and then iron that one on. Make sure that you're matching up the other side of the zip, so it needs to be evenly spread here. And it's very important to have the two pulls that come to the centre.
Okay.
I think aesthetically that looks so much better. You're ironing that on, and then you top stitch that on.
Right.
And then with your back, and then you machine tack all the way around the outer edge. Now with the back piece on the inside, you've done your pocket, and you literally, you stitch, again, I folded in half, got a crease, or you can mark one out if you want to, the centre line. It's marked on the pattern. And then you machine tack around the outer edge top stitch down the centre. It's quite nice to have 2 compartments because otherwise it's sort of like it's too open. And then at the end, you're literally sewing with your base. You take one base and you sew it right sides together all the way around. Match up the centre point.
Yeah.
You put your straps in the side as well. One of them's got a D-ring, so you can see. I'm sort of.
I love that one.
I really need a whole
All
hour
of the
to
straps
do
have now
this.
sold out. They're amazing.
Yeah, so you put your D-ring on one strap and then the other one, you feed it through. This is before you sort of attach it.
Yeah.
And then at the end, you've stitched your base onto your front and back.
And
then
it's up to you
bind your
if you
edging.
want to put D-rings on this side here as well, and swivel clips that you can then clip
Yeah.
them on and off, which should be lovely
Absolutely.
because, like you said, you can make as many bags as you want
Yeah.
and just have a strap that you then interchange.
That's right.
Because they're really lovely. We have to get more of those. Everything's sold out in the pre-order show.
Yeah.
So it's actually, like you say, you don't need to do a lining. It's all then binding.
You do, well, you know, it's all about the fabric you use, isn't it? You know, if with a nice sort of sturdy canvas, you know, it's good to do it without. But as I said, you can, if you want to, put a lining in, or even just lay another piece of fabric on the back with the wrong sides together. So you're sewing it as 2 pieces, you know, and then you're going to bind the edges at the end anyway. So.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so much. Love it. Brand new Slouchy bag pattern. There's literally about 30 of those left. We started with a lot. So if you have got it in your basket, now is the time to check out. Right. Back in stock. We've been very excited about this. I know that you said when you launched this with Rebecca, hundreds sold on launch. Do you know why? This is such a versatile pattern. Any age, any shape, any size, I think that this is going to really, really suit you. It's beautiful. If you missed out, which again, I know so many of you did, we couldn't get more at the time. We've managed to get, I think, another 100 of these, and that is it. So if you want the Beatrice dress, it is finally back in stock. Sizes 8 to 26. This is a brilliant size range as well, isn't it?
I really wanted to extend the size. You know, it's based on a similar dress that I did before, but it always annoyed me that it wasn't loose enough, it wasn't long enough, and the size range wasn't, you know, extended. And
So are you wearing the Beatrice?
So I'm wearing the Beatrice dress. So it's a dropped waist.
Yeah.
And you know, it's not sort of fitted at all. It's got the grown-on sleeves with a turned-back cuff. It's much more gathered as well, and it's got this optional pocket which I've added in, which will give you this kind of inset pocket. I don't know if you see here, but there's some pictures, I think, on the file.
I absolutely love it, and I really love the fact that if you want to show us your pocket as well, we should be able to.
So it's got the patch pocket, and it's also got this inset pocket too.
There it is. Oh, sorry, you just moved as we were there. That's it.
So it's like a sort of trouser pocket almost, isn't it? Side inset pocket. So on your packet, in your pattern, you've got a third sheet, smaller sheet, and it's got the pocket templates on it, and it's also got the instructions. And it will tell you about where to kind of fit the, you know, where to do it. You know, basically you're doing it before you assemble the dress. And I thought I would show you about the pocket on this show today. So, because I thought that would be, I didn't manage to do it on the other show.
Fabulous.
So I might just show you, because I think I did the bodice on the last one. So I thought,
That colour is amazing.
it's incredible, isn't it?
I mean, it looks even more sort of lime, I think, on screen, but it is like a really lovely chartreuse. We do have that. The dress, by the way, pattern is available at $18.95 for the dress, which is just amazing. Really, really versatile. Loads of different fabrics that you can use, and it's very, like you said, sort of those oversized feel, but it still is a very flattering shape to it. It's really lovely. Right, the fabric.
I mean, it's easy because it's got you're not fitting in a sleeve, and also it's got no darts, so everything is sort of fairly loose here around the bust.
It's still got shape to it.
Exactly, and it's sort of like, it's almost like creates a little cap sleeve, which is quite sweet.
The chartreuse cotton that we're working with, it looks like linen, it's not, so it's not going to crease.
It's a linen
which is
look.
brilliant. It's a
Yeah.
linen look.
Yeah, it's very
3.5 metres is going to be enough to make the largest size, which is a size 26, and it's just £24.99. Grab these bundles. They are absolutely gorgeous. You're going to see that coming together with the, with the demo. We also have very, very similar, again, how gorgeous is this going to be? If you've already got the Beatrice dress pattern, we haven't bundled it with the pattern, so as I know so many of you already have it, that is really nice. This is going to look gorgeous with those pinks and corals and peaches and greys. 3.5 metres. Once again, it is that linen cotton mix. I'm making the Beatrice dress at the moment. It's a lovely make, says Trudy in Dorset.
I mean, I've had people say, oh, I'm on to my second one now, which is lovely to hear.
Yes, thank you for your message, Judy. I'm sure you'll absolutely love making it. Then we also have some cotton lawns. Is suitable in a cotton lawn?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's going to be a little bit more floaty, but it's nice and gathered on the waist, so, you know, that will really suit like a lawn fabric.
Oh, that is gorgeous, isn't it? £29.99. These have been flying out on pre-order. We're on single figures for that.
Fabric, isn't it?
Really striking.
Yeah.
And it's super, super soft. It's a lawn weight cotton and it is beautiful. Just £29.99. There is single figures on that one. That will sell out. And then we also have another lawn. Oh, I love this as well. In the Beatrice dress, it will look beautiful. Really beautiful.
So many florals about at the moment, aren't there?
I think it just works, doesn't it? It just lasts. It's timeless, isn't it? It's something that you're going to wear year after year. It's not going to go out of fashion.
When you go to Henley and Ascot, that's what you want to get out.
Yeah. Gorgeous. Right. Is there any other fabrics that you want to show? Are these the... They're like linen look ones again, I think. They're a linen look, but it's cotton, so it's again not going to crease. Which I do like the linen look.
Nice weight as well.
Just
lovely to work with.
Just £24.99. That's for 3.5 metres, which is enough to be able to do the largest size. And then the blue. This is in your lovely navy. If you just want a classic, and you can make a real feature of the buttons, couldn't you? You could even cover some buttons if you want. £24.99 for your 3.5 metre linen look bundle.
You don't even need to do buttonholes actually for that, because you could just sew them on and just pop it over your head.
Yeah.
Because it's got the V-neck. I mean, it's a deep V, but
you're not going to use those as fastenings.
It's not sort of cleavage exposing.
No, it's still flattering.
No, yeah.
Yes. There's your red as well. It's already done that. It's already done it. Right, the pattern is going to be your main graphic. So we're going to focus on the pocket.
So this is the pocket hack. So in the pattern it's written in with a patch pocket. Now these are your two, I mean, this is one of my downloads. So, you know, I've just pieced it together, but in yours, you will get it all as one piece.
Oh, fabulous.
And then what you do is so this piece here is the skirt front. Okay, so it's, I've just folded it in half. You've got the fold there, and then the raw edges meeting together there. And I pinned it together, and then you just literally put your pocket piece, pattern piece on here. And then you line up the sort of raw edges, and then you're going to just cut that out. And that's going to match up with the pocket piece that you've got with the fabric piece. Right, so here we go. So you're cutting the two sides at the same time, so it's like a sort of mirror image, isn't it?
Good pair of sharp scissors you need, don't you? Essential. I just love the sound of those, Fiona.
Yeah, it's nice and snippy, aren't they? Yeah, so I think that's one of the dressmaker's sort of pleasures, isn't it? The sound of cutting and ripping fabric as well. I used to work in a fabric shop, and I used to love folding fabric. And people used to watch me, and they'd go, "Oh, I just love watching you fold that fabric." And I go, "I'd love doing it."
Oh, you need to teach me.
So here's your curved edge there with a single layer, and you can see that I've cut two pockets pieces and 2 pocket linings. So that's with the template that I've just used, and the other one that comes with the pattern. And then the first thing you do is you put, now if you've got a right side and wrong side, you want to put the right sides together and then just match them up. at the curved edge, like so.
Like you say, it's nice to be able to have all your options on pockets, that you've got your patch pockets, but now you've also got those fabulous...
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I just thought, afterwards, I thought, wouldn't it have been nice if it had this pocket? And my husband just said, leave it. And I went, no, sorry, I'm going to put it in. And I'm so glad I did, because a lot of people have said, I really like that pocket for that. So, you know, I just think you've got to, right, that's right, isn't it, that machine, yeah. Let's just take that down. Right. And then what we're going to do is sew around that curved edge. So we're not sewing down here and we're not sewing up there. It's just this curved edge here. And you've got a 1 centimetre seam allowance. So again, you can just bank up the side of the foot to the edge, or you've got a little line on your machine that sort of says 10. So if you just line it up to that.
I love that on the picture of the front you've done a matching headband as well. It looks lovely.
Oh, I forgot to mention the matching headband. I think I forgot to mention it last time as well.
Is that another hack? Is that another...
It's part of the pattern.
Is it?
Yeah, and it's written in. It's only measurements, but to be quite frank, it's just, you know, like a rectangle with a pointed end.
Yeah.
So...
oh, lovely.
So... there we go, and then we just want to get our scissors and snip into the curves. You know, sort of a general rule with sewing is to nick curved edges. Now, if I had more time, I probably would do a nice little V.
Yeah,
like
I was
that.
going to ask that. I see lots of people who do snipping into seams, but is that always just on a what's this called? A concave?
Yes.
And then if you've got a curve that way...
Yes. So if you're going the other way, then you would snip. If you're going in,
you do little
yes,
Vs.
Exactly. It gives it more room, doesn't it, to kind of spread out.
Just got to be careful with your big pair of scissors. You don't trim into your seam, into your stitching.
Yes, that's right. Yes, be really careful. I mean, you know, it's easily done though, isn't it? Mm-hmm. It just means then you have to have a bigger seam, and then things don't match up, so it could lead to sort of problems.
Yeah.
But these are all things that, you know, with the more you do it, the more you look out for things like that. Like, you know, more sort of practice you have, you make less errors, don't you, as you go along? And I mean, that's all part of the learning process, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, I was listening to Roger Federer the other day, and he was saying that it's the art of failing and losing, that you put it behind you and you move on, and it's that you focus on the next thing, you know. And I thought, it's a real lesson in life, that, isn't it? And it kind of applies to sewing as well. So here's your pocket lining, and then we're going to line up the outer curved edge to the pocket that we've just stitched on. So you line it up like so. And, you know, you can finish your raw edge afterwards with the edges together. You don't need to press them open or anything like that.
Pattern is flying out again. Completely sold out first time round. You've still got a chance at the moment if you do want it's just back in stock today now, your Beatrice dress and headband pattern for $18.95, and there are all the sizes included in one pattern. You're not having to get both patterns or work out where you fall between the patterns. You've got them on just on one big pattern sheet, which is brilliant, isn't it? I love the gathers as well. I think it's lovely.
Yeah.
It's a dropped waist.
It's a dropped waist, and it's quite loose on the waist. It's not fitted at all. You know, I think it's a sort of dress that you could make even bigger as well. Yeah. You know, because you know it'd be a lot more looser.
Yeah.
You know, so I think, I mean, the only thing I'd say is that, you know, you could, you know, it is true to size, but if you to the measurements on the pattern. But if you make up the body, if you want to make up the bodice first and just try that on, you don't need to put the facings on or anything like that. Just pin it at the size, and then you'll get a good idea.
Do you make a toile?
Well, funnily enough, I am wearing the toile. I just thought I'm going to make it in this, and then I'm going to make it in black linen.
Yeah.
but I never got around.
You still wear the
I still
the
wear it.
toile?
It's a wearable toile. Yeah, which is a good idea.
Absolutely.
It's a good idea to make it in something not quite as expensive. You know, especially if you're using linen, it's quite good to make it in the sort of cheaper cotton first, I think. Right. So that now sits behind the pocket. And then all you have to do is to pin it at the top.
Sorry, Michael Wolf's being very busy. Can you hear him being very busy in the background?
I'm looking after Sewing Street Jewellery Maker.
Are
and Homemade at the
you?
same time.
Oh, he's doing all of the Gemporia
he's
craft
doing-
channels. And he's making us know.
Doing
He's
his-
making it known, isn't he? He's
Yeah.
not moaning, he's just being very busy.
Now, the other thing you can do, which I forgot to mention, is you can top stitch around the edge of the pocket inner that you've just done. So, again, 1 centimetre, and this is all the way around. And again, you know, if you want to get some contrast stitching or, you know, match your thread, that's up to you, isn't it? But it would look quite nice if you did it in denim and you did the contrast stitching in a colour or white or red. And then we're matching up the top edge here. Now I've done the gather stitches already just to save a bit of time.
You always
But-
do 2 lines of gathering stitches?
Oh,
Yeah. Oh no! Just prodded yourself. Do you need a plaster? First aid, Michael Wolf, first aid.
luckily I've got a spot of blood in the seam allowance.
Oh, yeah, as long as it's
like
in
a
the seam
true
allowance and not on the
professional.
dress. Are you all right?
I'm fine. No, it's fine. It's just,
Very sharp pins.
yeah. So you can see that I'm pin them at the top.
Oh, is there?
I tell you what, it's been a
Very
lot of laughs
Joyce.
today.
It's not me, I don't need a plaster.
That's me.
Fiona needs a plaster.
Me.
There's more room here to.
Okay,
I'm actually
What kind of
fine.
plaster? Sorry?
I'm actually fine.
okay.
I just did all the noises though and everything.
Sorry. Well, I have it if you want, but you know.
No, it's okay if you don't need it. Fine.
There he goes, there he goes.
I think he's a frustrated racing driver, isn't he? So, and then we machine tack at the top and at the side to hold it in. So let's go and do that. And again, with this, it's within the seam allowance. So now you asked me whether I do 2 lines
Yes.
of gather or 1. Well, it depends on the kind of mood I'm in. If I've got a little bit of extra time, I will.
Yeah,
But
I
if
suppose
not,
you get
I'll
a nice
just do a
even
seam.
gather, don't you, when you
It's
do
quite
two?
satisfying getting your gathers to actually stand straight, and that's the only way to do it, I think. So,
I always thought it was, so if you break one thread, you've got another one there, but someone said, oh no, it's to make it
right.
nice and even.
Yes,
And make sure you
yes.
leave your tails nice and long as well, because we're all in
Yes.
the habit of pressing the scissor button on the end of your
that's
seam.
right. Yes, and don't sort of cut the thread accidentally, and then you haven't got anything to pull. So, and there's your pocket. So let me just give that a nice press because, you know, it's looking a bit puckered there, but nothing, a bit of pressing won't rectify. And there you have your lovely pocket, you see. And the good thing about this pocket, hang on, let me just take those out, is that it's really nice and deep. My
Useful
goodness,
then,
you could get a whole
yes.
sofa in there.
This is nice to have a nice big deep pocket. You put
It's
your keys in or
really
put your
deep.
phone in. And
Because you've got such a gathered skirt,
Yeah.
you can
You
afford
have,
to
yeah.
sort of, yeah, a good pocket is good, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
So remember, this is an additional hack, which now your pattern pieces are included in your pattern. So it does include the extra pattern. So you're not having to go online and print it off, or it's not just a hack that you've got to work out yourself. It's now all included. Honestly, thank you for including that, because we love an extra pocket hack, don't we?
Well, I mean, you know, it's just a bit of, I was going to make it as a sort of download, and then I thought, you know, some people don't get on with, like,
Yeah.
online and sort of downloading things. So I just thought, well, just pop it on the pattern, you know. but it is an act of generosity on my part. So just like to
Yes,
say.
thank you. Yeah, giving up the price, still
And then-
$18.95.
Exactly. And then, so you can see that, you know, you're just pulling your gathers there to gather, you know, I mean, you could either leave that straight at the side or gather it up there as well.
Did you, on your dress, I think you've left it straight, haven't you? Yeah.
Yeah. So it's only a small section there. And then it just means that you've got your gathers veering towards the centre.
And then this is the version that hasn't got those pockets, so it's gathered all the way along. I think it adds a really nice feature to put your pocket in there.
I mean, when I was on, John said, oh, if you're a beginner, you know, do the patch pockets. But actually, I think this pocket is super simple, isn't it? You know, so I think even if you're a beginner, just have a go if that's what you prefer. And it is a lovely feature to your dress. And what I liked about it is that the curve of the pocket kind of reflects the curve at the bottom of the seam, of the hem of the dress. So, you know, there you go.
If you're doing it with the denim, it'd be nice actually to do the pocket bag in a contrasting Liberty
that would be
lawn
lovely.
or, you know, a different fabric.
Or even like a sort of nice denim print, you know, like a floral print that you've just got a little bit here, and you could put the same fabric on the facing on the bodice.
Yeah.
You know, you could even stitch a bit on the cuff or something, or a little bit of binding on the. I mean, just a quick words about the sleeve template.
Yes.
All the sizes, they're all one on top of the other. Didn't really have room to separate them out because some patterns they do every alternate size, just so you can see. So have a look at the very largest line. You can see the little, it goes up and down, the sleeve pattern, and that's where you're turning the cuff. So just be aware of where they are, and get a marker pen and just sort of like draw it round so you can see it properly.
Yeah. Brilliant.
They're lovely sleeves.
Thank you very, very, very much.
That's it.
Staying with us though, because we've still got a huge marathon of all of Fiona's patterns, everything that we have available in stock. We've got recaps of some of your favourites back in stock. Just whilst we're going to a little break, pop the kettle on and check out on your Beatrice dress, because there are over 30 of you, I think, who have got it in your basket, and it is very, very limited. But pop your kettle on. Don't go anywhere, though, because we've still got lots to bring you in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as the quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. We have got 1 hour. Are you ready? You got your running shoes on.
I've got my bottle of
We've
water.
been doing some stretching. So we have got everything, back in stock where we can. We've got our SEWGIRL projects. We've also got patterns. I have never seen these before. They are absolutely amazing. And you say, whenever you bring these at the NEC or any of your shows, they always absolutely fly out.
Well, do you know, because they're hand screen printed fabric.
Are they?
My husband hand screen prints it in our studio, and they're limited edition. And they're all on the linen fabric, the linen handle fabric. So they're really, unique, I think.
I
There's
thought
no one
these
that
were gonna
does
be
anything like that.
a lot more expensive. For the whole kit, it's £18.95, and look at
Yeah.
how lovely these
It's
drawstring
so
bags
cute,
are.
isn't it? And it comes with all the little string, the strap, the lining, and also it's got a compartmented lining, because I sort of thought, oh, it's the sort of thing you could take to your little craft workshop. You put your scissors in there, or even toiletries or something. And yeah, I mean, that is so cute, isn't it? And it's all hand screen printed. And that green one is gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd get both if you can. Less than £20, £18.95. Limited edition. You've got your beautiful fabric, your lining, your cord, you've got your webbing, and you do have your instructions, all for £18.95. It is the last of stock on both colourways. So whoever manages to get them, if you've got them in the baskets, we are oversubscribed. It's £18.95 on the blue. We've got a huge amount of patterns to get through, so it is going to be a bit of a pit stop through. But if you've got any questions along the way, please do get them in whilst Fiona's here. Keep checking the website as well. Exactly the same in the green.
The green is the same. That one's actually printed on nice heavyweight canvas.
Oh.
So it's similar weight, but as the linen, but you know, it's kind of a little bit more, it's slightly lighter background, isn't it? More of a cream background.
It's lovely.
And that lovely emerald green. And the thing about hand screen print fabric is that the screen printing really is kind of strong colour. It's like, there's nothing wishy-washy.
Can you still wash it and use it as you would?
Yes, you can still wash it. Yeah, I mean, we do recommend just to sort of iron it on the back, just to, you know, sort of 5 minutes or whatever. But it's fixed, so it should be fine.
Brilliant. You also have your lining, you've got your webbing,
Yeah.
you've got your cord as well for your drawstring. More in baskets than we have available.
There's a little sticker there showing Mark printing it that shows, you know, how unique it is.
Is this in your studio?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Do you do lots of hand screen printing?
Well, my husband is a screen print artist. He does limited edition screen prints. And this is him very kindly, with a bit of arm twisting, doing a bit of printing for me. But he is getting very involved with the fabric side of the business. So we started kind of going into fabrics a bit more.
You need to do a video.
Mainly for the shows. So this is the only place really that we're actually selling it besides at the shows that we do. So it's unique really to Sewing Street.
Yeah, fantastic. Right, they're about to sell out. There is literally, I believe, a couple of those remaining. I love them. We also have the phone pouches, which I think work really well alongside as well.
Yeah, so I haven't got that ripple design here, but you can see it through the pack, can't you?
Yes,
The design.
there you go.
So it's that colour, but it's kind of on a sort of like a sort of taupe background, isn't it?
Yes.
And the design is sort of called Ripple, so it's like the circles. And it's a lovely little phone pouch. You could use this you could use it as a glasses case as well.
Oh, that's a good idea.
You know,
put your crochet hooks in or anything like that if you.
that's right. Yeah, so you can see that, you know, you could pop
Sunglasses
that
or
around your.
glasses. Because you wear a couple of different glasses, don't you, Fiona? So
I
if
do.
you've got a pair of glasses on, it's quite handy to have an extra pair in your pouch, or your sunglasses and your reading glasses in
That's
the pouch.
right, yeah.
But then what also is lovely is that, yeah, for your phone, you can pop it round you. Quite often if you're going to walk the dog, or if you're just going to, you don't need your big handbag, you just need your phone, your keys, and you can fit them both in there. It will be...
You could do it without the cord as well and have it for something that you just pop inside your bag, isn't it?
It's got a magnetic fastening.
It's got a magnetic fastening. It's got the lining. I've also put in some fusible interfacing, but I haven't put in H640. I just literally couldn't get it in the pack. So if you want to add something that gives your phone a little bit more protection, put a little bit. I mean, everyone's got a bit of spare H640, and it really doesn't take a lot. So.
The pattern on its own was the previous graphic. This is now if you want the full kit. So if you want the orange colourway, magnetic snap, and you're getting your cord as well, which is lovely. Plus all your pattern, your instructions to be able to... That's a lovely gift for somebody, actually, isn't it?
Well, get your Christmas presents here, I think, because that's a really good little present, isn't it?
Absolutely,
And it's good for a beginner as well, because it's got nice little rounded corners, so it teach them how to put in a magnetic clasp, do some straight line sewing, going around curves, putting in a cord. You know, there's a few little kind of tutorials there.
Looks very trendy as well, doesn't it?
It does look rather trendy. Thank you very much for saying that, Vicky.
I had a similar bag that was crocheted actually, that I actually recently lent to a friend because he was going to a festival, and you're only allowed to take certain size bags in, and you don't need very much, you know, if you're going to a day event, if you're going to a concert.
Cards, don't you?
Yeah, you're not allowed to take anything
your
nowadays.
cash card.
Yeah, you just, no cash, just your card, which is normally just on your phone now, isn't it?
Yeah,
and your
that's
ticket's
true.
on your phone.
Yeah.
Just leave your phone with you. That's brilliant.
John said to me, it's very Brighton. And I think actually I know what he means. You know, it's sort of like, it's a little bit
trendy.
Yeah.
Very trendy, that's fab.
So if you've got a trendy nephew or
Well, that's it. You
kid
sometimes
or
you struggle
something,
with...
they'll love that.
With making
there's a
things
blue
for
one.
youngers. And oh my gosh, I didn't
Look
realise
at the
they had
blue.
that turquoise.
Gorgeous. Yeah.
There's a problem. There's 3 of those, and there are more than 10 of you who've got this in your basket.
Quick!
This is it, the last 3. The phone pouch, really simple to make. You've also got that lovely long cord which can go across your body as well.
Yeah, it's quite a nice long. You can shorten it if you want, you know. It's great for kids. I mean, I get a lot of children coming and buying things like that because, you know, as I say, it's very easy, and you know, they love it. You know, so it could be a nice present for a budding sewer.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, though, if you are going to a city and you just want to have like your bag close to you under your jacket maybe or something, it's quite nice and discreet to keep your personal bits, isn't it? Just £16, amazing for the whole kit. Now, just a quick reminder, if you have got any other fabric in your stash that you want to make your own, the pattern is available on its own for under £10. There you go, all of your instructions there. What's in here?
Well, you're getting a magnetic clasp as
Oh,
well.
you?
Yeah, you're getting free with a pattern.
Oh, fabulous.
I told you I was generous.
Thank you very much,
I'm a bit too
Fiona.
generous, I think.
With the pattern, you also have your magnetic snap. I was thinking, oh, there's a bit of a bulge in there. £6.99 for your SEWGIRL phone holder pattern. Again, very, very limited. All of these are now last of stock. Grab them whilst you can. I have, I believe, that one's actually Funky Kitchen. Let me do the skirt kit. This is the
Cecily skirt, yes. Probably one of my most popular patterns because... Oh, yes, sorry.
I love that, Fiona.
This is my new fabric, by the way. Just saying. Astrid, this one's called.
That is gorgeous,
It's
Fiona.
the very first one. We've got this in lots of colourways. But anyway, I shouldn't be saying that. Side pockets. It's got elasticated back, but pleats on the front.
Lovely.
So it's nice and flattering on the front waistband. Comfort for the back and gives you a bit of extra breathing room.
Do you have any pockets?
And then side pockets
course
as
you
well.
do.
So it's a lovely beginner's pattern. And the pattern comes with the elastic. Well, you can tell.
I'll show you. Look, because it's a little tote bag, which is brilliant, because how many times have you had a pattern, you can't get it back into the packet? So
Not
it comes
only
in a
that,
lovely bag.
when you cut your pieces out, you can
them
pop
in there.
all them in there, or
Pop
in
a little
little
project
scraps.
bag.
Where do you put your scrap fabrics you want to keep?
Even got a little bit of Velcro, look.
Yeah.
So you can use this as a proper little project bag. And inside, let's have a look at our goodies. You have got your pattern, which is, again, very, very thorough with photographs, instructions on how to do the waistband there, your layout diagrams. You've also got your pattern paper, which is on thick paper. It's not tissue paper. This is one you're going to be able to make time and time again. And then you've got your little bag of sweets in here. You've got your little goodie bag, which...
Rip it open, why don't you?
Can I open it?
That should be on Velcro too, really, shouldn't it?
Yes, you've stapled it.
Should have bought one open.
Sorry. You're also getting in here. Ooh!
Yeah. Surprise.
So hang on.
Free gifts.
What?
Well, because on the template...
hairpin?
On the template, you've got a little circle, and it shows you how to make a little Sussex puff that you can add with a button. You could add a button in the middle, and you can make into a little hair clip. So that's just to add stitch onto that. And then you've got the back elastic, and you've got interfacing for the front band. So it's like a little beginner's kit, really.
Fantastic. Yes, because you might not have the right width elastic,
Yeah,
trying to go and source the
exactly.
right elastic, you know that you've got that. And now all you need to add is the choice of fabric that you
Exactly.
want. So you have got your interfacing as well
And that's
included.
fusible.
Your fusible.
Fusible medium weight interfacing.
Fabulous.
Yeah, so it's like a little mini kit really without the fabric.
Yeah,
you
choose your
know.
fabric, you've got your pattern,
Yeah.
you've got your little addition that you've got your little hair slide and you've got your elastic, all included in the Cecily skirt for $17.99. It looks beautiful.
And I've seen people wear this skirt and they've made it in a gingham fabric and it's lovely.
What sort of fabrics am I going to need then?
Cotton, African fabric, medium weight
Yeah.
cottons, anything really.
It says sizes 8 to 20, suitable for
Yeah.
beginner dressmaking patterns. Have a look on the blog as well, because
Yes,
there is a
you've got a
film.
blog,
There's a film
yes.
tutorial of this skirt.
So there's a film tutorial about with a little tip about how to put the elastic in the back. But it's just all about
yeah.
dropping the needle down and pushing the elastic beyond the machine. So it's just a little bit of a help,
A tip
little helping
video.
hand with that one.
Which is brilliant, isn't it? Full skirt, pattern, and little extra bits and bobs, $17.99. And it comes all in that nice little project bag as well. So that is the Cecily skirt. What should we do next? Have we got any other kits? I think they're all the kits that we have available. We've got lots of patterns now. Should we
Right.
stick with the bag? So the project bag that we looked at just a moment ago with the kits, I have got the pattern on its own.
Oh, right.
So the drawstring project bag. Also call it a fabric pot. So
Well,
you
yes,
put
if you look on the back of it, I think you've got a little picture of the pot. And
So
normally
would you not use the draw? Would you not put the?
So basically, it's without. So if you do the bag without the channel at the top
Yeah.
and the straps and the cord, you can make it into a pot.
Yes. Oh yeah, there we
Well,
go.
that's a mini version, but that gives you the idea. But it's just something that you could put, you know, a jam jar in with some flowers, or you could put your
Plant pots.
plant pot in there. You know, I mean, I just thought, why not? You know, because actually, it's very nice as a drawstring bag, but it just gives you that added thing. as
This
well.
is a nice one to use up your scraps. You're only going to need, you know, half a metre for your outer fabric and half a metre
If
for
that.
your lining. Literally a
that,
metre
yeah.
fabric. If that, you'll have some
Yeah,
left
yeah,
over. £8.99, and that is for your pattern again, which would be lovely in a huge array of different fabrics. Whether it be your cotton or your canvas and those
Yeah,
waterproof ones would be.
Yeah, they would be good.
Yeah.
Yes, and they would go quite nicely alongside your Margate bag as well, wouldn't they? Something you could put inside it, maybe.
Now, can we do the funky kitchen? The reason is...
Funky kitchen.
Yes, I love the funky kitchen, but wasn't Suzie Duncan talking about doing a whole kitchen array with the new Liberty Christmas?
Ooh.
She said about doing oven gloves, didn't she? Imagine doing a Liberty Christmas apron, oven gloves, and tea cosy with a jam jar top as well, all
Yeah.
matching. Now this is
It's got the jam jar top.
Oh look! Oh, you've done it here. All matching. How lovely is this?
It's got the.
Oh, it's got a little pot holder.
It's got the It's got the mitt.
Oven mitt.
It's the complete cook, really. Here, isn't it? Hang on, let me just see. I didn't bring the jam jar topping, but it's got the Jolly Molly.
What's the Jolly Molly?
Is that called Jolly Molly?
I would
I've
call it a
always called
pot holder.
Pot holder. Yeah.
I like the Jolly Molly though. I'm going to call that Jolly Molly forever.
It's got a hat. Another hat. Tea cosy. It's very simple, quilted one. Everything, you know, the mitts. Had a little workshop once with the mitt. That went quite well. You know, also, if anyone, you know, wants to sort of make Christmas presents or teach sewing, you know, I could do that. It's a good beginner's project. It's a good beginner. I have to say, I once did a craft fair and I ran the kitchen, and it was Fiona's Funky Kitchen.
Oh, brilliant.
And we had David Bowie sort of cakes, and we had all these stars from the 70s on pictures of them on the cakes.
Oh, brilliant.
Because they were funky, you see.
Oh yeah,
weren't they?
so funky.
yeah.
I mean, it looks great. Is this like a African wax print fabric?
This is, yeah.
Looks really funky.
Yeah.
But it's a classic apron, tea cozy.
It's a classic
oven glove.
apron.
Do it in your lovely new Liberty Christmas fabrics. Make it in whatever fabrics you want in some of the panels. Oh, I love it.
Do you know what? This has got to be my most worn thing because I'm always in the kitchen.
And also,
or I wear it
in your sewing room because we're covered in threads all the time, aren't we? I know lots of people who wear aprons, not just for being in the kitchen.
And the straps are nice and long, so you can turn them around. And the other thing I do, and this is just saying a little bit about my world, is that I wear it when I'm eating because I find I
spill
tomato
everything.
sauce. Do you find that with kids?
Absolutely. Oh, not even just with the kids. The kids are actually really quite neat, and it's me that ends up just getting all my dinner down me. So yeah, these are brilliant.
Yeah.
I love it. Not only have you got your apron, you've got all of your accessories.
Oh, and also you've got it in three sizes. I think you've got it in
the apron in 3 sizes.
Yeah.
Great.
So it's great for men as well. You know, you could do a really nice chunky one in denim for the man in your life, or your dad or something like that. So that could be a good little present for them for Christmas, couldn't it?
Just £15.95 for your full pattern of your funky kitchen. We'll leave that one with you. Let's have a look at the quilted wrap scarf with a baguette purse.
Okay, here we go. So this is a simple project. You can see that it's a shaped scarf.
Yeah. Oh, that's clever.
So, I think, well, this is quite simple, but actually I do sell quite a lot of these. Yeah. And what it has is the band that goes across, and then you can just literally slot it in like so. So it's sort of like a...
Yeah, that looks lovely, doesn't it?
And it crosses over like that.
That looks so lovely and really neat. I'm forever losing the one tail end of my scarf and it's slipping off, or it doesn't look. It looks very smart. Whether you're wearing then a jacket over the top or just having it as it is like that with a nice brooch, it looks lovely.
Yeah.
For any, for him or for her, again, it looks really smart.
It also comes with this really cute little, and I've made it out of leatherette and I've quilted it, so it looks like something from some Italian designer, doesn't it?
It does.
And it's just like a really lovely little
baguette purse.
And also it's got the option to have a little loop, which is like a little wrist tie.
Clutch bag,
thing,
yeah.
And I made one for Daisy May Cooper when she won the BAFTAs. I made her dress, and she had one of these for her vape.
Oh, did she?
Just a little
Daisy May Cooper, you made the dress with the football top, didn't you? Remind everybody of this.
I did.
I remember this now. You're jogging my memory.
Yeah.
Google it. Daisy May Cooper. What event was it?
Dress.
The Swindon
dress. I made her BAFTA dress. And I thought, she'll just go to the BAFTAs and then come back home again.
It was
oh my God, she was
all
on the stage about 10 times coming up for her third BAFTA. And then she was presenting as well, and the dress got so much coverage. Yeah. And the phone didn't stop ringing, and I was doing radio, television, being interviewed.
There it is. That's it.
Yeah, look at her legs. It wasn't the most flattering dress, and I have to say, it was her request to have a dress like that. So I was just the maker.
Yeah.
The design was a little bit.
But like you said, I mean, it got so much coverage, didn't it? There she is, Daisy May Cooper.
Yeah, that's not the best picture. That pose is not the best pose, is it? She did look actually quite glamorous.
Brilliant.
Yes.
I remember that.
And Charlie came to my studio to pick it up because she'd just had a baby.
Oh.
And so I got to sort of touch Charlie Cooper. Who he is gorgeous as well. He's a model. So yeah, I was good there. But yeah, I mean, I stitched all those letters on, and then put the sequins around there, and had designed a pattern for the actual dress. But we based it on something she had already, so we adapted it. Yeah, so it was a fun project. Yeah,
very clever. So yeah, she had the little baguette bag.
She had the baguette bag. Yeah.
You do get the wrist strap option as well as part of the pattern. Your wrap scarf pattern is in there, and it is that unique sort of shape, isn't it? There is chances to get that still at just £12. That would be another great one to have in your stash to make for gifts.
And
for
again,
people.
lovely gifts for Christmas. The other thing I've made this in is some of that, do you know that cable knit fabric,
Oh,
which
yeah,
is
yeah,
lovely?
yeah.
And I made one in that, and I wear that all the time. When it gets a bit cold in the winter, I wear that around the house. So, yeah.
Brilliant. Just £12 on that one. We talked about the bucket hat earlier on. This is now the Le Chic
The chic beret.
Beret.
My
Suitable
husband
for
came
hat
up with that
lovers.
name. I thought it was a really nice name. Isn't
Yeah.
It? The chic beret.
Some sewing experiences.
Do you know, this is quite a simple one.
Yeah,
Quite a
I love that
simple one.
Fiona, that looks great, doesn't it?
Da, 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 da.
Lady Gaga's in the house. Have you heard her sing that in
Oh, yeah, La
film?
Vie en Rose. Oh, she's great,
Amazing.
isn't she?
Tell me something.
Yeah, and what's so nice is it's got like the little queue, the little pig's tail at the top. And yeah, I think when I was on, we talked about that, the history of it. So
Oh, really?
yeah, I think there's something about when they knitted berets,
Yeah.
it was the ends that matted together after they'd washed it. And that's what created this. And then
Just
it
very
became the
distinctive,
part of
the
the,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Now the band here has got, it's got a little bit of elastic in it, just to
Okay.
kind of give it a bit of grip, but you know, you don't need that.
What sort of
but
fabric have you made it out of?
That's needle cord.
nice.
And I've put a bit of,
Funky, funky lining.
yeah,
Oh, wow.
you can imagine. I mean, I actually could wear that reversible, actually, but anyway. And this one here is in a sort of wool tweed,
Yes.
you know.
Oh, I love a hat.
Yeah.
That looks really
quite
nice.
cute, isn't it?
Really,
So-
really nice. And as you can see on the back, there's 3 different sizes. So you've got small, medium and large. And all that you need, not even half a metre fabric for your lining. Not even half a metre.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
It's got separate
About 40
pieces
centimetres.
for the lining, so
Yeah.
to cut down on, because you know you've got lots of segments, and a lot of people will go, oh, I can't do all those segments. So for the lining, I cut it down to 4 instead
Okay.
of 8, I think, or 3 instead of 6.
I've got one other bag, and then we'll move on to the
Right,
dressmaking project.
yes.
So this is the
Oh,
weekend bag.
okay.
There it is.
I love this bag.
It's like a big Mary Poppins bag, isn't it,
I
Fiona?
love
You can be able to fit
it.
loads in there
How
for the
chic
weekend.
is that?
Very chic. It's a real weekend
Yeah.
bag, isn't it? Beginner
it-
level?
Yeah, I mean, it's got like a little sort of ticket, what's it called, letterbox zip on the outside, which, you know, if you've never done one before, it's a good time to sort of try that. Maybe if you're a bit nervous about that, you could do it for the lining, because if it doesn't, you know, go quite to plan, you know, it's not going to sort of show. But you know, or practice on something else before you do it. But it's got this lovely clip with a magnetic clasp.
You've got it in that lovely tapestry fabric as well.
Oh, this fabric is so gorgeous, and they do it in all kind of
different
carpets.
colours,
sort of.
yeah.
And
So
I
it
made
reminds
a
me of Mary
little
Poppins
tag for my zip there, so you could put, you know, like your pulls. And then it's got another pocket inside. It's just huge. I've called it a weekend bag, but you know, I could get enough in there for the week, I think.
Absolutely. Well, you know those airlines that
Yes.
say you just need, you could roll up loads
Yeah.
in there and still fit it under the seat.
You
in front
could,
of you.
yeah. It's got a nice sort of recess inside. Look, you see, sort of quite nice inside there.
And nice with the
Nice with the leatherette handles. You could use webbing handles if you wanted to.
Absolutely.
Get a nice bit of top stitching going on there with a nice leatherette base. So if you put it down on something a bit damp, it's not going to affect it.
Fiona, that you've recommended half a metre for your outer fabric of a woven tapestry, a cotton, a canvas, a woolen tweed,
Yeah.
checked fabrics, velvet, corduroy. I mean, you can use this for lots of different fabrics. Half a metre or just less than half a metre for your base fabric, whether you want to do that in your faux leather like we have here, your PU or your denim, canvas. Lining, how much are we going to need? 140 wide. 112 centimetre wide fabrics, 80, yeah, so a metre.
A metre.
A metre for your lining. And then you're going to need your interfacing as well. Obviously, you've got your zips and a magnetic clasp from your haberdashery stash to be able to make your lovely weekend bag.
I think I put some H640 in that. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think with this canvas, you can get away with just ordinary interfacing.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I think you said fusible piece,
Fusible
H640.
piece, yes. Makes it nice and squidgy.
just £11.99 for your weekend bag. Thank you for bringing all these back for us and finding all these samples as well.
It's so nice to kind of like, you know, see them again.
Yes.
So, you know.
Quite often, you know, we spend a show just focusing on one or two, so to be able to see them all and do a bit of a pit stop. I can't see any of these bags.
Have you not got the boho bag there?
No, well, these are all the ones
What
I've
about
done.
over there? That one at the bottom, that looks like a bag.
Oh, there's some
there's
bags
two more
sneaking at
there,
the
yeah.
bottom.
Got
How
that-
have I missed the boho bag?
Oh, and there's this one as well, yeah.
I've got the boho shoulder bag, and I've also got the crossbody zip-up bag, which is like your festival bag.
Yes, the crossbody bag.
Here we go.
So the boho bag, this is the one we did, well, it was part of the kit that we did, but this is in our hand screen print fabric, but I've made it in like African fabric, I've made it in tweedy fabric, you know, you name it, you can sort of do, you know, as long as you've got a good bit of interfacing, like the H640, you're fine. It's also got the lovely little tissue holder, and I've put it on a little, you know, sort of clasp, a lobster cloth that's going to clip it on, so that's always nice. And then also it makes just an ordinary cosmetics bag as well if you don't do it with the base. So that's all written into the pattern. It's always also written into the pattern about making your own strap, but of course you could use webbing handle as well if you want to, which is 3 centimetres wide.
You can see here on the back, that's what it will look like if you don't put your base on. You've got your classic cosmetics bag, you've also got your tissue holder, and then you've got this lovely option, lots of options. That's what's great about a good pattern, is that you're not just going to make this once and then that's it. You're going to make it again, like you say, different fabrics, different pattern fabrics, but also different ways of using the pattern.
Yeah, that's right. What people say about it at shows is they really like the size of it.
Yeah.
Because it's not too big. And it's not too small, and it's good for sort of every day. And actually, I've had so many people come up to the show with their boho bags and I've done kits on Sewing Street as well, in hamong fabric I did as well, and I had a lady come up with her hamong fabric, and I just thought, oh, and she said, I wear it all the time, and people always comment on it.
Yeah.
I thought, how lovely is that?
Yeah. It's a nice size that's striking that people notice.
Yeah.
But depending on your fabrics as well, you're
Also with sewing, you want to show off, don't you? You go, I made it myself.
Exactly. It's nothing more satisfying.
They go,
than saying,
really?
yeah,
Oh, you're so clever.
The quilted crossbody zip-up bag, please, Fiona.
Okay, here we are. So here's it in plain, which is the one on the front cover. I've done it with a lovely zingy spotty lining. Here you've got one that's with is that a Tula fabric?
I don't think it is. I don't think that's a Tula, but it's nice.
It's a nice fabric.
So,
Anyway.
do you wear this around your waist, or do you wear this
It's a
across your body?
crossbody.
It's a crossbody. I didn't know whether it was like a bum bag.
You could put it as a bum bag, though, couldn't you?
Yeah.
If you wanted to. But it is designed as a crossbody. I mean, everyone's got one, haven't they?
Yeah.
But I just thought, not everybody's got one in a lovely fabric like this. So
No.
it's like you've got the ability to be able to make that classic style in your lovely favourite fabric, you know. So, and just match it with a gorgeous lining. And then again, it's a bit like the other bag we made. It's got the bound edging on the inside, and also a little inner
quilting as well.
And it's quilted, yes. So it's got a nice bit of oomph to it. It's got the adjustable slider. So yeah, I mean, it's just a really useful bag.
Yes. Oh,
My
it
husband's
is.
got one. You know, my son wants one. So it's like unisex, all
Absolutely.
ages.
Yeah.
You know, it's really useful, good size. In fact, I think producer produced because we said someone said they could take a can in it, you know, can of lager.
Yeah.
And I think he sort of put one in he had a can. Anyway.
That sounds
he's
like
not
you, Ben.
listening. Yeah.
That is your crossbody pouch bag. Looks great in your solid fabrics as well. Really have fun with your quilting on it.
Yeah, you can really see the stitching. And also, because this one was made by a lovely friend of mine, she made it out of my pattern and then gave it to me as a present, which was so lovely. But she made it with a variegated thread. Sorry, turn it around. It's a variegated thread to pick up the colours of the print. So, you know, that
have fun with your threads and your quilting. Brilliant. Right, can we do the Frida dress, please?
Oh, Frida.
Have you got Frida?
This is one of my favourites.
I love this.
Right.
This is something that I would absolutely wear. You've got a really lovely tie at the top. You've got the tiers coming down. You have also got an option to be able to do it into a... Oh, can I have a look at this dress?
Yeah. So this is probably one of my most popular patterns.
That is
and
lovely.
my friend Ellie, she has made 10. She's at 10 now.
Yeah,
Has
I'm not
made 10 of these
surprised.
Dresses. And every time I see her, she's in the new one.
Yeah.
She goes, number 10.
I'm not surprised.
And
this is something you wear.
It's such a comfortable, easy dress. It's easy to sew.
You've got elasticated.
It has elasticated. But you've also got the short sleeves as well. I didn't bring the short sleeve one, don't know why. But I did bring the top where I left the sleeves off.
Okay.
And that is such a nice holiday outfit.
Yeah.
And you can see with this one, it's got the loop and button, whereas that one's got the ties. And both methods are written into the pattern. So you've got the 2 lengths of sleeves. You've got the two necklines. There's also a little YouTube video for inserting the ties and putting doing the front bit. So that's all useful to see. And it also comes in a full length maxi version as well.
Wow, I love that.
And that goes right down to your ankles, and it is just glorious to wear.
So you can have this as a stylish top, dress or maxi length.
And you can imagine
with the frill tiers, the keyhole neck opening, optional loop or tie fastening, like you said. 2 pockets, variations. You do have those side pockets. I want this. I love this.
I can see you in that one.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's you, isn't it?
You also get this in a huge array of sizes, from sizes 8 to 22, £17.99. You are going to make this dress, like you say, your friend who's made 10 of them.
It's just a good staple, isn't it? It's just a good classic dress.
Well, this is just in a cotton as well. Think of all the lovely cotton fabrics that we have. The gingham looks amazing.
I've also made it in viscose.
Oh, okay.
And it was lovely. It's a swingy dress, you know. It's just gorgeous.
Nice.
And because it's got the gathers, you know, and if you want to, you could extend the side and make it even more gathered if you want to.
Right.
Because the gathers aren't too gathered. They're quite subtle. But some people like it a little bit more flouncy. Some people don't, you know.
If you're making the dress, you need 3 meters. If you're making the full-length maxi dress, you need 3.5. If you're making the top, you need 2.5 meters.
Is that for the
all
wide
sizes?
Wide width fabric.
That's the wide width fabric. Yeah.
Which is more likely to be the wide width if you're using dressmaking.
If you're going to do the maxi dress, in the wide width, you need 4 meters, so a bit more.
Yes.
I suppose it depends. Like,
and that's for the largest size.
Yeah, that's for the biggest size, size 22. Yeah. Brilliant. I would absolutely make the most of that. That is beautiful. Did you have a date that Fiona was here demonstrating this, please? Is the 5th of August, back in 21.
Blimey.
21.
Oh my God.
5th of August. Fabulous, £17.99. That was very, very, very popular.
Yeah.
Very
I
popular.
love that dress.
I love it.
That is something I wear a lot, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, I wear all of them a lot, but that one.
My name is Tallulah. We do the Tallulah dress, please.
Right, so this one is a little bit different for SEWGIRL because it's a bit more slimline.
You normally do, you know, your very sort of floaty.
The sort of, you know, very big and baggy. Whereas this one, it's more, it's sort of figure hugging, and it's got the gathered empire line, sort of bust line. So it's very flattering. It's got a round neck, but on the blog there is an option to download a V-neck template and make it into a V-neck if you prefer. It's got the elasticated cuffs, and it's got 2 lengths of tier. So you can have one long one, which will take it right down to your ankles, or you've got a calf length tier, depending on your height, of course. So, but it's got the 2 options of lengths.
If you want to watch this one back on YouTube, There is a show that we dedicated a show to the Tallulah tea dress. Ollie's having a look for us. It was back on the 18th of May, 23.
Right.
If you want to watch that back last year, it's still on our YouTube channel. They stay there forever, so you can watch back. All your sizing guide is here. I believe that is your second image on the web, but you don't need to worry because it's all contained in the one pattern from sizes 6 to 22. Remember, there's thousands of hours of tutorials on our YouTube channel, which is brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, and when I'm 80, I'll be able to watch them back, won't I?
Yeah.
Go, oh my God. Oh. Anyway, just a quick word to say that this one has got a concealed zip at the back. Now, if you don't know how to do that, I've got a little tutorial on my blog with step by step how to do it. You don't even need a special foot. I show you how to do it without. You're just an ordinary zip foot, so don't let that put you off.
Lovely. Could we do the poppy cocoon dress? This is again very, very different.
So yeah, this is another oversized
Yeah.
tunic. Now this is a jersey project and nice for when you want to be a bit snug. Someone did write to me and say, could I do this in linen? And I thought, yes, you could, but you would probably need to have a fastening at the back. So you could cut the back as 2 pieces, add on the seam allowance, and then just add a zip in the back, no problem. But it's nice turn back sort of cuffs, and it's got this raglan seam. I don't know if you can see, but it's got a very deep raglan. It's probably not very easy to see with this fabric, but it's a very
seam
deep
across there,
raglan
yeah.
seam, and then the pocket fits within the seam. And because it's cocoon shape, it sort of graduates down, so it's sort of slightly narrower at the lower hem. It's still enough to walk in, you know, you don't have
it's
to be a
not going to
penguin
go
or anything.
tapered in and you
But
can't move.
it's just something that just gives it a lovely kind of, you know, cocoon shape. Yeah.
Still with would you wear your tights with it or some?
Yeah, to wear it with
trousers?
leggings,
Yeah.
jeggings, that
Yeah.
kind of thing, tights, little ankle boots, be really super, wouldn't it?
Just £17.50, sizes 8 to 28. Have you said that this is suitable for intermediates because you're looking at a stretch fabric now? You're working with a stretch or
Yes,
what are the
I mean,
elements
you
to
do
it?
need to put a stretch needle on your machine, a jersey needle, and also you have a stretch stitch setting on your machine. So
Sean Connery.
Yes. So
Could
just
you
set it onto
construct this
there.
completely on your overlocker?
You could, yes, definitely.
That'd be quick, wouldn't
Yes.
it? In fact.
I would say maybe just to be careful with the pocket area here, but the rest of it you could just run up on the overlocker, yeah.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Again, you can see here, there is your size measurements, your finished garment size, and you will need 2.5 metres for all sizes. Brilliant. Anybody who's got a lovely stash of jersey fabrics, there's lots on our website as well. Have a look because, yeah, it just looks really nice even in a plain, doesn't it?
It does look nice and plain, yeah.
Very nice indeed.
Yeah.
Right, just £17.50.
Orla, another of the very,
Orla trapeze,
very.
again.
I mean, I think this is probably my best-selling pattern.
Really?
Why I'm surprised
Okay.
that very simple trapeze shape.
Yeah.
So almost sort of the opposite to the cocoon dress in the sense that it goes out. It's got
And A-lines.
A-line dress, yes. It's got short sleeve, 3/4 length sleeve as well. Round neck, it's got a lovely button. It's a classic style, this. I mean, it's great in linen. Mm-hmm. You know, wear on holiday.
Oh, we had some lovely
with a pair of
linen bundles.
leggings.
Imagine that in that lovely, the lovely lavender one that we had earlier as well.
Absolutely.
Like you said, you can make this in all colours. That's one of those items that you probably will think, you know, if you go to a shop and you see something, you like something, and then you buy it in all colours, that is the dress that you will make in all colours.
Yeah.
Really
The side pocket is stitched down, so it's got a sort of rounded effect here. The other thing I'd say about this, it really takes a bold print. So if you've got, say, a huge flower, in fact, I'm a big fan of Kemi Telford. I don't know if you know her, but she's this Nigerian designer.
Okay.
And she said her first dress that she ever made, and it had these massive flowers, and it had 2 or 3 just in
This
one
could
side.
take that.
And I just thought, oh God, if I could find a fabric like that, that would be perfect. Something that's a really big print, that would be really good, but also good in plain as well.
Also has an option of having a placket on the front with buttons.
Also has the placket with the little buttons, and that's the retro feel. That's why it's called Orla, after one of my favourite designers, Orla Kiley, who I have met, and she is fabulous.
Oh, brilliant.
So I kind of do, yeah, it's just in honour of her. See, yeah. Spooky.
Apparently, yeah, the engineers do know. Sorry about the lights flashing. Well, that was your Orla trapeze.
Orla, yeah.
This is your Valerie shift dress.
Valerie, yes. After Valerie Singleton.
Look at this. Oh, I love the tie that comes with it as well. Nice thick tie.
It's got an obi belt.
It's like
It's an obi belt that goes with it.
Brilliant.
I just like that idea of having a matching wide belt that goes with a dress, which you can also, it's a shift really. But what's nice about it is it's got this lovely V neck. It's not a V neck and it's not a round neck. It's kind of a mix of both, and you can see from the model, that funny model that's I've got modelling. Weird woman that keeps turning up. And it also, you get the little V on the sleeve as well. So it sort of all ties in. And then I've got the V on the obi belt to kind of capture that sort of, V. So, and in fact, actually, I was at the Stitch Fest in London and I met up with one of a lovely sewer, I can't remember her name now, and she had showed me her Valerie dress, and she'd literally split it in half, and she got half on one side and then the same here, and then another fabric here that she had on the sleeve.
Oh, that's a good
and
idea.
She said the amount of people that stopped her and said, your dress is amazing. So it's like lovely to be able to just adapt it and play with it and sort of push it to its maximum, and see what else you can do with it. But this one also, I saw a lady, she came to stand and she made it into a top. So although this isn't written as a top, it's very easy just to, because it's got the side slits at the bottom, just cut a compartment out and lift it up. It's got pockets.
Do I need to be careful about that?
So just make it so that it's below the pocket bag, and it just looked great. And I think, I should have written that into the pattern. The other thing is I've done it with, I've done an embroidery design that you can download for free on the blog, and you can add that in as a sort of,
that would look lovely on a plain fabric.
On a plain, to have embroidered. It's like a sort of little chain stitch, very simple.
That you hand embroider on,
Yeah, and you can trace, you print it out, trace it onto some baking paper or tissue paper, and then pin it on, and then just stitch through the tissue, and then just rip it off. So
I love that one.
Yeah.
This one comes in 5 sizes. So it's 8 to 10, 12 to 14, 16 to 18, 20 to 22, and 24 to 26. So a great size range on all your patterns, Fiona.
Yes.
And I love that you do them all on one pattern as well. It makes it less confusing for me sitting here trying to work out sizes.
Well, that's right.
But also for those at home who are like, right, well, where do I fit within the... Because I do suggest everyone still measure themselves, even though your patterns are kind of true to size that you would see on your high street. I could walk into one shop and be one size. I can be 3 or 4 sizes different in another one.
That's true, yes.
So it's good to measure yourself, isn't it?
Yes, and also to have a look at the finished garment sizes
as
well, because some of them are quite generous, or some of them are every 2 sizes, and you might sort of think, actually, I could do a bigger seam allowance there just to kind of go in between, I mean, actually, a lot of times I cut in between sizes as well, just to kind of get that fit a bit better. But
the most amount of fabric you're going to need is 3 meters. If you're doing the largest size, the longest length, the long sleeves, or it's
and that includes the belts, because the belt's front and back as well. So that's another ½ meter, isn't it? So.
Love it.
Yeah.
We also have the Ursula Coatigan. Right, nothing else like this. Ursula, I know, is one of your most popular patterns.
It really is, yes. And this one here is done in a sort of woven fabric. And you can see that it's got also the optional back belt. You don't have to do it.
When you say a back belt, does it not have a front that ties? It's just an aesthetic?
It's just literally a sort of stitched into the side seams, and it sort of sits at the back. So it's just, it just kind of gathers in the back a bit.
Yeah.
I don't really know why I put that in. But
I like it.
I can't remember. But I quite like it. But you don't have to do it. And it's got the covered buttons, and I've you know, I quite like a button and a popper because it's just, you don't have to
It's
do the button.
easy, yeah.
I didn't want buttonholes on this, but you can do them if
Have you got a
want
green
to.
machine? Have you got a green machine, one of those to put in your...
Oh, the poppers?
Yeah.
No, I'd like one though.
Yeah, oh, they're lovely.
This is one I've
£17.99. You can have one, have it. This one's the short and long jacket version.
Yeah, so it makes a short. So this is one I've made out of a mad fabric. I'm going to put this on because I wear this at shows. And people just, they're like, what?
Oh, I love this.
So it's like a little duster. And
Oh,
you can
yeah.
just-
Careful
and
of your microphone, sorry.
Oh, sorry, yeah. So, I've come up with my mouth. But yeah, so
Yeah.
it gives you, so you can see the sleeves there. I have put a full length sleeve as length in as well because not everybody wants but it's a little bit retro.
That looks really smart. Do you know what? I can imagine that as an overcoat for a wedding or something, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could. That's a linen one, and I put a nice vintage button on the top. Just one button on that one, you know. Again, you can sort of just play around with what you want, how many buttons. And it's the thing about this is it's got the rounded pocket. Can you see? That's the detail of it. It's got this very interesting rounded pocket at the side, and that's one of the nice features of that.
Beautiful. Just £17.99 for your Ursula Cotigan. There's less than 20 of those remaining in stock. That is your chance. Now, the Cecily is one of my personal favourites. I love the bow and the belt on this one. This has been a really popular one. I think I did this one. It's got the boat neck, short long sleeves with pleated, loose-fitting waistline, side pocket, concealed zip on this one.
Concealed side zip, but
Okay.
it's wide enough in the neck to be able to get it over your head. It's wide enough around the waist as well to pop it on without a zip. But obviously, having that side zip does make it a little bit easier to get it on and off. But it's not essential.
I love that fabric. Oh,
This,
that is
do
nice.
you know, this is the one that I have on my stand, and it's a showstopper. It's actually Nerida Hansen. She doesn't do it anymore. She's kind of gone a bit by the wayside. But so I'm glad that I sort of got some of this fabric. But we are doing our own fabrics now. Here's one that I've got
wow.
my fabric and the grey theme. So
Oh my gosh,
and
this
this
is
is
amazing.
a crisp kind of poplin. So
Oh,
that's
nice, yeah.
nice. But it is very sort of vintage style, isn't it? It's got a nice wide boat neck. It's got the short sleeve, the 3/4 length sleeve, the side pockets, pleats on the front, but it's not a fitted bodice. It's wide at the waist.
Lovely,
so
yeah.
it's comfortable
Flattering.
to wear. And although it's quite a dressy dress, I wear this. I go on my bike cycling down the seafront and I got my dress on, you know, because it's comfortable.
Yeah, that is
know,
really
and it
nice. I
looks
can imagine that in like a Liberty
Yes.
coat. It would be
Yeah.
beautiful. With the pleats.
And that's it in
Love that.
plain, and you can see it a little bit better in the plain now.
Oh yes. Oh, I like the pleats as well.
can really
But that's
see
the
the
one that's on the
pleats
front of
there,
the
can't you?
pattern. Oh, actually, no, it's not, because that one's a short sleeve and you've got a long sleeve, so you can choose.
That's
the sleeve
right.
option you want.
Yes. But the pleats just allow it to be a bit more flattering.
We also have the Agnes top, tunic or dress, 3 in 1
Oh,
here.
we're whizzing through these, aren't we? Right, I've got lots of Agneses. Here's the little top. And that's got like an elasticated top. Very easy pattern, this. It's got the little, no, it hasn't got side slits. So that's the top version. This is the tunic version. So it's got, again, the elasticated neck. I've done
lovely.
this in an African cotton. It's got an optional tie belt as well. And it's also got the side pockets. Did I mention those before? Let's mention them again. And then that's it in a plain. And so it's got 3 lengths.
Yeah.
It's got long length, tunic length, and top length. Short sleeve, long sleeve. And all of them have got this optional tie belt.
as well.
So it's got a lot in that one.
Sizes 8 to 22. Beginners, but having some sewing.
Well, it's got the
previous
raglan
experience.
sleeve, which is a really easy way
Don't need
to pop the
set it
sleeve
in.
on. Yeah.
Don't need to do a
You
set
don't
and
need
sleeve.
to set it in.
Set in the round.
So it's a good beginner's dressmaking pattern.
8 to 22, but has lovely ease. Again, your fabric requirements are here. The most you're going to need if you do the longest length, remember there's 3 lengths, with a belt, with your widest fabric, it's 3.3, so 3.5 metres for the largest
longest
size. For
size.
the longest length,
Longest length,
longest
largest
sleeves,
size.
and largest
Yes,
size.
yes.
Brilliant. £17.99, and they all come with full instructions that have got photographs within or diagrams in your booklet, as well
and
as
then
your
the
text.
blog as well.
Yeah, definitely go
'cause
to Fiona's
if
blog.
the pattern's illustrated, then on the blog it'll have the photos step by step. So it'll also have pictures that I've made in other fabrics. It sometimes links to like people that sell nice, types of fabric.
Oh, brilliant.
What else does it have? A little bit of background information as well about what it's called. And
Agnes. Oh yeah, that's why you put lots of information.
Yeah,
on there,
Agnes
don't
is
you?
after
Lovely.
Agnes B. So there's little pictures of Agnes B, which is a French designer.
Lovely.
I lived in France,
Yes.
Paris, so she was big then. So, yeah.
Brilliant. Right, finally, the Betty dress.
Yeah.
So this age 22.
Yeah. So this, although it's similar to the one we did before, the Beatrice, it's actually a lot more fitted, and the size range is a bit more limited. But it's got the tie belt on it, which is kind of shorter, and it's got buttons that go all the way down here.
Which is a lovely feature, actually. You could make a real feature of that button. And don't be afraid of doing buttonholes, because lots of the machines nowadays do the buttonholes for you, don't they? You don't have to sit and hand stitch lots of buttonholes.
No.
Just literally whiz it round and it will do it yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I would practice on a bit of scrap fabric first.
Yeah,
It's
the
all about
position.
getting the position right. You drop your needle down at your marked position. And as long as you've got, the right size, I mean, if you've got an automatic buttonhole sewer, you can just select the button, pop it into your attachment, and it will do the buttonhole the right size.
Yeah,
So,
simple. I mean, we have absolutely blitzed through all those. We did it.
done. 53 minutes, yeah.
Yes, almost done. Thank you ever so much. Thank
Yeah.
you so much for bringing all these samples as well.
Yeah, no problem.
Don't forget, the last hour that we did with Fiona, we had the dungarees, which are very, 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 very popular. They are extremely limited. So if you missed the first show, we're going to run the graphics for the dungarees. They are back in stock and they are amazing. The bucket hat completely sold out. If you did manage to get the bucket hat, well done. There's your dungarees, which is your Doris Dungaree pattern, sizes 8 to 22. A lovely loose pair of dungarees that are suitable for beginners, actually. No other dungaree patterns. As I said, we all have lots of tunics, tops, dresses. You only need one dungaree pattern, don't you?
Yeah.
And that's it then.
Yeah. Although I'd quite like to do a jumpsuit pattern. I think that.
Have you not done one yet?
No, I'd like to do one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that'd be nice.
You do like a boiler suit version.
Like a boiler
Yeah.
suit, yeah. Maybe something for summer holidays. That would be nice, yeah.
Love it. There's less than 30, by the way, of the dungarees. Suitable in linen, in denim, in cord. Gorgeous. So that is available, as well as the Liberty bundle that we launched today is now very limited. The fat quarter is completely sold out. The smaller complementary bundles are sold out, but the festive, gorgeous collection. Look, there's the festive flora, the toy tree, the berries. They are all available underneath us now on the web. 125.86 is the lowest price. Honestly, we did get into trouble for dropping this lower. You get a metre for free, a whole metre for free. £62.92 on split pay. There is your whole bundle. Thank you ever so much, Fiona. Do you have a date that you're back with us yet?
I haven't got a date, no.
We'll see you soon, though. Please
Yes.
bring us more good treats.
Can I just have a quick word about my dad?
Of course, yeah.
Just very sadly, we lost my dad last week, and I'm going to go a bit crazy now. So I just want to say, sending out big love to all the family. He was my biggest fan, and he used to sit and watch my programme every single time I was on. And I just want to say big love to all my family.
Yeah,
and
sending you all our love as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Dedicate
wanted to
to him.
dedicate the show to him
Dedicate the show
today,
to him.
didn't we? Because he loved watching Sewing
Yeah.
Street. He loved watching you. But no, thank you.
Thank you for
and
that.
yeah. Sending you lots of love, Fiona.
Okay, thanks.
Tomorrow's show. Who is on tomorrow? Muskin show a link. John Scott is back tomorrow with Sally Ann Harrison. You've got 15% off Liberty Notions and Tools at 8. You've also got Sally Ann Harrison with a brand new Liberty quilted mini handbag mini quilt coming up at 9 o'clock. Sewing room tools at 10. The Elizabeth quilt with Sally Ann at 11. And then wadding and extra wide fabrics at 12 o'clock. Thank you for your company today. It's been amazing. Have a look back through the website and see what is available, all those patterns. Now you can process everything that we've seen. Yes, they're all listed underneath us. Stay where you are for more crafting this afternoon with the lovely Sherilyn on Hobby Maker. Don't go anywhere. We will see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Not only is Sewing Street